everybody to please settle down and take your seats. We are ready to begin with our conference. Once again, good morning and a warm welcome to all of you to the conference on harnessing AI to combat frauds and counterfeits in retail and e-commerce, brought to you by PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry. I'm Anisha Nair, your host for the day. 10-minute grocery deliveries, a cab at your doorstep, and even your salon at home have definitely made our lives easy. Yes, there are times when wrong goods get delivered or your refunds don't come through, but none of us has bargained for paying with our lives should an online transaction go awry. Tragically, a 10-year-old girl in Patiala paid with her life last year because her birthday cake ordered online made her fatally sick. The rapid growth of retail and e-commerce in India is unstoppable. However, alongside this growth, there has been a sharp rise in online fraud, deceptive practices, and counterfeit goods, posing significant challenges to consumer safety, trust, and brand integrity. Traditional methods of fraud detection and counterfeit prevention are proving insufficient. Good artificial intelligence, AI, with its advanced capabilities in data analytics, image recognition, behavioral pattern analysis, and predictive modeling, offer a solution to proactively detect, prevent, and mitigate such risks. The conference today brings multiple stakeholders on a single platform to discuss AI-led innovations, regulatory frameworks, industry collaborations, and enforcement strategies that can strengthen digital commerce ecosystems. It is my pleasure to invite our dignitaries for the inaugural session on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage our chief guest, Srimati Nidhi Khare, Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. Please welcome our guest of honor, Srimati Padma Jaiswal, IAS, Secretary to the Government of Union Territory of Puducherry. Please welcome Dr. Ranjit Mehta, CEO and Secretary General, PHDCCI. Please welcome Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI. Please welcome Dr. Ravi Gandhi, Chair, Retail, E-Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee and President, Reliance Retail Limited. And Mr. Aman Jain, Director, Public Policy, Amazon. Mr. Hemant Jain, I request all of you to please stand and rise for the national anthem. I would now request Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI, to please take us through this inaugural session. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Jatinder Singh.
Thank you very much, Anisha. On behalf of PHDCCI, I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, and we are with us Mr. Hemant Jain, President, PHDCCI. Big round of applause for Mr. Hemant Jain. So, as the topic says, harnessing AI to combat fraud and counterfeits in Indian retail and e-commerce. So I was just trying to wonder what is the exact meaning of fraud and counterfeit. So I get through the Hindi meaning. Fraud means dhokadhadi and counterfeit means nakli saman bechna. And in fact, as India is becoming a digital retail nation, as we see, like as per the August 25 data, UPI has crossed close to 20 billion transactions in 2025 itself. So this is a scale that actually attracts fraudsters to a large extent. And India's digital economy, it is scaling at a record pace. So the risk of counterfeit, the risk of frauds, they are multiplying just as quickly. So we cannot afford to work in silos. So this conference is basically curated in terms of uniting domain experts and different subject matter experts across different sectors, so that we are able to come out with a nuanced understanding that what is the way out in order to combat the frauds and counterfeits. So without any further ado, I will first of all request Shri Hemant Jain, President PHDCCI, to kindly start the program with this welcome address. Over to you, sir. Big round of applause for me.
Good morning, friends. Thank you for coming in this early in the morning. Dr. Rajiv Gandhi, Chair for Retail and E-Commerce. Thank you, Srimati Padma Jaiswalji, IAS Secretary Government of India, Union Territory of Pondicherry. Srimati Nidhi Khare, Secretary Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. And Dr. Ravi Gandhi, my dear friend, thank you for coming and organizing this. It really means a lot. Chair Retail, E-Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee of President Reliance Retail Limited. Dr. Ranjit Mehta and CEO and Secretary General PHDCCI. In today's time, I think today it's one of the most relevant topics today, harnessing AI to combat fraud and counterfeits, because today as we move forward, AI is going to become a part of our life. As we see today, the transformation happening in the country and across, AI is today the most relevant and most sought after things which we need to really look into. And today, as the AI and the digital world takes over our lives, we need to be very, very careful of the counterfeits, because today effectively there are a lot of counterfeits which are doing across India and into many sectors. Fraud is, RBI reports few cases, but a tripling in values of 36,000 crores in year financial 2025 was reported by RBI as threats from digital. The third in picture, digital arrest, deepfakes. This conference is curated with a clear purpose to bring together leaders in technology, commerce and policymakers to tackle one of the fastest growing threats in the retail and e-commerce, fraud and counterfeits. The rationale is simple: to ensure India's growth story remains one of the trust and transparency and realism. Today, for us, we need to be prepared for this, because when we are dependent on AI, we need to be sure that it is safe and secure for all of us to use. As India's digital retail flywheel is spinning fast, AI should be used responsibly, collaboratively and transparently. The wheel turns the speed into safety, protecting consumers, brands and the broader economy. So I thank you, all of you, for really coming here, and I thank again the panelists here for taking all the time, especially Srimati Padma Jaiswalji, Srimati Nidhi Khare, for really coming and addressing and being a part of this event and making it so special for us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for laying the foundation for this conference. And as rightly said, that the number itself reveals that things are becoming hugely challenging, and how to surmount these challenges, this conference will definitely give the answers towards the end of the day, when we will be coming out with an action report in terms of important deliberations that will be taking place. So with this, I would like to invite our subject matter expert, our chair for Retail, E-Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee and President Reliance Retail Limited, Dr. Ravi Gandhi, to kindly come to the dais and please give the industry perspective. Over to Dr. Ravi Gandhi.
Thank you, Jyoti. Srimati Nidhi Khareji, Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs. Srimati Padma Jaiswalji, Secretary, Union Territory of Puducherry. My friends, industry friends, Hemant and others. This conference on frauds, use of AI to combat fraud and counterfeit in retail sector is very apt at this point of time when we are at the cusp of becoming the largest consumer society in the world. We are the fastest growing economy. The middle age, the young population which we have in the world, it is highest. And the spending which our population, our people can do, I think we create a big market for the world. So at this point of time, when the market is increasing like anything, consumerism is increasing. At the same time, parallelly, there is always a possibility of frauds getting into the system. So how do we protect our consumers from various kind of frauds? There are many type of frauds which all of us would have encountered or come to the knowledge of us. It may be whether it is your payment system has been compromised, OTP has been stolen, or fraudulent apps, impersonation by merchant, phishing links, scam, fictitious sale schemes, false delivery addresses is another kind of a scam which happens in case of e-commerce, misuse of gift voucher and other type of vouchers, high value transaction, misuse of the credit card, debit card data stored on the websites. So all these kind of frauds are extremely important that we ensure that these frauds doesn't take place, so that the trust in the system is built by the consumer. So if the e-commerce segment has to grow, the trust has to be there. Consumer trust is the most important thing. So to build the trust, everyone in the ecosystem has to work together to ensure that the system is flawless, there are no frauds, how can we use technology, how can we use other things. So I see there are three dimensions to protect consumer from the frauds. So it's very easy to understand. The moment I go into any conference related to consumers, I immediately switch myself to consumer. So I am not a corporate representative or working for any company. Because the moment you start thinking as consumer, you will find the solution. So consumer first is the approach which all of us must follow. There are three dimensions. So first is consumer education. So this is the one dimension which is extremely important. Consumers should be aware of where they are dealing in, how to protect their own data, how to ensure that their payment systems are, payment data is not divulged, how do they ensure that they are able to identify the difference between fraud and the genuine transaction. Second dimension is the businesses like us, most of us, how do we behave responsibly? Two things. One is how do we proactively detect fraud? By the use of AI is the latest buzzword, all of us are using it. Jio at us, we being the telecom company also, we are very close to adopting the technologies as and when these come. So AI will certainly help us in detecting the frauds and taking the proactive measures to ensure that the fraud does not take place. But detection is not enough. We have to ensure that post-detection, the action is taken, the corrective action is taken. So, and also ensure that the websites which we have, apps which we have, ensures that they give the sufficient trust to the consumer in the form of these are trusted sites, there cannot be any data which is theft, there cannot be any listing which is a fraudulent listing. So while on one side as e-commerce player, e-commerce platform, we have to give a very smooth access to the retailers onboarding. At the same time, to protect consumer, we also have to ensure that access is not unhindered. There are sufficient checks and balances to ensure that all the sellers which are onboarded on the platform are verified. They are putting the verified products. They are accessible, reachable to the consumer and are ready to resolve the consumer grievances. So that pain, I think, as e-commerce platform, all of us have to take. Second is, of course, deploying the AI and related tools to ensure that we are able to detect the fraudulent seller, fraudulent activities, fraudulent service partners, whether these are delivery boys, etc., and take immediate action here. The third dimension, which is extremely important, is the regulation. At present, e-commerce practically is not regulated the way the other sectors are regulated. So anybody can immediately start e-commerce business, whether through social media or through starting the app, etc. So we also need to see that the consumer sitting browsing social media will suddenly see, okay, buy now. You click buy now, you will never get the product, or you will get the counterfeit product, or may not get the correct product. And if you want to put a complaint to that, there is no mechanism. So you can't actually reach to the seller, you can't file the complaint to them, you cannot. You would never know who the actual seller is. The identity of the seller is never known. So I think from that side, I think there is a need to have regulation to ensure that the sellers who are verified sellers, whether they are selling through e-commerce portal or inventory portal or through social media, they are all verified, they are accessible to the consumer, they are responsible to the consumer, and they are responsible to the government from the compliance perspective. That is, I think, one thing which will lead to reduction in the frauds, which we see. Of course, the product counterfeit and other things, AI would be very helpful in identifying whether the products are counterfeit or not. I think those are the things which are easier to handle. But the things which are difficult to handle are the way consumer interacts with the e-commerce companies. Consumer finds the e-commerce companies unverified sellers and start placing the order. So that in my view is very important, that we should be able to have the regulations in such a way that they are able to reach to the end seller. Consumer should clearly know from where he is buying, what he is buying, at what price he is buying, what are the terms and conditions of buying. And if the product is not reaching to them, or product is of bad quality, he should be able to raise the grievance and reach to them. Then only the AI and other tools will help. Because if there is no mechanism to regulate, AI will also not help. Because while I would know there is a fraud, but I will not know how to correct it. So with that, I think I see that during the day when we deliberate on this issue, we come out with the suggestions which we can then submit to department for necessary action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gandhi, for your insightful address. In fact, you very rightly pointed about the trust and transparency factor that only relates to the credibility of the product. So thank you very much for your insights. Now I would like to invite Mr. Aman Jain, Member PHDCCI and Director Public Policy and Economic Policy.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Some of the things that Ravi had mentioned sort of off there. I think the recognition that this, where we talk about how consumers are coming online more and more. In India, it's important to recognize that e-commerce is still very much in its nascency. All e-commerce put together in India is about 7-8% of the total retail market. It is a collective responsibility that all of us share, both as industry as well as government, to ensure that consumers have the best experience. You find this fascinating that almost about 24 crore people have come online for the first time in the last 3 years and shopped online. Right? Just in the next in this year, by the end of this year, there will be about 8 crore people who will have shopped for the first time ever online. So every single day there are more and more new people coming online, and we need to ensure that they have the best experience. And I want to especially recognize Secretary Kare for her leadership at the Consumer Affairs Ministry and her partnership with the industry in really thinking through some of these areas and how we can be better at preventing scams, preventing counterfeits. An interesting stat that we recently come to know, which is from I4C. Indians have lost about close to 7,000 crores to online scams in the first 5 months of 2025. And as I was saying, that more customers come online, this will happen. Right? As platforms, what we see also is this, the scammers and fraudsters are getting smarter, they're getting better, right? And then oftentimes you will see it, that they're coming up with newer ways of how to dupe customers or consumers, and some of us in this. It could be phishing delivery text. They'll send messages claiming an order is on hold or needs a payment confirmation with links that appear to look very much like the site you ordered from, and you click that link and your information is taken away. Or fake shopping sites that mimic the look and feel of genuine platforms, often showing up on search engines alongside authentic ones. And customers will always be, as Indians, very, very price sensitive. And customers will get lured with unbelievable offers, or if you are looking for a certain product that you can't find anywhere else, then lo and behold, you suddenly have a site that shows up and it's selling that very product. And these are again different ways in which how customers are getting scammed. We've also seen through email fake order confirmations where they'll say there are account issues. Again, these are tactics to just get your financial information, to help customers protect themselves. We provide a dedicated self-reporting tool available in more than 8 Indian languages on both mobile and desktop. And through this tool, customers can quickly report suspicious communication so that along with law enforcement, we can take action. What we are doing ahead of the festive season, and I get paid to do this, so I have to. Next week, our Great Indian Festival, shopping festival starts, so please do shop on it. The best newsletter. And ahead of this festive season, in partnership with I4C under the Ministry of Home Affairs, we've launched Scam Smart India, a nationwide initiative to protect consumers from online scams. Through this campaign, Amazon and I4C will drive a series of initiatives to take scam literacy to the grassroots and equip buyers with safe shopping practices for a fraud-free festive season. We've also had a long-running program at Amazon called Mission Grahak that we've been running for a few years now. And the idea of Mission Grahak was really getting to those consumers who are going to shop for the first time or have just come online. How do we get that information to them in interesting ways, right? Sometimes sitting in Delhi, we might think that a fancy email will do the trick. It doesn't. And so what we've deployed really tools or ways in which we can get consumers to understand that how they can shop responsibly and happily online. And that's meant that we've done street plays. We've actually put it on, you might see auto rickshaws flying around in different cities with a comic way of essentially using Jago, Grahak Jago information and script from there, just putting information out in different languages. We've also done this in public murals across the country in every single district in India. And it is not just about Amazon.
And as Ravi was saying, that this was about the entire industry together, right? What we talk about is what are things you need to be careful of online through these various methods, and we've done this. We focused on the Northeast, for instance, just working on the radio program because we realized radio is probably the best way to get to most people there. I also want to talk about, and through the day as deliberations happen, just also mention that one is the consumer lens. It's also important to recognize that sellers are also victim to frauds. These are things that we are seeing increasingly more and more of. On Amazon, we have 16 lakh sellers today who sell close to about 3.1 crore products. And what we see is that sellers, and this could be something as what we call concession fraud or materially different returns. Examples of it is, a seller has delivered the product, has got the message saying the product has been delivered, but the customer suddenly says, I haven't received the product, where the customer is not being truthful. Or a case where they have received a product, and we see this in electronics specifically, where they have received the product and the customer says, I want to return the product. The product comes back, and when you look at the product, it's either not the same device that they had ordered, or a component of it has been taken out and the product has been returned, right? And that's what we call materially different returns. So we've seen that, and again, as a marketplace, it's important for us to protect obviously the consumers and its customer first, but also make sure that the sellers are not shortchanged in this process. A couple of concluding remarks. Obviously we are using technology to fight the challenge. We are using machine learning, image recognition, different ways at essentially preventing abuse at scale. This could be investing in more secure packaging. It could be OTP-based delivery confirmation, open box deliveries. Increasingly that you're seeing, we are working with our partners to get better. In fact, India Post, we work very, very closely with them, and we've worked on getting them sort of to prepare the technology for high-value OTP-based deliveries as well, which helps in preventing any kind of scams. Three things that we are doing: harnessing obviously the power of technology to remove barriers, friction, stress from the system, focusing on the practical application of technology, and finally making a wide array of powerful technologies accessible to all companies of different size and across all industries, providing tools like Project Zero, brand registry, various other tools to protect IP. Like I said, I think as at Amazon, we are very clear that this is a collective responsibility of the industry, of policymakers, to ensure that more and more Indians shop online. To give you an idea of it, in mature markets, e-commerce tends to be 20, 22, 24% of the total retail market. Like I said, in India, it's only at 7%. So we have long ways to go in terms of growth of e-commerce, and it is incredibly important that all of us join hands in fighting scams, counterfeit trade, or illicit trade of any kind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aman, for your data-driven insights and also practical solutions and the tools you have deployed on your platforms to basically surmount the challenges of frauds and counterfeits. Thank you very much. Now we'd like to invite our guest of honor, Shrimati Padma Jaiswal, Secretary to Government of UT, State and Union Territory of Puducherry. Ms. Padma is an IS officer of 2003 batch AGMAT cadre, working as Secretary to Government to the State and UTs, and currently posted as Secretary to Government of Puducherry. She is a civil servant who has held significant leadership positions as Deputy Commissioner, Director and Secretary in the Government of Delhi, Goa, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry, the Union Government. She also worked in statutory regulatory institutions in Election Commission as General Observer in Assembly and Lok Sabha elections through deputation. And she is the native of Chandigarh. She completed school and college education in Commerce and Management, did Masters in Business Administration from Punjab University, from Business School Chandigarh. She is also Research Fellow at University Grants Commission and holds a degree of Company Secretary. So with this such glorified portfolio and profile, I request Ms. Padma Jaiswal to kindly come on the dais and share her experience with the august audience. Over to you.
Okay. So good morning to everyone and esteemed panelists sitting on the dais and off the dais. So this is a very productive and enriching session on AI to combat the frauds and counterfeits in retail and e-commerce. Since the festival season is also coming and the shopping frenzy is rising in the minds of people and citizens, so it is all the more important for the government and all the relevant stakeholders to create a kind of protective and the preventive measures so that we can take, so that our customers and the citizens do not get a second hand deals, or they are not being duped with the counterfeited or illicit trading. Now as we all know that counterfeit and the illicit trading in any of the regions throughout the world is not a very new concept. It has been, prevalent through ages, and it has the potential to harm the productivity, consumption, and distribution of the economy. The economy loses its revenue, the employment, and the other sources of economic activity, and the GDP of the country, and the development terrain and the progression of the country is also impacted with this kind of illicit and the counterfeiting trade. Now, these kind of smuggled goods which come from abroad, which come from international trade, and also which comes from the national trade, is very harmful for the economy. But now we have devised various laws, various legislations, and the various means through which we can combat this counterfeiting trade and goods and services. Now, all through these years, we were having various kind of physical measures and laws which were dealing with that. But now, with the advent of this technology and AI, we are finding out the ways and means that how do we do it digitally, because our presence is not only physical, but our presence has not also become in the digital space. So now, with the advent of AI, we have to fight the online existence of all the mechanisms which exist. Now, as we can see from the other speakers that they have spoken, that these bad guys who are floating these kind of counterfeiting trading, now they have become more intelligent, and they are also using the AI tools. They are also using the generative AI and the LLM models, and we have to in order to just defeat their ventures and policies, we have to stay ahead of them, and we have to stay ahead of the curve. Now, there's always a cat and mouse fight going on between the bad guys and between the enforcement agencies and between the surveillance and supervising agency regarding what kind of measures and tactics we are adopting so that we can defeat their objectives. So when we are talking about the AI, we have to see that we have a good database. Now, the database is the key to all these data crunching technologies which exists. Now, when the other day I was attending the conference of NASSCOM. The NASSCOM was also saying that we need to update our database periodically if we have to give a good challenge to these bad guys when it comes to fighting these kind of counterfeiting goods and trade. So but the only thing is, as we all know, that in India 65% of the industries are small scale and medium scale in nature, and they are not very much aware of the intellectual property rights. So whenever they produce some goods, they don't get it patent, they don't take the copyrights of those goods, and they don't document it. And the documentation is the key when we are going to implement the AI. The government has floated various portals, the intellectual rights portal, where all the consumers, all the suppliers, they can come and they can get their goods registered and patented, so that it can come down to the database of the government. But since we have seen that it is not very much happening on the ground at the cutting edge level, now when we are sitting here and debating and discussing about all these counterfeit products, we are not just only talking about the urban the urban places or the cities, we are also talking about the tier 3 and the tier 4 and the rural areas. Now, as per the reports of the government and as per the reports of various research agencies, it has been seen that these kind of counterfeiting products are more prevalent in the places which are backward. And also, when we see the world report, we see that African countries are the major places which are at the receiving end because of this illicit and counterfeit trade. So the backwardness has to do with these kind of various measures of the bad guys when they take to defeat the purposes of the trade. So therefore, we have to see that we are able to generate more and more awareness into the tier 3 and the tier 4 consumers, and other than creating a robust database. Now, when we are talking about various kind of instruments of the AI to measure and also to deploy at the various places, now we have to see the applications of machine learning, and we have to see the applications of blockchain which has been used in the supply chain management. Now, when the goods come from raw materials to the suppliers, to the carrier, to the manufacturer, and then it goes again to the carrier, and then it again goes to the customer, there is a supply chain which is there. Now, when the supply chain, we have been able to devise a software called blockchain. On the basis of blockchain technology. Now, what is the blockchain? This is a distributed ledger in which The blockchain is a distributed ledger in which, when we, which is a kind of, blocks, which is made up of blocks. The one block, when, for example, the one block is initiated by me, and I send some good to the carrier. Now, when the goods go to the carrier will generate one more block, will add one more block to it, and he will be able to generate that block only when he submits all the documentation and all the digital documents to it, depending upon what has been generated in the first block. And if the documents which he has does not matches the previous block, the transaction will not fructify, or transaction will not get matured. So this is a very important and very effective tool, but we have to increase its application. Now, the government in the year 2000, it has also come out with the consumer laws based on the online trading, and consumer rules based on online trading. And also we have the umbrella law of the IT 2000 Act, which is an umbrella act for all the electronic and the digital transactions taking place. Now, since I have also, we frequently keep on, when you are in the government, you are frequently keep on deputing to other kind of, assignments also. So so I have the opportunity to serve as election observer, and also as a returning officer in the various election, which happens at the assembly level or at the parliamentary legislature. So there, we also make an effort when the code of conduct of election is in place. We also make an effort that, all these kind of goods and the services which are entering the border, they are being restricted. And then in that, we are utilizing the AI surveillance and monitoring tools, and we have created a internal control system. We have internal control and command system where we keep on surveilling any kind of, patented goods or copyright goods which does not match the database, and then we are able to counterfeit them and confiscate those goods. So because these kind of activities, they also open, the illegal channel of trafficking, and where the money goes towards smuggling and towards terrorism. So it is very important that not only we contain and we, restrict these kind of activities during the festival season, but also as a benefit for the development and growth of the country, this has to be restrained and it has to be contained. So I was talking about, just one last point which I will make about AI, using of the AI tools and mechanism, is that when we are doing we take we take the application of machine learning to find out and to do surveillance and supervision for any kind of illicit goods or any kind of copyright which is made out of duplication or which has been replicated by the other people with the other brands which are not being properly registered. So what we can do is that we have to need to have a good database, and we need to for maintaining the good database, there has to be good data governance. That means the data which qualifies for the higher standards of data governance. So that kind of data, because these data crunching technologies are very much dependent on the kind of database that we have. So this is very important. Then only the machine learning will be effective, and then only the blockchain activities, or we are now doing the cloudification also, the cloud, using of the cloud and edge computing so as to exercise the surveillance and management and monitoring. So all these things are in place. Plus we have to see that we record each and every transaction, we document them, so that, and we keep on updating our database frequently and on the timely basis if we have to exercise the surveillance and if we have to restrict this counterfeiting trade. So I have given my viewpoints and I have given my observations at whatever we have learned, whatever I have experienced at the cutting edge level while delivering my government duties. So I would be really listening to all the important intellectuals who are sitting here on the dais, and especially to the Madam Nidhi Ghare Madam, who is Secretary to Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. And so that, and this seminar has many topics on and technical sessions pertaining to this counterfeiting and illicit trade, and which we have to debate and discuss, and we have to suggest some very important action points to the government so that they can incorporate in their policy making decision, and then we can have a good festival season, and of course which will contribute towards the GDP, toward the growth and development of the country. So I thank the organizers, the PHDCCI, for giving me the opportunity to share my views and experiences. Thank you for the patience listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am Padma Jaiswal, for your thoughtful ideas, and also you balance the AI as well as the technology in a very congenial manner, so that not only it basically solves the challenges of counterfeits, but also gives a very user-friendly customer experience. So thank you very much. Now with this, now we have with us our chief guest, Srimati Nidhi Khareji, Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. I'll have the honor to read her brief profile. Madam is presently posted as Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs with effect from 1st April 2024. Earlier, she has worked as Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, and she was actively engaged in carrying out next level of transformation in land records management and bringing transparency for the citizens in land administration. In fact, she has served in various capacities in the Department of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, where she was instrumental in setting up of Central Consumer Protection Authority, very fondly known as CCPA, a regulatory body set up for the class action against violations of consumer rights, unfair trade practices and misleading advertisement. As its first Chief Commissioner, she initiated more than 419 cases and disposed of 141 cases that included refund to consumers whose flight tickets got cancelled during COVID lockdown, also imposing penalty against major coaching institutes, online platforms for selling substandard pressure cookers and many other products. She was also instrumental in issuing several guidelines and advisories to keep a check on trade practices, unfair trade practices and misleading ads. And these ads all include, like service charges, dark patterns, greenwashing, coaching sector ads and illegal radio equipments. Under leadership, the Department of Consumer Affairs has launched the Right to Repair portal in 2022. In fact, I was just asking Madam that at what stage this is. And in fact, the profile says that it covers automobiles, consumer durables, mobile and electronics and farming equipment. And so far, 66 major companies have joined to provide manuals, tools and resources supporting a shift towards a circular economy. And subsequently, a repairability index framework for the mobile and electronic sector is being worked out, developing a standardized scoring method for OEMs to self-declare their index, promoting mindful consumption, innovation and consumer choice. Furthermore, in a bid to empower consumers to get speedy, hassle-free redressal of consumer grievances, she has strengthened redressal at pre-litigation stage, which is served through a toll-free 24/4 system. So who better than Madam can actually do justice to this very apt conference? With a big round of applause, let us welcome our chief guest. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you so much, and thank you PHDCCI for inviting me here. It is really a great honor to join all of you today on this important conference, which is basically talking about harnessing AI to combat frauds and counterfeits in retail and e-commerce. So what is AI? Artificial intelligence? It was meant to do good to us. What is it that is worrying all of us now? Not only as citizens, also as consumers. Have we not seen how AI has been now spreading propaganda, divisive thoughts, absolutely unaccountable material? अगर आपने नेपाल में देखा हो हाल का जो समाचार है, कैसे जेनजी, हम तो उसको बड़ा लेड बैक जेनजी समझते थे कि भाई ये लोग तो काउच पोटैटो हैं, ये तो बस मोबाइल पर रहते हैं, मोबाइल योद्धा हैं, ये सड़क पे उतर आए, इतना तहस नहस कर दिया. Is it real? Of course it is real. तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आज के युग में एक बहुत बड़ा हथियार है. हम कितना भी जानें एज अ कंज्यूमर, हम कितने भी पढ़े लिखे हो जाएं, हम कितने भी कानून बनाएं, मगर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो है वो पूरी दुनिया में वो एक ऐसा टूल आ गया है जो कि ह्यूमंस की इंट्यूशन को सरपास कर रहा है। यानी कई बार आपको लगता है ये तो अनरियल है, मगर इससे पहले कि आप सोचें कि ये अनरियल है, वो ऑलरेडी उसकी एक बहुत कैस्केडिंग इफ़ेक्ट हो जाती है। जब तक उसको रोका जाए उससे ज़्यादा वो डैमेज कर चुका होता है, राइट? तो इसे हम लोगों ने अभी हाल के दिनों में बहुत सारी जगह देखा, और हर जगह सोशल मीडिया और इस तरह के जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं हु आर यूजिंग AI एब्सोल्युटली विदाउट एनी रेगुलेशन, दे आर क्रिएटिंग सो मच ऑफ हैवक। हमने देखा ई-बेटिंग करके बहुत सारी चीज़ें आनी शुरू हो गई, है ना, डिजिटल स्पोर्ट्स के नाम से, और तरह तरह की मिसलीडिंग एडवर्टीजमेंट्स आने लगे। आप क्रिकेट देख रहे हैं, आप हो सकता है फुटबॉल खेलते हो, आप रियली एंजॉय करते हो, और कैसे आप एडिक्ट हो गए ऑनलाइन गेमिंग में। फिर उसमें भी एक ये था कि नहीं भाई, इट इज़ सेफ, 18 ईयर्स से छोटे बच्चों को तो हम अलाउ ही नहीं करते। ऐसा रियल है? इज इट रियल? नो। सारे बच्चों को पता है कि क्या क्या क्वेश्चन को कैसे कैसे आंसर करना है, एक फेक आइडेंटिटी क्रिएट करनी है, एंड देन यू आर ऑन बोर्डेड। बल्कि उनके पेरेंट्स को नहीं पता कि बच्चा कर क्या रहा है, राइट? कितने लोगों के साथ वो इंटरैक्ट कर रहा है एक अनरियल वर्ल्ड में। वो लोग भी इसी तरह से अपनी रियल आइडेंटिटी छुपा करके वो आपके घरों तक पहुंच रहे हैं। तो अभी हाल में यू मस्ट हैव सीन हाउ द ई-बेटिंग एप्स ऑन दीज साइट्स, दे हैव बीन नाउ मेड इलीगल। यानी ये कहा गया कि किसी भी साइट में अगर आप पैसे लगा रहे हैं और पैसे लेने का अगर आपका कोई मंशा है या कोई प्रॉमिस है कि भाई आप, जैसे होता है ना जीतो काम करने से क्या फ़ायदा टाइप्स, 1 घंटे में 1 लाख कमाओ, इस तरह के बहुत सारे मिसलीडिंग एडवर्टीजमेंट्स आते हैं। और अगर आपने 2-3 दिन उसको ज़रा सा ब्राउज़ करने की कोशिश की, देन यू विल बी फ्लडेड, देन यू विल नो ओके हु ऑल आर सर्चिंग यू। कैसे उन्हें पता चला कि यू आर इंटरेस्टेड एंड यू आर जस्ट ब्राउजिंग? ये सारी चीज़ें जो हैं AI के थ्रू ही हो रही हैं। Algorithms are being prepared. So by the time you know that oh, this was not something which I really wanted to indulge in, तब तक आपके पीछे बहुत सारे लोग हर तरह से आपको बता रहे हैं, oh, we are India's authorized sports exchange। आपने देखा होगा अभी हाल में ही कल परसों ED ने लोटस 365 को रेड किया, कई सेलिब्रिटीज़ को भी उन्होंने समन किया। द एक्शन वॉज स्टार्टेड बाय डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स, बाय सेंट्रल कंज्यूमर प्रोटेक्शन अथॉरिटी, completely as a class action matter, because they were actually coming out with misleading advertisements. They were paying full page advertisements, recruiting different celebrities, and when we found out, when we sent them notices, पता चला कि वो तो इंडिया में है ही नहीं। हमने मेटी को लिखा कि भाई ये इसको मतलब दिस इज़ नॉट ऑन, दे आर नॉट रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू आवर नोटिसेस, they are outside, in fact they are in some Caribbean island, they are as far away as that, and their modus operandi was they were also using some YouTube influencers, absolutely low grade. I mean, I am not saying low grade in the sense that they are not influencers, by the way. In the, I mean, if there is a star rating of influencer, maybe they are very low. I mean, hardly anybody would know about them. But they have engaged these people and they are constantly telling, Instagram में वहाँ जाओ, इस वाले को डाउनलोड करो, उसको फ़ोन करो, और एक पूरा गैंग है जो लगातार तरह तरह के नंबर्स अपने उन लोगों को, फॉलोअर्स को दे रहा है जो कि इस तरह की बेटिंग में शामिल होना चाहते हैं। तो उन्होंने हमारी नोटिस का जवाब नहीं दिया, हम कई बार सेलिब्रिटीज़ को भी कहते रहे, then we started approaching different agencies and then we reported to the agencies that after all, if you are engaging, you know, huge number of celebrities, which means somebody is making money, and celebrities should have basically, as you know, if you are selling a product, you should first verify, you should check out whether this is illegal, not legal, if it is prohibited, if it is regulated, have you made that due diligence? And therefore आज आप देख रहे हैं कि न केवल METI brought out, you know, this law which is against betting, but they have also been, we have been able to save our young people who were committing suicides. We were losing money. I mean, एक unconfirmed reports कहते हैं about 20,000 crores have been lost. It's a huge sum. Or as Padma has just said, it's a cat and mouse race kind of a thing. आपने अभी इनको ऐसे पकड़ा, फिर वो दूसरा कुछ invent कर ले रहे हैं, you know, and all this is in a virtual space. We do not know who's the person behind all this, and therefore AI, the use of AI in e-commerce, in retail, has of course given a lot of benefits, as Aman said, as Ravi ji has said, in reaching out to the consumers, in bringing efficiency in the system, in bringing you know, timeliness, promptitude, accuracy, you name anything, it is because of the AI. But why do we need to control you know, frauds and counterfeiting? Because this is also, इसका भी उतना ही बड़ा बाजार है. अब एक मैं एग्जांपल देती हूँ, जैसे कि हमने मैंडेटरी क्वालिटी सर्टिफिकेशन निकाला कि प्रेशर कुकर्स विच आर बीइंग यूज्ड इन ऑलमोस्ट एवरी हाउस होल्ड, helmets which are being used in every household, I mean nearly everybody who is having a two-wheeler has to wear helmets. इनमें मैंडेटरी क्वालिटी सर्टिफिकेशन होना चाहिए. इसका मतलब है कि इन प्रोडक्ट्स में ISI मार्क होना चाहिए. But we detected on e-commerce several big brands were actually selling colored, beautiful, flowery picture, you know, pressure cookers which did not have any ISI mark. So we don't want consumers to have a PhD in consumer protection. No, we don't expect that. So there comes the regulation. अभी आपने देखा होगा कि BIS has conducted several raids on the warehouses of some prominent e-commerce tail. The responsibility here lies with the e-commerce. And therefore, it is important use AI tools in making sure that those products which have ISI mark or a mandatory QCO must not be offered on sale on your platform to anybody, and detect them, take them out. You know, that is how we can serve our consumers. हम लोगों ने AI को इस तरह से भी देखा कि बहुत बड़ी संख्या में डार्क पैटर्न्स यूज होने लगे. Now what are dark patterns? So there we identified about 13 dark patterns, and you know, false urgency. आप नापतौल खोलिए, I'm sorry I'm naming them, I don't wish to name them. आपने जैसे ही खोला 2 bed sheets left, you know, ऐसा करके एक मेजर अर्जेंसी कि भाई ये ऑफ़र जो है वो बिल्कुल ख़त्म होने वाला है, फरीदाबाद के फ़लाने आदमी ने ले लिया है, एंड लास्ट 2 बेड शीट्स आर लेफ्ट, है ना. सो दीज आर फॉल्स अर्जेंसी. ऑफ कोर्स पहले हम सोचते थे चलो भाई ये तो एक बिज़नेस है ना, लेकिन अब हम क्या देख रहे हैं कि आप होटल के रूम्स को बुक कराना चाहते हो, वहाँ पे आपके पास एक फॉल्स अर्जेंसी आती है. आपको लगता है कि अरे भाई दिस इज़ द लास्ट ऑफ़र. आप किसी एयरलाइन को में टिकट बुक कर रहे हो, अगेन देयर इज़ अ फॉल्स अर्जेंसी. 1 घंटे बाद आप देखते हो अरे फिर से वही. हाउ इज़ इट? यू आर वंडरिंग कि हर 1 घंटे पे क्या 2 लोग अपना कैंसिल कर रहे हैं, फिर इनका 2 रह गया है क्या, है ना? तो इसका अर्थ है कि this is no longer a business, this is no longer a truthful way of selling. Actually, it is creating doubt, it is creating fear in the minds of people कि अगर आज नहीं बुक कराया तो फिर तो गए, और therefore अनाप शनाप प्राइसेस पे कंज्यूमर चेक नहीं कर पा रहा है कि अच्छा बाकी लोग किस तरह से ऑफर कर रहे हैं, और वो बहुत इन अ हरी ही मेक्स दैट डिसीजन. देयर इज़ बास्केट स्नीकिंग. आप जानते हो, आपको घरेलू सामान लेने होते हैं, आपने 30 आर्टिकल्स लिए एंड देन सडनली यू फाइंड अरे एक 31 आर्टिकल भी आ गया. उस समय आप नहीं चेक करते ना. हम लोग तो जेंजी के मतलब थोड़ा सा ओल्डर वर्जन है, आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हाट वी आर कॉल्ड, बट हम लोग जो है नाउ वी हैव सो मच ऑफ कैश, यू डोंट माइंड. अरे इसने एक रबर बैंड दे दिया, अरे इसने एक बिस्किट का पैकेट पकड़ा दिया, 5 रुपीज़ का ही तो है, चलो ये यूज़ ही हो जाएगा. ओके फिर धीरे धीरे आपको बहुत सारी और चीज़ें जुड़ने लगती हैं, है ना. आपके पास हो सकता है कि कार ना हो मगर आपको वाइपर साफ करने का कोई ऐसा टूल पकड़ा दिया. डू यू नीड इट? सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी नीड टू आस्क, इज इट फेयर ऑन द कंज्यूमर? नो, दिस इज़ नो वे. मगर जब आप हंड्रेड्स एंड थाउजेंड्स एंड लैक्स ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शंस हो रहे हैं और उसमें बार बार इस तरह की बास्केट स्नीकिंग होती है, तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि मिलियंस ऑफ कंज्यूमर्स एज अ क्लास आर गेटिंग cheated. And it is not expected that consumer will always, you are to be blamed. Oh, तुमने देखा क्यों नहीं, तुमने उसी समय क्यों नहीं कहा. Many times you just cannot see, or many times it is coming as a pre-ticked box, right? हम लोगों ने एक पे कार्रवाई की, a very prominent, wouldn't like to name. जब आप मूवी टिकट्स बुक करते हो, okay, so the most popular site was you book your tickets, you are then supposed to make a choice. आप aisle की सीट लोगे, आप सामने की, आप पीछे की, कहाँ लोगे, है ना. and all the seats are marked differently. I mean the cost is different. then आप कौन सी beverage लोगे, कौन से snacks लोगे, तो ये भी आपके पास आता है, स्मॉल, मीडियम, लार्ज, व्हाटएवर. फिर आपने वो सारा कर दिया, फिर आप बिल पे पहुँचे. नाउ यू आर गोइंग विद योर फ्रेंड्स, यू आर इन अ गुड जॉली मूड. फिर अचानक से एक पहले से ही प्री टिक्ड बॉक्स आता है, बुक अ स्माइल, 1 रुपी. ओके, यू थिंक चलो मैं इतना भी तो कंजूस नहीं हूँ, मैंने 1,500 रुपये खर्च किए, 1 रुपये तो दान में जाना चाहिए, कोई बात नहीं. कहाँ जा रहा है पता नहीं. तो जैसे पद्मा ने कहा कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें तो इसमें टेररिज्म में भी जा रही हैं, बहुत सारी चीज़ें बहुत गलत काम में भी जा रही हैं. एज अ कंज्यूमर यू हैव अ राइट टू से ओके, ये 1 रुपी भी मेरा कहाँ जा रहा है. आपने अपनी वेबसाइट पे ये क्यों नहीं डाला कि भाई हम ये भी चैरिटी करते हैं, ये हमारी दसियों हंड्रेड्स ऑफ चैरिटी भी रन, ठीक है. आप उसमें बताओ, हो सकता है आई एम इंटरेस्टेड इन फीडिंग स्ट्रे डॉग्स, नॉट अ बैड आइडिया दीज डेज, है ना. बट हो सकता है आई एम ऑलरेडी डूइंग समथिंग. हो सकता है मुझे बाकी चीज़ें नहीं पसंद हो, तो मेरी चॉइस का तो ध्यान रखना चाहिए. तो इस तरह से डार्क पैटर्न्स हमारी ज़िंदगी के बहुत हर जगह पे वो आते हैं, और हमारे लिए ये साधारण नहीं है एक्सपेक्ट करना कि कंज्यूमर शुड हैव सेड ओके वाई 1 रुपी, राइट. कंज्यूमर शुड हैव, अगर उसे पता चल गया था तो उसने रिफंड के लिए हमारे पास क्यों नहीं आया. नो, कंज्यूमर मस्ट हैव मेड सम कैलकुलेशंस कि अब 1 रुपया वापस लाने के लिए मुझे 5 रुपये खर्च करने पड़ेंगे, या हो सकता है 500 रुपये खर्च करने पड़े. विल यू डू दैट? नो. So then what happens? It gets normalized. We start thinking, oh, it's all right. But it is not all right. Or this is how AI is using our ignorance, even if we are aware, if we are not ignorant, even then it is manipulating your choices. It is making us feel that cheating is normal, and therefore we must be very watchful. और इसीलिए सेंट्रल कंज्यूमर प्रोटेक्शन अथॉरिटी को सेटअप किया गया कि वो कंज्यूमर जो एज वी आर स्पीकिंग दे आर गेटिंग चीटेड, मैनिपुलेटेड, उनके खिलाफ कौन खड़ा होगा. और इसीलिए ये अथॉरिटी जो है वो ऐसे क्लास ऑफ कंज्यूमर्स हु आर गेटिंग ड्यूप्ड, उनके सेफगार्ड के लिए ये एक्शन लेती है. आई वुड ऑल्सो लाइक टू से कि हम लोगों ने इसमें न केवल डार्क पैटर्न्स को प्रिवेंट करने के लिए गाइडलाइंस बनाई, बट वी ऑल्सो स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग टू प्रोमिनेंट ई-कॉमर्स एंटिटीज़, एक्सप्लेनिंग टू देम दैट these are the dark patterns, let us understand. I have also taken help of IIT BHU to prepare a tool, some kind of an app where consumers can just before making any say business, they can just find themselves whether this site is using any dark pattern or not. Still, we thought that it would be best अगर ई-कॉमर्स एंटिटीज़ खुद प्रोएक्टिवली इस बात को ऑडिट करें, सेल्फ ऑडिट करें, and we gave them about 3 months time, and we requested everybody to audit their own systems, come out with the fact that you are not using any dark pattern. Give this assurance to the consumers that you are not using any dark pattern, and you have to be ever so vigilant. बिकॉज जो आपके सेल्स की टीम होगी ना, वो कहेगी अरे सर दूसरे लोग तो यूज़ कर रहे हैं, हम ही लोग यूज़ नहीं कर रहे, है ना. अरे ये तो फेस्टिव सीज़न है, वी हैव जस्ट अ विंडो ऑफ से 40 days, हम तो पूरे साल का इसी में करते हैं, अरे छोड़ दीजिए वो हम लोग कर लेंगे. दिस इज़ हाउ पीपल ट्राई टू circumvent. So many of these e-commerce entities have actually come out with their self-audit, and they have given to the government that we are not using any dark patterns, and we are very happy about them. इसी समय हमारी एक BIS की भी एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस चल रही है, and yesterday I was there, which is basically for preparing standards for responsible, inclusive and ethical use of AI. अब सोचें कि इसमें भी हमारे पास इंटरनेशनली 39 स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, मगर इथिकल यूज़ क्या हो ये अभी भी इंटरनेशनली इस पर अभी भी डिबेट चल रही है कि कहाँ पे हम बिज़नेस प्रैक्टिस कहते हैं, किसको हम सेफ़ फेयर बिज़नेस प्रैक्टिस कहें, और किसको हम कहें कि ये सेफ़ अनसेफ़ अनएथिकल यूज़ ऑफ AI है. और बहुत जल्दी ही इसमें चूँकि भारत जो है वो सॉफ्टवेयर AI इन सभी में लीड करता है. मैनी ऑफ आवर एक्सपर्ट्स आर एक्चुअली लीडिंग these organizations, and they are shaping the international standards on the AI. And I think with that, governments will be forced to come out with legal frameworks so that we can safeguard consumers from getting manipulated, cheated, duped. And जो I4C करता है, that of course is a crime. आपने देखा डिजिटल अरेस्ट कैसे कैसे हो रहे हैं, और वो भी जो सबसे पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, रिटायर्ड चीफ इंजीनियर, रिटायर्ड ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, रिटायर्ड पुलिस ऑफिसर्स, retired officers from army. If they are falling to the trap of these digital arrests, आप अपने घर में एक कुर्सी पे कैमरा लगा के आप बस बैठे हुए हैं because somebody has convinced you कि कुछ एजेंसीज आपके ऊपर आपके बैंक को देख रही है, कुछ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का कुछ पाया गया है, और फिर आपको कह रही हैं कि हम आपको एडवोकेट भी देंगे, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आपको दिखाया जा रहा है कि आपका केस कैसे फॉलो हो रहा है, हु इज़ कंटेस्टिंग. मतलब यू डोंट नीड टू गो टू वॉच अ मूवी, सो यू कैन इमेजिन कि आज की दुनिया में एक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ने कितना ज़्यादा एक इशू क्रिएट कर दिया है कि सबसे पढ़ा लिखा तबका, वो तबका जिसके पास हर तरह के संसाधन हैं, जो अपने बच्चों को फ़ोन कर सकता था, वो अपने लॉयर फ्रेंड को फ़ोन कर सकता था, किसी और को भी पूछ सकता था भाई ऐसे कुछ होता है क्या। लेकिन हमारे वो लोग भी, मतलब नॉट जस्ट कि वो लोग गुड़गांव में उनको डिजिटल अरेस्ट किया गया या बेंगलुरु में किया गया, पीपल हु आर सिटिंग इन USA, they are also facing these threats, you know. So having, you know, AI to combat frauds is utmost, you know, priority for all the governments. आपने देखा होगा कि हमारे यहाँ कई बार ऐसा न्यूज़ आता है ना कि एक फेक कॉल सेंटर बस्ट किया गया, they were duping USA people, वो यहाँ पे बस्ट हो गया। आपने उससे भी बड़ी बात क्या देखी होगी, एक कोई सो कॉल्ड सेल्फ प्रोक्लेम्ड एम्बेसडर वॉज नैब्ड। दिस इज लाइक रियली इनोवेटिव। और कोई एक नया कंट्री भी उन्होंने अपने आप को दे दिया है ना। तो ये सारी चीज़ें इसलिए बड़े आसानी से हो पा रही हैं बिकॉज आप फेसलेस होकर के एक टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हैं, उसमें अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं है, आप तरह तरह की फेक आइडेंटिटीज़ यूज़ कर सकते हैं। आप देखते हैं कैसे फेक रिव्यूज़ होते हैं, कितने लोगों ने अपने चीज़ों को, आजकल तो हम जा कर के कहीं देखते नहीं हैं तो हमें नहीं पता होता कि भाई ये कांजीवरम साड़ी 5000 रुपीज़ की कैसे बिक रही है, यू नो। नॉर्मली उसमें लिखा रहेगा सिल्कन, वाई, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट सिल्क, राइट। तो द मटीरियल यूज्ड इज सिल्कन, वॉट एवर डज दैट मीन, राइट। और उसको करने के लिए कितनी सारी बार आपके पास अप्रोच होगा कि भाई ये तो बस 4 सिल्कन साड़ीज आर बीइंग गिवन, और इसमें it is very difficult to actually find out which is true, which is not. AI का अब यूज़ कैसे और हो रहा है, आपके नियर डियर फ्रेंड्स का, आपके फैमिली मेम्बर्स की वॉइस को लेकर के जिस प्रकार का आपका बोलने का लहजा है, बिल्कुल ठीक वैसा ही AI जनरेट करता है और आपके फैमिली मेम्बर्स को ड्यूप कर रहा है। आप अपनी पत्नी को फ़ोन कर रहे हैं, भाई मैं यहाँ फंस गया हूँ, एक जगह मुझे 5000 रुपीज़ चाहिए था, ये पे करना है, एंड मैं अभी तुमको शेयर करता हूँ OTP। नाउ द वाइफ थिंक्स ओके, ये तो दैट्स ऑल राइट। तो आपके बच्चे हो सकता है, कोई आपको आकर के, आपने बच्चों को बोला डोंट टॉक टू स्ट्रेंजर्स, वो बेचारा बच्चा जो न्यूक्लियर फैमिली में है, माँ बाप दोनों उसके काम करते हैं, वो जब स्कूल से वापस आता है कोई घंटी बजाता है, दिस फेलो सेज ओके हु आर यू, ही सेज आई एम अ प्लम्बर, योर डैड हैड कंप्लेंट और किचन में कुछ काम कराना है। द बॉय सेज ओके मैं डैड से पूछ करके बताता हूँ। नाउ AI यूजेस द फादर्स यू नो वॉइस एंड देन जस्ट टेल्स द चाइल्ड कि हाँ एक किचन में बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट वो है, प्रॉब्लम है, नहीं तो फ्लडिंग हो जाएगी, तो इसको आने दो प्लम्बर अंकल को, एंड देन ही जस्ट गेट्स एक्सेस। तो डू यू रियलाइज हाउ यू नो इन एन एवरीडे लाइफ आवर पीपल आर फेसिंग दिस चैलेंज, एंड देयरफॉर एक काउंटरफीट रिटेल ई-कॉमर्स में आना ये बहुत आसान हो गया है। पहले तो फिर भी एक डेलिब्रेट इंटेंट होता था, अब तो इवन सेलर्स के लिए, ई-कॉमर्स एंटिटीज़ के लिए भी उतना ही डिफ़िकल्ट है, बिकॉज काउंटरफीट प्रोडक्ट्स किस तरह से आ रहे हैं यू डू नॉट नो। और सेलर जो है, सेलर भी फ्लाई बाय नाइट ऑपरेटर है, आज आया जुड़ा, जैसे आपने अमेज़ॉन के बारे में बताया, अबाउट 16 लाख sellers are there, and these are like constantly somebody coming, somebody exiting. बाय द टाइम आपने उसको अपनी बिजनेस इथिक्स के बारे में बताया, तब तक वो उसने अपना कुछ दो चार करके वो तो गायब हो गया. अगेन ही कम्स बैक, चेंजेस द नेम, you know, again he comes on the, you know, these platforms. So there is an urgent need to basically ensure that counterfeit products, those products which are prohibited by law, under any law, those products which need regulation, they should not be sold. हम लोगों ने अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के समय देखा कि तमाम सारे वायरलेस सेट्स सेल होने लगे. They are regulated. SIM boxes, they started, you know, coming on such platforms. तो एक साधारण व्यक्ति ऐसी रेडियो फ्रीक्वेंसी की डिवाइसेस क्यों लेगा? Do we know SIM box का क्या यूज़ है? Do we know? I mean, have we purchased? No. So कौन ये परचेज कर रहा है? तो इसका मतलब है कि क्रॉस बॉर्डर बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो हम फिज़िकल फॉर्म में कस्टम्स के द्वारा जब वो आता था तो एक फ़िज़िकल चेक होता था, देयर वाज अ फिज़िकल बैरियर, बट क्रॉस बॉर्डर ट्रेड जैसे जैसे बढ़ रहा है, इट इज़ इवन गेटिंग डिफ़िकल्ट. एंड देयरफॉर आई एम वेरी हैप्पी दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट you know, this subject, and we all have to work together in not only remaining watchful, being aware, but also coming together and trying to see how do we safeguard our consumers. All of us are also consumers, even if we are in the roles of regulator, you know, e-commerce entity, seller, whoever. All of us are also consumers, and we are also likely to be a victim of this AI fraud. And therefore, kudos to PHDCCI for organizing this very timely workshop. And we look forward to, you know, taking suggestions and taking your inputs to bring out policies, legal frameworks to combat, to basically make sure that the use of AI is safe and ethical. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your thought leadership perspective. And good AI, bad AI, ethical AI, unethical AI, this is always a dilemma we are always in. But whenever there is, I think, problem of choice, we should, in fact, I think at that point in time, we should be more responsive whether we need to, you know, take a particular decision or not. So thank you very much indeed for such an insightful, you know, thought process you have given to us. Now with this, I would like to invite Dr. Ranjit Mehta, our CEO and Secretary General PHDCCI, to give the concluding remarks and way forward. Over to you.
Thank you. Nidhi Khareji, Secretary Consumer Affairs, Padma Jaiswal ji, Secretary Pondicherry Government, and Mr. Ravi Gandhi, Chair of our Retail Committee, and Mr. Aman from Amazon, Dr. Jatinder Singh, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. It was such a exhaustive, very informative, ma'am, from you, the speech which you gave and the awareness. I think that at the end of the day, it is the people who need to be really aware. Though I think there are regulations, there are companies like Amazon and other companies who are taking certain steps to make sure that everyone really shops in or does that e-commerce in a very safe and trustful environment. However, at the end of the day, if somebody gets affected is the consumer. There used to be an ad from Consumer Affairs, which is still, of course, Jago, Grahak Jago. It is buyer be aware. I think that rule applies. That is a fundamental to how we can really save ourselves from these fraudsters. But still, due to so many, as artificial intelligence, it is good also. It is doing so many good things. It is bringing efficiency at our work. But at the same time, fraudsters, they are also using it for damaging the atmosphere, for cheating the consumers. So I think that, today the very learned speakers and who have come here. In fact, we thank Nidhi Khare madam for taking out time, because she also has a program going on in Bharat Mandapam simultaneously. Whatever we need to do, I think that ultimately it is the consumer who is going to be affected, and we need to be constantly aware of these things, and we hope that the various regulations that are being made, they are implemented, because ultimately the regulations are there, and how fast, how far they are implemented on the ground, that makes the difference. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I thank everyone, all of you, and ma'am, we will definitely send these recommendations and feedback we received from the deliberations the whole day to you, and thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehta. As a mark of felicitation, I'll request you to kindly give memento to our distinguished speakers. Dr. Ravi Gandhi, if you can also join in doing the honors, please.
I would request Dr. Ranjit Mehta and Dr. Ravi Gandhi to please present a memento to our chief guest, Srimati Nidhi Khare, Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. I would request Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI, and Dr. Ravi Gandhi, Chair, Retail, E-Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee, to present a memento to Srimati Padma Jaiswal, IAS, Secretary of the Government of Union Territory of Puducherry. I request Dr. Ranjit Mehta and Dr. Jatinder Singh to present a memento to Mr. Aman Jain, Director, Public Policy, Amazon. I request both of them to present a memento to Dr. Ravi Gandhi, Chair, Retail, E-Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee and President, Reliance Retail Limited. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for getting us up to speed on how online shopping is going ahead to protect the rights of consumers, and how AI is making a difference in stamping out fraudulent practices. I request everybody to remain seated. We will continue with our sessions without a break. We are just setting the stage for our next discussion, which will continue the conversation we started in the inaugural session about protecting customers in the digital age. I request everybody to please settle down and take their seats. Next, we have a panel discussion with the topic of fraud with consumer, protecting buyers in the digital age. Protecting online buyers from fraud, counterfeit products, and unfair practices is a shared responsibility. Laws like the Consumer Protection Act 2019 and E-Commerce Rules 2020 provide the legal backbone. Platforms must ensure due diligence and proactive filtering, and consumers need to be more aware and use grievance mechanisms available to them. Law enforcement agencies also need to come up to speed with the latest changes happening. Have I missed out anything? Let's hear it from our experts on how to build a digital trust ecosystem against fraud and counterfeits. Please welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Mr. Kapil Malhotra, founder and managing director of Total Solutions Group. Please give him a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Total Solutions Group is Asia's largest and premier mystery audit company, specializing in conducting operational and commercial due diligence for startups and organizations across the globe. Mr. Malhotra brings tremendous amount of expertise in the startup ecosystem, and he is a highly sought after investor and mentor. Please welcome our speakers in this session. Dr. Pavan Duggal, advocate, Pavan Duggal Associates. He is joining us virtually. Please welcome Mr. Rajiv Sood, founder and director, Brands and Fakes. Please give him a round of applause and welcome Mr. Rajiv Sood on stage. Please welcome Ms. Priyanka Sharma, Head Technology Laws and Data Privacy, Group Legal and Compliance, Aditya Birla Group. Please give a round of applause and welcome her on stage. And also welcome Dr. Vivek Srivastav, CEO, CDMO, Multani for Pharmaceuticals. Please give our speakers a round of applause and welcome them on stage. I'll hand it over to our moderator, Mr. Malhotra, to take this conversation ahead.
A very good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. I'll just add a little more about myself, and then I'm going to pass the mic to my fellow co-panelists so that they can introduce themselves a little more in detail. My name is Kapil Malhotra. I'm a chartered accountant. I run Total Solutions Group. I run Vyapar Capital, which is a fund, and we also have initiated a health tech platform where we're enabling organizations in India to make for the global reach as well. When I was approached to moderate this session, I think for me what was very interesting to look at my fellow co-panelists. I think on the stage today we have two lawyers, Rajiv, Priyanka, yourself, and we have a doctor on my right. I'm a chartered accountant. Pavan, who could not join us today in person, I think he might be joining us virtually. He's also a leading lawyer himself. And how are we going to deep dive into understanding how to protect buyers in this digital age is what we're going to talk about. I think over the last few days, the opportunity that I had to interact with my co-panelists has been fascinating. The challenges that we've been discussing has been very, very interesting. And the more important theme around that is how we are all looking at creating solutions around it for the larger good is what we're going to talk about. I'm going to pass the mic to Priyanka first. Priyanka, if you can just let the audience know a little more about yourself, please.
Thank you, Kapil, and thank you, PHDCCI, for having us here today. I head technology laws for the Aditya Birla Group, so that includes everything from cybersecurity laws to AI governance for all our group companies across the group. I think this is a very pertinent topic today in the digital age. We are not just in an age where we are using technology, but we are moving to more emerging technologies, which may be, a little new for us. But the next generation is going to be AI native, and that is where the fraudsters of tomorrow are coming from. Even fraudsters of today are coming from. You have hackers, you have fraudsters, you have counterfeiters. They are all coming from a generation where AI is native to them. So I think organizations need to start adopting technology to fight this menace as well. So I think a very good discussion today. Looking forward to it, Kapil.
Thanks, Kapil, for opening up the session today. I am CEO for Multani Pharmaceutical, and what mentioned CDMO is basically the contract development and manufacturing organization where we have to develop, that means ideate the product and to make it commercialize for companies. So what I take care of course, the entire the B2B components, And the topic what we are going to discuss ahead for another 45 minutes is we'll be catching on, because a lot of the information is there and it's directly affecting the consumer way of consuming it, especially in our industry where the healthcare and nutrition products are on the e-com largely. So it's very important to make consumer aware about it with the right information and to prevent the fraud in terms of communication, information, and also what reflects on the label, on the carton or on the packs. Thank you.
It does work. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rajiv Sood, and I lead 3 organizations, in fact. And the reason I want to talk about it, it's kind of give a lot of context to our discussion. One is that I run an organization which helps to fight counterfeits, and also associated with a non-government organization where we are taking up a lot of consumer causes, especially when it comes to frauds, brand protection, and also violations which are prevalent in the market to brand owners, to consumers, and so on and so forth. That's one aspect of it. I also run an e-commerce setup in Europe where we sell a lot of products online. So that's me. So when we sell online, so we know what the challenges we face every day in selling those products online. And then I also run a technology company which is into AI, and we help a lot of organizations adopt AI, and especially the agentic AI in various streams, and in controls, in compliances, in productivity areas. So I have a legal background and I have a technology background as well. So with that, what I feel is that today when we are looking at a topic like this, it is not only the way we want to give a relief to a consumer in one way or the other from a legal perspective, or a brand owner in one sense, but also deploy technology, AI particularly, either from a government's perspective, or from citizens' perspective, or from brand owners' perspective. And then look at the whole issue of proactive management, proactive information to the public at large, to brand owners, and to governments also. So it will be interesting for me to contribute in this discussion and share my thoughts and experience, which has been there for the last couple of years. So thank you, Kapil. I leave it up to you now to take us through the session.
Sure. No, fantastic. Thanks, Rajiv, Priyanka, and Dr. Vivek. So let me try to now break down how we're going to move ahead. Obviously, I'm going to be putting pointed questions to my co-panelists. But at the end, the last 5 minutes, I'm going to open the floor to the audience, and I would request the audience to also put across their questions. They can put their name, the organization, what question do they have, and whom do they want to point it to as well. Protecting buyers in digital age. I think over the last few years, the amount of cases that we've been hearing on social media, in the television, in the news, it's not only surprising, but it's shocking when we're looking at digital arrests happening, the amount of money that's going out. I remember a case where one of my employees sitting in office, all of a sudden reached out to me, and he said that his bank account was getting immediate debits of a particular amount, which was a 9999 amount. So 9,999 was getting debited, and there were 14 transactions that happened in less than 14 seconds. So I asked him that, how did this happen? I'm sure you've clicked a button somewhere. I'm sure you've done something somewhere. And he said, yes, I got a message from Indraprastha Gas Limited that said that, you've not paid your IGL bill, and if you do not pay it in the next 30 minutes, it's going to get disconnected, and here's the link. Now, this person's background is, he's a very educated person, he's been in the team for a long time, and we immediately realized that this was a fraud link that was on his, came to his mobile. And post that, we reached to 1930, we went on the website, immediately lodged a complaint, reached out to the authorities, and To our surprise, within less than a week, the amount came back to the person's account. So despite all these fraudsters doing multiple things, there is also some sort of regulation. There is some machinery that is also working against it. But in today's world, Rajiv, since you're working in the overseas environment and the Indian environment, and you have a community that works with you as well, this is not a one-man job or a one-stakeholder job, right? How important is it to educate buyers out here or sensitize them or make them aware, and what is their role in today's world to protect themselves?
Yeah, in fact, one of the most important aspect is actually, reaching or educating consumers proactively in terms of what are they likely to be getting into. Everything else happens as a process for correction, which you mentioned. But then, a lot of things which when we talk about educating a consumer, there are a lot of things which consumer needs to know in terms of the ingredients which are there in the product, in terms of the supplier who is supplying that, and also in terms of what are the risks associated with consuming that product. So there are pockets of informations which are available, at siloed, places. There are compliance requirements which might be existing in certain government portals. There'll be.
So there's too much information.
Yeah, there is
spread in too many ways.
It is spread, and the consumer does not have a methodology to kind of access that information and look at how does that information is meaningful for me. So that's where the challenge is. So government of India is running a lot of programs, but then they are very specific programs which are only meant for one section or one type of education. But in terms of if you are buying a product which needs statutory compliances, you are not sure whether we had representatives from Amazons and Flipkarts of the world, but actually these products are complying or not complying, and what is the risk associated with my health or my safety by consuming or by buying that product. So we look at the product, we look at the image, and we look at the price and everything, and we go ahead and buy it, assuming that it is complied to. So if there is a information which I can access to, that okay, this products look okay, but is it actually really compliant? And that we expect the e-commerce player to do that.
So is it their fiduciary responsibility for them to ensure that before they enable a reseller or a seller on their platform, they need to do those checks? Because eventually that's what we're doing. We're going on their platform and ordering for those items.
Yes, they actually do that in a way, but then it is not effective. When I say it is not effective, so they would ask for, when they're enrolling a vendor, they will ask for some documents and all that. So now they don't verify those documents. They do not carry out due diligence whether the document itself is right or not, or whether the compliance which he has claimed to be there continues to be compliant after a period of 3 months, 6 months, or after that, or whether this is a fraud which is being committed, and there is some impersonation happening either as a seller or as a product or as a compliance requirement.
So is it buyer beware?
Yeah, you can you can't say it's a buyer beware. First of all, it's about the platform players putting in little more processes. First of all, government being opening little more information availability on some. I'm coming down to the agents now. So if you have agents, AI agents, and government has a big program for deploying AI. So if you open up government systems, and I'm sure government is already doing that, and then you have agents which can give information on a fly, on demand, and that information can be stitched into the platform's expectations.
Right.
And the same information in a way can be extracted and shown it to a consumer or to a brand owner, that hey, somebody is trying to sell this product which probably is your IP on a platform. So all that, those AI programs which government is now introducing, everyone needs to be little more open and provide that protocols to the larger community to make it happen. So like a consumer needs to have that information, it comes from the platform has to give that, it comes from the government system has to do that.
Sure.
It comes from the other legal aspects, like there could be informations which are available in the enforcement organizations, in the legal systems, and that information has to be brought in, and then somebody
and the offline stakeholders too, right? So I'll hold your thought there. Let me pass on the mic to Priyanka and then to Dr. Vivek. So Priyanka, looking at you're heading technology laws, looking at the Data Privacy Act now coming in the country and slowly becoming enforceable in many ways. At the Aditya Birla Group, looking at the multiple departments, organizations, business units that you have, how do you adopt a technology today all across the organization, and what is the structure to it? Because today we're looking at AI as a buzzword, right? It is not as simple as just picking it up and then implementing. It's not a box push product. So how are those decisions taken at Aditya Birla Group?
So while AI is the buzzword today, I think a lot of people mistake AI for a one-stop solution for all their problems. That is not what AI is. AI, we were also discussing earlier before this, AI only works when you have data to support it. Otherwise, it's what we say, garbage in, garbage out. You don't have the right data, you don't have a clean data set, it will not work with any AI. When you look at fraud prevention also, you need to have the right data sets to understand what are the patterns that have been there in the past. These patterns will help you determine how to prevent fraud in the future. Now, to do that, the Amazons of the world, I think Mr. Jain also spoke about it earlier, they have been utilizing their data, their institutional knowledge over the years to detect certain patterns which are usual in that sense, which are patterned. But what AI will help you do is find anomalies. For example, if you look at the UPI, system came up, and there was a UPI boom recently after the pandemic. With that, a lot of UPI frauds also came up. So what did NPCI do? They got together with some fintech companies, and they developed a monitoring mechanism to make sure that they can use technology to monitor fraudulent transactions. Now, if someone is sending money to 20 new accounts in the middle of the night, that is an anomaly that AI picks up. You cannot have an individual monitoring this. There have been, cybersecurity tools that have been doing this for ages. So it's not something new that we are doing. But with AI, the advantage is that it will give you scale, it gives you scalability, it gives you efficiency, cost efficiency, and it will also give you, lower false positives. So there is less error in the outcome, that it's not error free by any standard, but there is very, very minimal error when it comes to properly trained AI that is trained on the proper data sets. Now when you're looking for a solution, first you need to know what is your problem. A lot of organizations that we talk to, just we have CXOs looking at getting AI into their organization. But what you first need to identify is your problem statement. What is it that you're trying to resolve? Is it worth spending that much money? So you have to look at the ROI also. You may be a smaller company. It is better if you are a small to medium enterprise to look at tools that can help you with that instead of developing something on your own. There are third-party tools that are already trained that can give you the same benefit at a fraction of the cost. It may not be exactly suitable for your use case, but it does give you a better ROI. So those are some of the considerations you need to put in place. The advantage with AI is that it is frictionless security. So with traditional cybersecurity methods, what happens is, firstly, they are slower compared to an AI tool. Of course, faster than a human interception, but slower compared to AI tools. Another problem that comes in is that it dilutes the customer experience. Now your consumer, your customer does not care if you are using AI or blockchain or rocket science for your fraud prevention. What they care is my money safe? Am I getting the real goods? So that is, I think, where we need to focus on what does the consumer want and what is our problem statement, and then try to solve it with AI. Keeping in mind that there are other layers before you move on to the AI race. You need to have proper data, you need to have proper cyber security, you need to take into consideration privacy laws when you're training your AI. All of that then eventually leads to AI adoption and sensible AI adoption, I think.
I think that's a great point. I'll just share a case study where we work with a fairly large retailer. And since we send in decoy customers to evaluate customer experience in terms of what's happening on the ground, whether you've been greeted properly, whether the product is being showcased to you, whether the usage of the product is being showcased to you, and what is your conversion at the end in terms of going to the cashier counter, is it taking you more than X number of minutes, because that is where the drop of sale can happen. Now, what we've done on top of that, we have put computer vision on the cameras as well. So what time is the store opening? How many footfalls during the day? Morning shift versus evening shift, what is the conversion that is happening? How much time is being spent at the cashier actually per customer? And where is the friction happening there using computer vision? Now imagine a brand under Aditya Birla that has more than 500 stores today. Today, using computer vision, we are able to detect that if all the stores need to open at 10 a.m., which are the 50 of those that have not opened at 10 a.m.? And before 10 a.m., when is the first human being that entered into the store for mopping, cleaning, calibrating, and getting everything ready? So using AI on existing CCTV cameras, which is otherwise controlled looked at the control room, has now become very different. The speed is now faster. If there is a little bit of a smoke billowing somewhere before it becomes into a fire, the camera is being able to send that trigger and message and raise a ticket to the right respondent using computer vision. And that is where the role of AI has been used correctly in certain use cases. Dr. Vivek, coming to you as well, I think on the pharma side, on the healthcare side, I think an interesting discussion that was turning out into a debate as well as what we were having prior to this is that healthcare is something that we all believe is kind of a fundamental right? Whatever we're putting into our bodies is something that has a very, very high trust quotient, especially when you're gulping something down, right? Looking at the sources of products or the ingredients that make a product, and under the brand name that you operate this, I believe this is the 4th generation of the brand, right? Some of the products like you have the Kuka cough syrup, this is like a home remedy that everyone would literally call it like a home remedy because it uses certain ingredients that we all are aware of. So coming down to the ingredient level, how does AI come in, or where do you guys ensure that the efficacy of the product comes through the way it is being promised to the consumer?
Very true, Kapil, what you said. I think you put the context very right, relatable to our industry of healthcare. So, the basic thing in our industry, since the products are being consumed by the human population, it's directly affecting their health strata as such. So, in our industry, counterfeiting and the fraud goes concurrent. And both comes like, if manufacturer using the counterfeiting in terms of the ingredients is possible, the substitution of the ingredient with the cheaper price, which is pretty possible. I will just give you a very classical example of Shilajit. I think most of us we know about. Since I talked about Ashwagandha, so I have not repeated, I will talk about the Shilajit here. You go to the different, the hilly region of the country, especially in Himachal, and you will hear something about Shilajit, that how it works, what is it, and you'll find vendors to sell it locally there, and they will give you the imagination, this is what going to happen, a night probably or over a night, right? And look at the other Shilajit information, which is coming from the high research, which is saying no, Shilajit is the high complex of the minerals and the micronutrients, which really helps to enhance the health effect and restoration of the health and the diseases. So, how the difference comes. This is the information. Now, ingredient level identification in our industry is basis on the quality certification. What vendor is supplying, we of course approve the vendor by the audit process. Our quality head or quality people, they go and visit the vendor, and in the effort would be to buying it from manufacturer, not from the traders or the distributors.
Okay.
It is basically the principles from which we encourage to buy it, and that's how we implement the policy at very initial stage. Because we know since he is producing, the manufacturer is producing, right from the cultivation and identification of the raw material, it's going to be a, it's like totally uniform in terms of its property and the quality. Coming to us, once the ingredient we buy it, we send it to the QC lab or central lab, and we find, okay, whatever he's basically reflecting on the certificate of analysis is really found to be in the actual ingredient. Now, till then, it's uniformity created. Now, turning to a product, I will talk about the practical things. So, for example, if any company says, I need 30 capsules with this much of the GC, if I propose the cost, look, this is the X costing is coming as the transfer price, he say, cost is not coming. What can be the better approach? I can show really, if I am giving you the 40% of the purity in this ingredient, I can give you the 20%, but I'm not going to compromise that, giving you 40% and using the 20%. That means the right information will be communicated there, that I'm going to make the price cheaper by using the different specification or the grade of the ingredient. And that still 20% will be always present during the shelf life. That's a one basic approach, the manual of the quality policies, which normally a good company will anyways follow and get into the compliance according to the law. Point number 2 comes here, the AI. So in our industry, I will tell the AI implementation or the actual use of the AI is at very nascent stage, because as Priyanka has mentioned that everything comes from the data. So the backward integration is what data is available, and the forward would be the predictive possibility of what can be the fraudulence could be there. But important is the bridge. The bridge is producing the right quality of the product. That's important. So the database would be there. It says that these are the frauds which has been occurred in the past 10 years or the 5 years. And now this is the algorithm, or basically a database is there in the digit. And once they make any product, the company would, just check out, okay, these are the checks and the points. So they will ask more than a quality identification. Please look at these claims also. Please look at this communication also, so that the regulatory department will say, label claim we mention that helps to promote, let's say, muscle health. They say no. Other companies has got the letter in the notice because they have mentioned for this claim, we should not mention that. This is what the database. So again, it's going to be a digital plus very practical approach. We cannot just jump to be, in just compounding its benefits. No, now I'm going to use AI. And everything is going to smooth now. Another 5-10 years, probably a lot of the struggle would be required, and a lot of change in the policies would be required. Good to go.
I have a few thoughts on that, but let me get to Dr. Pavan Duggal. I think he's joined us virtually. Dr. Duggal, are you there? Yes, loud and clear. So, Dr. Duggal, we're missing you in person, but appreciate you taking a pause wherever you're traveling to and joining us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. I would have loved to be there in person, but it's got to start. Please go ahead.
I appreciate. So, Dr. Duggal, I remember one particular case that I was listening to, which you had mentioned to the Department of Justice, where a young girl from school had got kidnapped and the parents were called. Why I'm talking about it is not just protecting the buyer out here, I'm talking about the citizen at large, right? Whatever is happening in the country today, especially with this digital highway that has been created. So this young girl got kidnapped. There was a ransom call made to a parent to pay 15 odd lakh rupees in X number of 15 odd minutes. And eventually it unfolded into something else. So can we understand what really is going on today in terms of either these deep fakes or the challenges that we're addressing, if you can make everyone a little aware out here, because we have 1.4 billion people today on this digital highway.
Thanks. Today is the age not just of artificial intelligence, but also of deep fakes. In the case that you talked about, the parents had got a call from a kidnapper who says he's kidnapped their small daughter, were not convinced and asked to wait to speak to the daughter. The father talked to the daughter was crying, howling, saying they're kidnapping me, they will kill me, please come and save me. Convinced about the fact that the daughter was in danger, he tried to negotiate the amount of 15 lakh rupees that was asked for. The kidnappers refused to budge, and finally, since he was only given the time of 15 minutes to decide, else the daughter would be killed, he decided to pay. And later they found out that the daughter had never been kidnapped, the daughter was always in school, and they had used the deepfake as a technology for the purposes of trying to hoodwink or even cheat the father into believing that the voice sample was that of his daughter and not of AI. So I think today you have to be very clear. You don't need to be a Rashmika Mandan, an Alia Bhatt, or a Katrina Kaif of whose deepfake has to be prepared. Today, deepfake can be prepared of yours, mine, of anyone, thanks to these free tools that are available. Therefore, deepfake today has become a very important ammunition in the arsenal of cyber criminals who want to target you for one particular reason or the other. Look, today cheating and fraud has taken a different level altogether, with cybercrime being powered by artificial intelligence, both on the dark net as also the superficial net. Deepfake has come across as a very potent mechanism to even go ahead and try to confuse, cheat, and make people into believing something that was non-existent. But last night, I was on a television channel where they're talking about a politician and a new political party in South India who's gone ahead and used AI and deepfake technology for the purposes of making live dead leaders who are seeking their blessings. Now, clearly, these are unethical, legal exercises, but the beauty is that today when I talk with you, India does not have a dedicated law either on artificial intelligence or on deepfake. So in a scenario like this, we only have to rely on existing laws. As customers, as consumers, we have to be mindful of the fact that we will potentially always be targeted today's world by deepfakes. We have to start inculcating an element of distrust, mistrust in our minds. Let's not trust any information that we see, read, or hear till such time we have gone ahead and independently verify the authenticity or the veracity of the same. Also, I think the lawmakers have to come in very quickly, because now deepfake has started emerging as a very important component of digital arrest cases. Today, in fact, a majority of digital arrest cases have deepfakes. So if they can actually use the deepfake technology to convince a prominent industrialist that he's talking to the Chief Justice of India and convince him to pay 7 crore rupees, I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. We need to wake up to a new revolution that's coming up, and the quicker we come up with legal frameworks to go ahead and protect the innocent users, customers, and consumers from the effects of the misuse of deepfake and artificial intelligence, the better it's going to be. Otherwise, it's already going to be mayhem. Today, new models are getting released each passing day, month, and year, and new powerful models which is even making humans more insensitive. AI psychosis has already set in. We have begun to start relying upon AI more than humans. And in this new whole age of reliance on AI, reliance on deepfake can actually be a double-edged sword, a round-going knife that can come and teach you your commercial interest, your reputation, your goodwill, your standing. So I think a lot of work has to be done. The government has fortunately begun working in the direction of exploring new legal frameworks for AI. I believe the time is very, very right for India to have a dedicated legislation on AI. Because even when I look at the Consumer Protection Act of 2019 and the dark pattern rules and regulations, I find that these specific nuances pertaining to misuse of AI, specifically targeting the customers, has not been adequately addressed. We will have to do that very, very quickly. But till such time that the law comes up, we will have to start engaging more in capacity building on sensitizing users, consumers. Hey guys, don't believe what you see. Don't really act on what you read or what you hear, because most of this time it could be generated by AI. It could be full of hallucination. It could be full of content which is relied upon. It puts you to shame, to embarrassment, and potential legal detriment and injury.
And Dr. Pavan, while you're there, what I recall, maybe a decade ago when there was a fraud or a cheating incident that happened in the family, people used to maybe keep it to themselves. They would not highlight it because of the embarrassment issue that can happen around it. Right now, what we're reading about digital arrests or the industrialists paying that amount to the Chief Justice, this is information that is now becoming public. It is known, and we can all understand that this could be multifold. It's not only what is being reported, maybe there's so much more that is still going on. The question that I have for you, Dr. Pavan, is that internationally, this is not an India problem, right? AI is not an India problem, right? It is also a Japan problem, an El Salvador problem. It's a global issue, right? The enforceability is something that you mentioned, it's not at the level, at the pace at which the frauds are happening. What is that one, quick step that the government needs to put out here? You mentioned about an enactment or a legislation specifically on AI. Doesn't this already come under the Ministry of IT or the IT Act and all of that as well? What does the consumer need to be aware of here? The buyer, what does he need to be? What is the step that he or she needs to take?
Thank you for that remarkable question. First and foremost, buyers and consumers need to be aware that today morning when I'm talking with you, India does not have any dedicated law on artificial intelligence or misuse of deepfakes or on emerging technologies first. If we are expecting a 25-year-old legislation, being the Information Technology Act 2000, to go ahead and serve us in these new vagaries of artificial intelligence, we are mistaken. Why? Because this legislation never was envisaged or meant to be for governing new paradigms like artificial intelligence. Going forward, I believe India has got this wonderful historical opportunity today. The opportunity to come up with dedicated legislation on artificial intelligence. And the reason is very simple. Already we are behind the curve. We are behind the race. Why? Countries like European Union, China, El Salvador, South Korea, Japan have already come up with new laws on artificial intelligence. And lately California has now come up with SB 53, a new legislation that's going to force more transparency into the black box paradigm of AI per se. So in this context, I believe going forward, the government has to come up with a futuristic, future-proof legislation on AI, which will be principle-based. The problem is AI is developing so rapidly, so you can't have any technology-specific AI legislation, because with every few months, technology changing, it will be hard for us to go back to Parliament and get it changed or revised. Instead, if we come up with more principle-based regulatory approach, where broad principles for regulation could be elaborated in the legal frameworks, that could be a great starting point. In addition, broad flexibility needs to be given to the Indian government in terms of coming up with new secondary legislation, rules and regulations for the purposes of meeting up with the specific nuances and challenges thrown up by technologies, and these subsequently created secondary legislation would feed into the mother legislation. But that's not enough. I think we need to go beyond. We have to realize that in India, one-size-fits-all legislation for AI will not work. You will have to have principle-based legislation. But more significantly, you will also have to have sector-specific regulations by sector-specific regulators.
Right.
Why? Because the way how AI is being used in sectors like medicine, pharma, BFSI, insurance is a different ballgame altogether. And hence, one-size-fits-all approach may not necessarily work. Hence, umbrella legislation, broad legal principles, supplemented by secondary legislation, and also further augmented by sector-specific guidelines would be a great way forward for
Sure.
Indians. We have already become the most populous nation in the world. It's very important that we come up with new standards. Don't look at copy-paste. Come up with our own customized approaches to AI regulation, so that what we do shall become a benchmarking standard for the rest of the world and the global south in the coming times.
Thank you, Dr. Pavan. We have many more questions for you in case you can join us for lunch. I don't want to hold you. You're safely parked on the side, but please carry on with your duties of the day. And we look forward to interacting with you. Thank you so much for joining us today, Dr. Pavan. We'll see you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thanks. So, Rajiv, let me come back to you now. I think this is, till now what we realized is that AI has been kind of showcased as the villain at the moment till now. Everyone is looking at, just because of AI, what all is happening, where are we going wrong, and there's so much of not only hallucination happening, but so many of frauds happening around that. What is the good side of AI? You talked about agentic AI, where there's more work that can be done with more productivity, efficiency, accuracy, and a lot of menial tasks can go away. It was like how the calculator came in and then how the supercomputer came in. So where are we on agentic AI today? And if you need to crystal gaze, how do you see this actually percolating down, not only from a top organizations level, but maybe to the small and medium organizations as well?
See, in terms of agentic AI, when I look at it and making it more responsible, what the protocol which we were speaking a little while before, today we have MCP. Now, what it does is that we train the agent. It's actually a micro agent which works on specific data or specific records, and then we define that this is the boundary in which you have to operate. So this micro agent under this protocol has a context where it is defined that you will work in this context and give me the responses. So it could be on my own databases and my own documents. It could be compliance documents in government bodies and regulatory authorities. So each of these agents have a specific role without hallucination and specific tasks it is designed to perform. It's just not about that you ask him anything and he'll answer. It's you ask him something which is beyond his context, he'll say, I'm sorry, I can't help you on this. I am only trained for this particular information or this set of data or this set of documents. So you have these set of agents which are micro agents which will work on specific areas, and then you have governing agents which will kind of allocate tasks to these micro agents and then collate that information and satisfy or give information in a form or a methodology in which a user or a consumer or a business wants to look at it. So which means that today the way larger organizations are doing, they are defining these architectures, the MCPs or the micro agents on their own databases, on their own documents, and then resolving a particular problem, which Branka also mentioned, that we need to understand first a problem and then look at where does the information comes from. So it's not about so when we do it with very specific architectures in place, very specific boundaries in place, so we are then making it more efficient, we are making it more responsible, and it is very precise to the use case or the problem statement which I'm wanting to resolve.
So the impact is definitely there if used correctly, if the architecture is put the right way.
Absolutely.
If the protocols are put the right way.
Yes. And there are standards today available.
And there are standards available. So maybe 5 years ago, 3 years ago was not available.
Oh, and even a year before they were not there.
Even a year before.
And they're evolving. And so today, the good thing is that these are now becoming more standard practices. And of course, there needs to be more governance in place, which
and
will
you see this
eventually
trickling down to smaller organizations where there is an ROI, there is a skill set developed for it. You see this moving at a faster pace, especially in a country like India?
See, a lot of people are today working on these micro agents. So you can just call it as a service.
Right.
You can just call it as a service.
Right.
Process that information in your own parlance and get away with it.
And to make it more accurate, maybe we should be reaching out to organizations like yours so that the architecture is developed correctly at the first hand, and not that it goes in the wrong direction and then you realize that it's not giving you the right information.
Absolutely, absolutely. You have to put the right architectures. Governments are doing it. Larger organizations are doing it. There are, chunks of specialized, agents which are being exposed. So with these protocols, we can extract information and then deploy it for my own purpose within my own context. And this context can be increased. Today, I might start with only information on certain data, on certain documents. Tomorrow, I want to make it a little more broad-based. So I say, okay, now I expose more information to you. So out of this,
so you can increase the maturity level over a period of time.
You can increase the more breadth of the, you can bring in more I should say capabilities in the agents to answer your more complex queries.
Looks enticing. Dr. Vivek, I'll come to you on your next question, and then Priyanka, then we'll open it to the floor here. Dr. Vivek, since healthcare is such a regulated industry in one way, we have the Ministry of Health, we have Ayush, we have CDSU, we have BIS coming in, we have FSSAI coming in as well. Is there a unified mechanism available today for a healthcare manufacturer or provider like yourselves and others that follow a homogeneous pattern today?
So currently actually it is not in the place, because earlier, the food supplement in fact was being regulated by the PFA, which was the part of drug only. Now when FSI has formed, it's in a separate regulated body to control or to authorize this food supplement product and nutrition. I think it's going to take another 5-6 years to frame it down, because as of now there is no uniformity, and really I'm telling you, that's really inevitable. It's demand of time, in fact, that we should do. But since the nature of the product is different, in the drugs we always talk about the treatment, we don't talk about the prevention or managing the condition. And if you look at the paracetamol, or simply paracetamol, mechanism of action, mode of action, everything is well defined. But when you talk about a natural ingredient, that still need a lot of the research. So since the ingredient is everything, and that's important, at what is already there, so regulators are still working on it. Like I give an example, I give a classical example of the vitamin C. Vitamin C, when we talk about therapeutic doses, it goes up to 1500 mg. One has to take proper 3 pills in a day. But when we talk about the food, it is 80 mg. Look at the difference. So, and I think we are not looking for any uniformity also, but within that domain, uniformity should be there. We cannot do across, the industry, but within that domain, for example, if I have to uniform, at least I can say for 2-3 points for vitamin C, this can be only present on the label, no other claims can be there. This much of the stringent in the regulation in terms of consumer communication is important, which is not there in the place. Consumer is totally confused that somebody is selling the vitamin C at 1,000 rupees, and other company is doing at 30 rupees. That's what.
And then you also have some influencers who are on the internet who say that if you do this, your hair will grow. If you
the quack influencers are there.
If you do this, your skin will overnight glow like.
But I would say that one thing, that's AI has no match for the natural stupidity. We should really avoid it. Whatever it is that you have to use your intelligence. Human wisdom cannot be, that over dominant by the AI. It has to be always there. Go in and hand. How the AI has came. It's only came from the human wisdom. If we will allow it to, business, doing the ease of the business, doing the ease of the information is one approach. Hallucination up to that level that even my mind or the person mind stop to think or contemplate or ponder upon, that's an individual choice. That's not the AI is creating the.
No, that's a fair point. I think that's a fair point, and thanks for clarifying. But I did get your wish list that you're looking at how at the Ministry of Health, at the apex level, how things should get more unified and more in a homogeneous manner, so that organizations like yourselves and others, it's more easier to navigate, and at the end of the day, we actually protect the buyers. Priyanka, I'll take the last one for you. In today's world of data privacy, when we're looking at protecting the buyer, protecting the consumer, protecting the citizen, I'm not sure how many times, but I know for myself, whenever there's a long laundry list at the end that says, I accept, of reading the terms and conditions, I'm not sure how many people actually read through it, and how many people actually deny and say that, no, I don't accept. Yes, to some extent, the cookie world is now getting a little more, carved out, where you are not putting in first-party data, or you're not allowing them to use that first-party data. But looking at GDPR, looking at the Data Privacy Act in India, from your perspective, from a personal view, how do you see this moving ahead? Because today my data or your data or everyone's data is out in the public, right? How is that going to get protected? Because AI can tomorrow misuse this for something else altogether.
So that's a very pertinent question today, even outside of the ambit that we are talking about. How are LLM models processing this data? So we have newer technologies that are coming in that will prevent re-identification of data. So there is that being put in place right now. There are a lot of new technologies coming in. But having said that, if you look at the Digital Personal Data Protection Act that is there in place now, it talks about effective consent and granular consent, which means now consents are not supposed to look like pages and pages of forms where you just click I accept. It has to be granular to the extent. So in our discussions with the MIT, we have been clearly told that it should be to the extent that I am okay with marketing, that is one checkbox. I am okay with calling, another checkbox. I am okay with calling for this purpose, for promotions is another checkbox. Right. So it's going to be more granular in nature, and people will have more of a choice. Even if they do say I accept and they start, they realize that this data is being misused, they also have the right to go back and say, now I don't want this to happen. So it is now, the onus is on organizations that are adopting AI to make sure that you don't include personal data in a manner that it cannot be, these rights cannot be exercised in the future. If someone says, I want you to erase my personal data, you should be able to do it and not say, now my data set is already trained and it can throw up any personal data when it gives the output. So especially in training AI for fraud related purposes or anything, you need to have proper mechanisms in place. There are concepts such as federated learning, where you don't really have to share the data set, but your LLMs can still learn from that data. There is, encryption, homomorphic encryption that happens where, you don't really have to share the personal data. Having said that, there is, a benchmark that you can set where even if the data is ingested, it doesn't throw up data in the output. That is what is more important when you talk about personal data. And I think Mr. Dukal also mentioned, in the absence of a dedicated legislation in place, we have to go with the laws that are already there now, which will govern some aspects of AI use, such as this Personal Data Protection Act. We have IP laws in place. Right. So all of those need to be considered when we are looking at AI adoption for any purpose.
Fantastic. I'm going to open the floor. While we do that, very quickly, I'm just going to summarize the key takeaways. We have a gentleman on the table one. He's raised his hand. If someone can pass him the mic. And while I summarize the key takeaways, one thing is pretty clear. When we're talking about protecting buyers, I think there is some onus on the buyers as well, that we need to be very sure in terms of the decisions that we take on a daily basis. What do we consume? How do we consume? And how do we take the next steps ahead on that? I think that's very important. But the good thing is that we do have tools that are available today. We do have very important key stakeholders who are empowered, educated, and ensuring that the next decade or so does not turn out to be as a war against technology on AI, but more importantly, how do we utilize it symbiotically? My friend, please, you can tell your name and your question, please.
So, I am Ravinder, मैं बैंकर हूँ. So, मेरा प्रियंका मैम से एक सजेशन है, प्रियंका मैम के लिए. जो डाटा आप कलेक्ट करते हैं, आपने अभी बोला ग्रैनुलर कंसेंट एक अलग से होनी चाहिए, राइट? पेजेस ऑफ पेजेस नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो पेजेस को हम आई एक्सेप्ट करके आगे चलते हैं. इसमें एक क्लॉज और ऐड करें कि डाटा की एक शेल्फ लाइफ होनी चाहिए. अगर मेरा डाटा कोई कलेक्ट किया गया है, मैंने 10 साल पहले कोई इंक्वायरी की थी शेयर मार्केट की, वो 10 साल बाद भी कॉल्स आ रहे हैं मेरे पास, और उस वाले नंबर पे जो नंबर मैंने केवल प्राइवेट फ्रेंड्स के लिए रखा हुआ है. सो इट मीन्स 10 साल पुराना डाटा अभी तक मतलब उसकी ट्रेडिंग हो रही है बाजार में.
Right. So that is also covered in the new law. It requires an organization to have data retention policies in place. You cannot keep data forever. Now there are rules coming in which have not been released by MIT. They came out for consultation some time back. So we are expecting the rules to come out anytime now. But in the rules, they have also given a time period. They say that, for example, 3 years from the last time that the person interacted with you, you can keep the data. But now interaction means you raised a complaint, you opened an account, you did some transaction, whatever. So that is open to interpretation.
In the age of AI, 3 years.
We'll leave that note on a one-on-one discussion, but
3 years तो बहुत बड़ा लंबा time
we
है.
do have.
It should be 3 months.
We'll take a last question on the gentleman here, please. And please feel free to reach one-on-one to anyone.
This is N.K. Gupta, member PHDCCI. My basic question is that we are talking about AI and we are talking fraud. And I think we are talking about digital world, right? The most important instrument for this is mobile or laptop. Now, because I have also gone through this fraud and all, though 2-3 times, that's why I'm talking to you. But see how frequently this mobile, where this fraud is happening. In fact, in my opinion, the mobiles are changing very fast. 1 month, 2 months after that, the mobile number will not be there. Even if you go to the call number, any reputed company call centers or reputed companies phone numbers is frequently changing, and then we are not able to get in touch with it. What I mean to say is that the AI, that mobile system, mobile allocation system or IP address systems or location, there should be some control or some time mechanism should be there, which can be said that these are frequently used numbers and we should be aware of it. Or one tool can be developed, AI tool can be developed for that, where it can be said that like we have a true caller, we immediately identify the person.
Yeah, I think Airtel has had created this spam alert concept, which was earlier with Truecaller and other players, and they've been able to navigate it using AI to a major extent. The number of spam calls and these issues that were there. But Priyanka, you have a point to make, yeah?
So VI is part of our group as well. So Vodafone is now working with all of these telecom providers. They are setting up a blockchain technology. So we've always had do not disturb and all of those mechanisms in place, but they were never effectively managed because there was no, these technologies didn't talk to each other. Now all the telecom providers are working on that, and it will be soon released, I think, to the public also. It's there in public information. They're working on a technology which involves blockchain, which will help you manage your do not call registries across telecom providers, and they also intend to at some point be consent managers under the Personal Data Protection Act, where, because phone is your critical place, you know, where you can interface with the customer.
So it will be portable across service providers.
That's what they're working on.
Thank you, sir.
So
we're almost done.
One small, very important fact, which I am facing recently. See, when I want to take a credit card, and immediately when I apply or if I go to the site and all this, I get 10 calls. But if I want to cancel the card, and I am telling you the global bank today, which I am facing today recently in last 10 days, if I want to cancel the card, there is no way I can reach. I have written the mails, I have written the phone calls, I have written on the app. There is no feedback, there is no comeback, okay, we will cancel your card or we are going to talk to you even.
Do try the nodal officer route, which is one. Do try the ombudsman route as well. And
that's right, mechanism. I am also advocate, I know that mechanism.
Yeah.
Question is here is that when I want a card, there are 100 calls.
I know what you're saying.
When I want to cancel the card, nobody is coming in touch with me. It's not unethical. That's my question.
I know. They don't want to let you go. But thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure there was more that we wanted to share with you, talk to you, and discuss as well. But appreciate everyone's time. My panelists, Dr. Vivek, thank you so much. Priyanka, it's been a pleasure. Rajiv, lovely having you on the stage. And Dr. Pavan, it was so good to have you too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I request Dr. Jatinder to please come up on stage. Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI. I request you to please present mementos to all our speakers on stage. A memento for our moderator, Mr. Kapil Malhotra. A memento for Mr. Rajiv Sood. A memento for Ms. Priyanka Sharma. And a memento for Dr. Vivek Srivastav. I request all of you to please come ahead of the tables for a group photograph. Thank you all to our speakers. I request you to please take your places off the stage. I request everybody to remain seated. We will continue with our sessions, and next we have a very interesting discussion on how AI is being used for fraud and counterfeit detection in retail and e-commerce. We'll just give a minute for the table to be set, and then we'll call upon our speakers to come on stage and share with you their thoughts on how technology is being used in this digital age to stamp out fraud and counterfeits. Retail and e-commerce markets are very large, fast-moving, and have multiple channels, making manual policing an uphill task. They say data is new oil. Online shopping by default generates terabytes of data. AI can scan millions of listings daily and block fraudulent listings and suspicious payments in real time. But is there a caveat to this? What about users' rights and data privacy? These are some of the issues we'll discuss in our next panel discussion. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage Shri Vijayant Kaur, Director General, Cybersecurity Association of India. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Please welcome our speakers in this session, Ms. Prachi Butcher, Head of Government Relations and Public Policy, MISHO. Please welcome Colonel Ravi Madhok, Senior Director and Group Head, Asset Protection and Security, Flipkart. And Mr. Prabhat Sharma, Senior Leader, Returns Experience and Abuse Prevention, Amazon India. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Sharma and welcome him on stage. We will be joined by Shri Anupam Mishra, Joint Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution in just a bit. But I'd request our moderator, Shri Vijayant Kaur, to please start with the discussion, and then we can have Mr. Mishra join us.
Good afternoon all. I would like to first of all say thanks to the people, the organizers, PHDCCI and other sponsors. And I would also like to welcome all the panelists and thank them for their views, what they have given by now. And today we are going to discuss an important agenda, which is artificial intelligence and role of artificial intelligence into e-commerce and retail. So we have the panel members, Prachi, we have Colonel Madhok and Mr. Sharma. So they are basically the specialists basically of their own fields. One is from policy, one is from security, one is from 100% core operations. and I'm a mix of all. So the panel discussion is going to be really awesome, and you will have a mixed views about artificial intelligence, use cases, and what mitigation steps or policies to be implemented in coming future. So to start with, I would like to start with the basic understanding of artificial intelligence and its role in security and supply chain. And the question to Colonel Madhok, like, how do you see artificial intelligence working into the field of security at this moment, and how it's helping retail and e-commerce industry?
Thank you, Vijayant, for that question, and also thank you to PHDCCI for putting this together. Very timely and a very relevant subject, which is bothering the retail and the e-commerce industry in a big way. More so as we get into the festive season for this year. I would spare talking about the definition of the problem and the scale of this problem, because I guess a lot has already been spoken about that by the eminent speakers before this round and in the opening session. Me and my team are concerned more with the on-hands activities that happen on ground to counter this menace. And to begin with, I could say that the problem is much more bigger in the e-commerce domain than in the brick and mortar retail space. However, AI is not left the brick and mortar retail space all untouched. We have a lot of best practices over there, like video analytics, which has caught on and has already been around for quite some time, which can assist in combating shoplifting, sweetheartening at the point of sale, giving exaggerated discounts, or void transactions where people would give away a particular product but not bill it to the company. All of these can very effectively be curtailed by AI. But more importantly, we have predictive intelligence coming into play in retail store environment these days, where AI can help us in a big way. By putting together the legacy data and the historical data, you could have a very clear and concise view of what kind of geographies, what kind of customers, particularly specific cohorts of customers, timings of day, and product categories that are being targeted by shoplifters or organized retail crimes to either sweethearten, etc. Video management system also has become a very useful tool these days, where a lot of bad actors that make use of changing rooms to defraud store retail brands can be caught, and those practices can be curtailed. Empty hand versus garment in hand is a very simple use case. In our warehouses also, we use a similar kind of technology where people would pick up a brand new pair of shoes and walk out of the warehouse. It's very difficult to identify. But if you use AI and couple it with your surveillance systems that are there in the warehouses, that is your CCTV cameras, then the AI would have a memory of what a person was wearing when he walked into a warehouse and what is he wearing when he is trying to walk out of the warehouse. And that's something that's again being extensively used in the industry to minimize that kind of threat. But like I said, to begin with, the scale of the problem is much bigger in the e-commerce sector. You have the problem of counterfeiting over there, and you have simple models like image detection and natural language processing. What it basically does is contrast the actual image against the image of the product that you have in hand and figure out if there are any inconsistencies or anomalies. Not a very mature technology as we speak, but it is catching on, and I'm sure it's going to help us combat that particular thing to a very large extent. But as these organized retail crimes are getting more and more smarter, more and more organized, the hunt is essentially for trust markers in the products that are most commonly being counterfeited. Take example of a high-end shaving blade, which is one of the largest category being counterfeited, or beauty products. or gaming CDs, etc. We try and get actual trust markers of what a real product would look like and build it into our reverse centers, the platforms that people use in our reverse centers, so that when a guy who's not a technical guy, but he's the guy who is handling that reverse product, which comes into the reverse center, has exactly the trust markers given by the brand in front of him, so that he can identify whether a product that has come to him in the return supply chain is genuine or a counterfeit. There are AIs that have been built into the X-ray machines also, particularly useful in counterfeit mobile phones in the supply chain, in the reverse supply chain. Simple use case being any mobiles coming back to your warehouses from customers, you put them through a X-ray machine and it will tell you to a reasonable degree of confidence whether it's an iPhone 15 or an iPhone 16. Or if it's a particular model of Samsung or something that is different from that. Many companies in the e-commerce space use these kind of solutions to a reasonable degree of success. I wouldn't say these are foolproof technologies. They are maturing as we speak, and it's a cat and mouse game always. There is a lot of proportion of synthetic identities which have gone around. Either identities that are created per se to place orders and then return them, and in the meanwhile undertake some fraudulent actions, or you have bot driven behavior which is very rampant today. It could be as simply being used to burden the competitors by placing large number of orders and burning out their logistics costs, or it could be bot driven behavior to garner better ratings for their own products, or to have fraudulent listings on platforms itself which are not vetted by the marketplace teams of these e-commerce players, etc. Over there, AI can help in a larger way by scrutinizing these profiles and connecting them to the other environments like social media or the banking and finance industry, to see how shallow or how deep these profiles are. If a profile has particularly just been created to defraud a company, then it wouldn't have that long tail of a genuine profile on social media or on other platforms, and that's where AI can come in. One of the very large problems, I'm sure Prabhat is going to agree, that e-commerce companies face is the collusion of sellers, wishmasters or delivery boys, and customers. Let's call them CX, DX and SX. AI can play a major role over there. Again, not a very mature technology, but you have graph theory models which try and figure out nodes and linkages between all these players in the environment, which may not be very apparent to you as you deal with large data sets, but AI sitting in the background can very easily figure out what are the commonalities between a large data set. And there are bound to be commonalities either in terms of mobile numbers, or in terms of UPI, or in terms of bank accounts, or in terms of device IDs, or in terms of particular products or timings when these gangs operate. And that's something that's already been operationalized in most of the e-commerce companies, I would say. I can say for sure my team banks upon this particular technology to a very large extent to figure out, who's a genuine bulk buyer and who's just trying to make a quick buck. Apart from this, I think there are technologies that have been around for a while. Transport tracking is a very widely used technology, but once you link it to IoT and possibly also to blockchain, that you have a very, very seamless view of your entire transportation fleet moving around the country. Any anomalies in terms of deviation from routes or unplanned stoppages at or opening of locks when they are not supposed to be opened outside of geo-fenced areas, etc. All of these can help companies fight in-transit theft or logistics theft to a very large extent. I think there are many more use cases. Probably if we have time, I could speak about them, but I'll cap it here. Broadly, AI is being used in two large areas e-commerce companies rely on. One is confirmation and the other is tracking. You know, these are two important things that any e-commerce companies tries to achieve to make sure that fraudsters don't have a field day. If all your transactions are confirmed to have been completed either by a proof of delivery or by a OTP exchange or by two-factor authentication or any which ways, then chances of fraud hitting you are lesser. Second, of course, is tracking of your shipments, of your vehicles, of your people, and also of your online traffic on your platform and within your ERP systems. If you can track all of that, have system logs at every place, then it makes it very easy for AI to pick up anomalies, identify trends, and lead you in the right direction.
Great, wonderful. Thanks, Colonel Madhuk. In fact, you have spoken all about security and also AI, specifically in terms of retail and online. Now, my question is with Prabhat Sharma. And Prabhat, I have a question for you. And that would be, what collaborative strategy do you recommend to combat organized fraud and rebuild industry trust?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. Let's start with the fact that fraud is fraud, offline or online. And I think let's start with recognition of that fact first. If a person breaks into your house and steals something out of your cupboard versus a person uses an agentic AI bot and steals out of your bank account or in e-commerce, they should be treated with parity. And I don't think we're there yet. So I think that's the first thing we should, it should be an organized effort to make sure that if there is fraud, irrespective of what the medium is, a fraud is fraud. And if a customer and a consumer, which is core to Amazon's ethos, is being penalized, then we need to nip it in the bud. That's the first thing. The second thing is, it is all pervasive, and most of the problem statements, just like Colonel Madhuk spoke of, are very common. So as an industry, we need to get together to bring all these best practices, some of the trends that are going on, some of the modus operandi that we see in the market, share best practices, and make this very organized and intentional effort to combat this. So that's the second one. The first is the government needs to, the industry needs to recognize parity with offline stealing. The second is we as an industry need to get together and share best practices. And so many times we've seen that one fraudulent activity from one place just migrates to the other when you put a band-aid on that. And I'm sure if I and Colonel Madhuk go for a coffee right now, we can actually identify patterns which would have either hit Flipkart first and then come to Amazon, or hit Amazon then gone to Meesho. It's the same set of, so I think we need to make sure that while preserving customer trust, we are able to regularize this through combined efforts. And the third is actually using technology and making sure that we centralize all these platforms and we can work together to combat all this.
Great, thank you. Now, coming to Prachi. Prachi, my question to you would be, what are the main obstacles in preventing fraud effectively, and how will AI shape the future of fraud prevention in e-commerce?
Right, so I think I can speak about it from Meesho's perspective, and I think that one of the things that we found is that every time we think that we've become smart, the fraudsters get smarter, so they're always 2 steps ahead of us. At Meesho, I think early on, I think almost 6 or 7 years ago, we set up a compliance pod, which basically means that somebody who's looking at the trust and safety measures and things like that on the platform. What we found was that there were a whole host of people who were misusing brand names on the platform. We had a lot of run-ins with the government. I'm talking about 2022. And they said कि आपके platform पे हमको ये मिला, ये brand name पर ये तो counterfeit है. So being a tech-first company, I think we decided to use AI to ensure that we can actually combat this problem. And it didn't happen overnight. But I think in the last 3 years, we've made significant progress. It started off by something called Project Suraksha, which is essentially a strategy that it's an umbrella strategy that we launched to ensure, similar to what Colonel Madhok was saying, things like image OCR, which is basically image optical recognition. So it recognizes the characters, and you try and figure out, do these match with historic data that's available on the platform? Do these match with historic brand images, colors, etc.? And wherever it was flagged as an anomaly, then we went out and we did our investigation to ensure that is this a distributor who actually has access, and things like that. So that was just one part of it. But I'd say that under Project Suraksha, we managed to take down lakhs of counterfeit. And over the years, we've seen that even today, we have our AI and our data science models, which keep getting smarter because you keep feeding them newer keywords, newer ways to kind of look at the matter. They scan approximately I'd say 4 million products a day. And within that, we're able to kind of identify what is anomalous. And similarly, on the fraud side of things, we found that there were a lot of people who were using the Meesho name. So you had these fraudulent websites. Then, like what Prabhat said, you had bot orders. So we actually kind of tied up with this organization called SHIELD, which is an intelligence platform, fraud intelligence platform. And this helped us to actually understand where the problems were. Also things like GPS spoofers and clones, app clones, etc. We were able to get to the root of the problem. I won't say that we're all there, but I think that using AI has been significant because luckily data science models, they're smart, and as you train them, they get smarter and smarter. So we find that there has been an increase in counterfeit, fraud, etc. across e-commerce platforms. But at the same time, I think that the technology is now at a stage where we're being able to keep up with it to a large extent and at least give the consumer at the end of the day a good experience.
Great, thank you. Now, Prabhat, coming back to you again. Now, I wanted to understand, how has AI transformed traditional fraud methods?
It's completely transformed it, and as Pachi was saying, people have just gotten a lot smarter. The one thing that AI has been able to do versus a traditional fraud cell working out of somewhere is the ability to scale, and scale big time. While computers may have provided back in the day the ability to scale, the fact that now one person can spin up 100 bots by just writing a simple script really compounds the problem, because what it does is now you have a bunch of bots on this person's behalf going ahead and browsing the internet for customer obsessed policies that can be used. So that's one, which is just the fact that it has scaled. Second, it has become a lot more complicated to detect. Just like Colonel Madhok was speaking about, there's this synthetic data out there, there's counterfeit problems. So everyone has just got a lot of smarter by using AI, and hence it's a lot more difficult to detect and prevent. So that's the second one. First is scale. Second, it's a lot more complicated to now even detect and prevent. And I think the third one is, even after you were to detect and prevent, and you put a band-aid in one place, it'll just spin up in the other place. So actually figuring out people who are doing this, they're masked behind identities and VPN tokens, etc. So actually figuring out where all of this is stemming from is just all the more complicated, because you have masked identities, there are hit and run cases where people go ahead and abuse in a certain way, then they go off the web for some time, then they spin up again, maybe targeting a different e-commerce company. So the fact that they're so smart about hiding their identities and only being there when needed, and then they drop off or they migrate from one platform to the other. People use abusive cards, prepaid cards from different countries, so it's very difficult to kind of tap and have a one-to-one mapping as to who actually did it. So these are some of the things that AI has just enabled to do in a lot easier manner. Earlier, you would actually require a person who would have 10 people under him to do all of this. Now you can have this one smart person just spin up a bunch of bots, and then, you know, so on and so forth. So I think these are 3 or 4 of the big ones that I think AI has just compounded it, and if I were to give it one word, it would be just, it has really helped scale fraudsters, I mean, to their benefit.
Wonderful. Now, Colonel Madhok, back to you again. Of course, this question was in my mind when exactly you were speaking, but I couldn't ask you. But now I wanted to know that how AI can help in supply chain, and moreover, how AI can support the security, internal security of the warehouses where exactly you have got too much of products actually lying across in the racks. So how can you actually identify if the right product or right information, right thing was actually being sent to the customer or not? How can you identify all that with AI? Can you please actually give me some views on that?
So I'll break it into 2 parts as I get it from your question. One is within the warehouse environment, and one is specific to the supply chain.
Supply chain.
Right. Warehouse is a large environment with a large amount of inventory, large number of people from diverse cohorts. You have your pickers and packers, you have a lot of people from the transporters and your own warehouse managers, etc. You have a large number of CCTV cameras in traditional warehouses which are already present, and AI allows you to just supplant it with AI without a lot of capex investment. You don't need separate cameras, you only need small sensors which integrate along with your cameras. Now these cameras can do a whole lot of things. You know, I can give you specific use cases which can give you a level of assurance in the first place, and also help you optimize costs along with that. The largest population of security guards in any typical warehouse is used on the docks to validate the amount of inventory that's coming in and going out, along with certain other safety and people movement related guidelines that they try and stick to. If you have AI enabled cameras on your docks, they can automatically pick up the number plate of the vehicle that is docked at that particular dock. It can correlate that vehicle plate to the PO that has been released to the vendor and the POD that is going to go out to that vendor. So the entire process of confirmation at the dock can get automated without the intervention of a guard. The same AI-enabled camera can count the number of boxes that are being loaded and the number of boxes that are being unloaded, which again allows a lot of overbilling, etc., which is resorted to in many warehouses if you don't have adequate amount of control. Another thing that it can help you is capacity utilization of its vehicles. Every container has a set capacity in terms of cartons that can be loaded into it, and usually because of improper loading or the rush of time, etc., at least 15 to 20% capacity of vehicles goes underutilized. If you have AI, it can give you a real-time dashboard of how well your vehicles are being loaded, and that can unlock a significant amount of cost in terms of running the supply chain. When it comes to people, I passingly mentioned that AI can enroll people into its system when they join the warehouse, and thereafter it will recognize that person wherever it goes in the warehouse once the AI is supplanted with your CCTV cameras and your knock rooms. So people moving in and out of docks, which is usually not allowed, people going to access controlled areas, people going to areas where they were not supposed to be picking or putting away certain things, because the AI can correlate that person A was given a pick list, and that pick list consisted of these items which were kept at these places in the warehouse. So any behavior which is in contradiction to this laid down task would get flagged as a red flag or an anomaly, and it can further be investigated. Again, in warehouses, AI can help you identify fakes, counterfeits, or even empty boxes that come into your warehouses. I mean, as long as you're dealing with shipments that are coming to you from your own hubs or from other warehouses, you already have a certain degree of confidence that these shipments are okay. But a large amount of our shipments come directly to the warehouses from marketplace, from small time or medium sellers, and you don't have that kind of confidence in those shipments. So if AI is supplanted along with the X-ray technology, then you get a much better level of confidence as to what is coming into your warehouses, whether it is empty, whether the level 2 quantity inside a carton, the number of packs are correct. That saves a whole lot of time, saves a whole lot of cost, saves a whole lot of man hours, etc. If you extend that to the supply chain, I mean, for a professional like me who is concerned with asset protection and security, if you ask me what keeps me awake at night, it is my inventory on the move on the road, because that's the time when I have the least amount of visibility and the least amount of control. Though there are technologies, many of them traditional technologies which have been around, but that's where AI can come in. You know, you already have digital locks in almost all trucks these days. You almost always have geolocation, so you can correlate where your truck is moving. You can have that visibility. But if you have something like 5,000 trucks moving every day, then just having that visibility is not enough. Then having AI helps you keep a tab on all those 5,000 trucks and flag any deviations in real time, and also correlate, somebody was talking about counterfeits. So instead of just looking at the labels or natural language processing where what is written in the label, whether it is deviant from the actual product or not, if you can link it to blockchain and also to IoT, then you would actually know where that product has come from all through the supply chain and whether it is genuine or likely to be a counterfeit. Those are solutions typically which are being used. There are some more solutions within the supply chain which are particularly for perimeter control, since Vijayan mentioned that. Our hubs present a typical problem statement to most e-commerce companies. They don't have security guards at night, and they are a large number of hubs, around 4,000, 5,000 hubs all over the country. There is a significant amount of inventory lying, and they're all subject to burglary, which keeps happening every now and then, more so in particular geographies in certain parts of India. These hubs do have surveillance equipment like cameras, etc. Most companies do have a knock room which would attend to the alarms that would be generated by the surveillance equipment. But if you can have AI that can function basis a certain amount of rules that are fed into the system, then it can produce results much beyond the investment that you have put into those CCTV cameras. You know, I wouldn't go into the details of that, but just having AI-enabled CCTV cameras in unguarded spaces like last mile hubs can be a game changer. There are challenges to that. We don't have that kind of network connectivity in the last mile because the bandwidth would get choked if we are dealing with that amount of video over the network. We also don't have propensity to indulge in that kind of capex. Most e-commerce companies would shy away from that kind of capex. But once I'm sure this technology evolves, becomes cheaper, more accessible, more easily integrated with our network in the hinterland, then I'm sure it would get an upper hand on fraudsters and bad actors in the supply chain.
Thank you, Colonel Madhu. Now, coming to you, Prachi, once again. My question to you would be on policies. What kind of internal policies do you feel that should be implemented by every organization in the retail sector and e-commerce? And what is the kind of policy support you are looking for from the government or the other entities outside?
Okay, so I'll answer this a little differently. I think internal policies are there in every organization from a security standpoint. I think that what's missing is partnerships, and that's what we need to kind of focus on. And the reason why I say that is that across the board, and we are maybe some of the larger e-commerce players, Amazon, Flipkart, Meesho. There are a lot of smaller players as well, and I think that there's no visibility or there's no connectivity between them to try and understand how they can work together to tackle the problem. Because like what Prabhat said earlier, you have the seller who's frauded you on Meesho. That same seller moves overnight to Flipkart and then moves on to Amazon. And this is something we discussed with the government as well. We said, why can't we look at having a central registry of bad players or bad actors, so that if somebody is moving from one platform to the other, then you have that visibility that this is somebody who was delisted on XYZ platform for this reason. And so you will be wary and you will do maybe some additional checks before onboarding them onto your platform. So that's one. And I think that's, for Meesho, it's been a little different simply because we are a largely unbranded goods platform. We don't sell white goods, so we don't sell phones, we don't sell a lot of other appliances. But even with small sellers, I think we do have something called Meesho Mall, which works with a lot of local smaller brands. And over there, one of the things that has worked again in terms of partnerships, because the one area we found where there was an surge, in fact, in counterfeit was in the beauty and personal care space. So we actually collaborated with this organization. It's called IBHA, which is actually the Indian Beauty Hygiene Association. They're based out of Bombay. And they actually work with all your big FMCG players, so whether it's a Unilever or a P&G, etc. So we kind of collaborated with them. We have an MOU with them. And under that, every time any of their partners has a copyright infringement or a counterfeit issue, they're able to reach out to us and resolve it in real time, because otherwise what happens is that even for brands, the problem is so vast that they're not able to tackle it, and you have to work with industry to be able to get a solution. So I would strongly urge, in terms of policies, I think the government needs to maybe step in. If not, I think this is something that e-commerce companies on their own need to do to be able to work together, because it's a problem that's widespread and it's not going to go just because it's no longer on your platform.
Wonderful, thank you. Now, I have my own views about AI and its usage in retail and e-commerce industry. And also I would like to speak about the policies and collaborations, definitely, which is one of the key factors which is actually lacking in, the tech companies. Now, the first part I always speak about is none of the organizations across the globe, I'm not naming Flipkart or Meesho or any organization, but across the globe, it's a human tendency that, we are not proactive, we are quite reactive. So what we try to do is we try to act when exactly, incident already takes place. So proactiveness is something what exactly can safeguard us always from frauds and, usage of AI specifically and, programming it in a proper way, channelizing it, will definitely give us an upper hand to, detect the frauds and, various incidents at a pre-stage where exactly we can identify, mitigate and, come out of the losses. Not only that, I also see that there is a lack of information in the industry as of now, and specifically the mechanism which is used right now is very old methodology. In fact, we are working upon AI with the current database what we have, because a customer comes in, creates a login onto a website with all the details, with a financial instrument registered, maybe an UPI or a credit card or a debit card, then they make the payment to purchase a product. The KYC methodology is very, very weak. KYC is something what exactly can prevent lots of fraudulent activities happening across e-commerce industry. Now we are also dependent upon the third parties, because we have third-party payment processors, those who process the payments on behalf of Amazon, on behalf of Flipkart, on behalf of Meesho, on behalf of Blinkit or any other for that matter. So what usually happens is even those companies are very much focused about the business rather than fraud prevention. If in case they have the real cases, that is when exactly they act, otherwise they also keep quiet. They also lack in KYCs. I have come across personally in fact 4 years ago, that I wanted to purchase a product. I will give you an example. I wanted to buy something online, and that was costing me around 4,500 at Amazon, but it was not available. The same product, after my search, immediately popped up onto my screen for 500 less than what exactly Amazon was offering, and I happened to place an order for that particular product through that particular website. Now what exactly happens? The delivery time is 4 days. After 4 days, I got a product which is not even worth 500 rupees, and I paid more than 4,000 rupees for that particular product. So now, when exactly I wanted to contact that particular company, the email address that was getting bounced because, it was definitely a fraudulent site. The phone number which exactly they gave was not working. So now what to do? In this particular situation, I had to dispute my transaction with the bank, stating that I want to charge back my amount of 4,000 plus odd rupees what I made, because I did not receive the right product. And that's when exactly I also had to report the same website to the police department, the cybercrime control team, basically to blacklist that particular domain so that other people do not get victim of that particular project. Now, who is at loss right here? The bank. The reason being, my bank has already given me my money back, but end of the day, my bank has taken that particular money from the third party processor, and the third party processor did not do the KYC of that particular website properly with the documentation. That was the reason why exactly the third party had to go under the loss of 4,000, and thousands of people actually usually go through these kind of issues. So AI can play a major role right here. KYCs properly, and moreover, you can see the flow of transactions every single day. You can keep monitoring, about each and every single transaction happening on the website. We can do the image analysis. If there is a counterfeit product, basically, there can be a difference in the image. So, image analysis can be done. Text and data analysis, as Colonel Madhok has already spoken about this, that can be done. Real-time monitoring is very, very important. Then device fingerprinting is something what exactly majority of the people are using these days. So apart from device fingerprinting, what I suggest is even applications have got a two-factor authentication. So ultimately that should be active, and you should encourage your customers to basically, have that, so that, AI can actually detect the failed logins, or else the login details from where exactly you're logging, what geolocation, basically you were speaking about the same thing. So geofencing is something what can be used, because maybe I'm in India, my credit card information is in the hands of somebody else, and that particular person is trying to log in from Turkey or Uzbekistan or some other country. So that is very much possible that they can make a transaction. So one has to identify if this is Vijayant or this particular customer who is actually logging in from a different geographical location altogether, a different country, and trying to make a transaction or not. So that has to be a proactiveness. So that can be, these kind of accounts can be, I can say, taken out by the data of AI, and immediate action should be taken proactively. Then behavioral analysis was something what we were speaking about. So behavioral analysis definitely plays a major role, because if in case I make a transaction, I buy a product online, maybe for 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 rupees, and I usually use UPI, and all of a sudden I'm using a credit card, so automatically there should be a red flag, or there should be a credit scoring in the organization at the fraud scrub. Fraud scrub is, a software basically which identifies irregularities in the transactions, or else, communicates with the system and says that the transaction is fine. So that has to be done. Then apart from that, we have got, collaboration issues, which I see. In collaboration issues, I must say that there is a lot of data available at this moment from I4C, which has been given to the banks. And banks, apart from that, even DOT, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Telecom is working on this particular subjective area, that all the fraudulent numbers or the fraud, SIM cards are being blocked. Sir, I think I would like to answer your question. You asked this particular question, why we are receiving so many calls and why there is no activity happening. So I would like to tell you that DOT already has a tool called Astra. And I was one of the team members of Astra. Basically, we designed it in such a way that it can detect fraudulent SIM cards. And now we have blocked more than 3 crore SIM cards in India in last 4 years with the help of this particular tool. So any kind of fraudulent activity which is happening, when I4C gets to know, I4C is Indian Cybercrime Control Center, which is coordinated by Ministry of Home. So that takes care of all the complaints of cyber cell. Basically, 1930 is the toll-free number what we have these days. So cybercrime.gov.in is also the portal. So any kind of complaints what exactly you make goes to I4C. So I4C has got a system now. Even the bankers, basically, one particular officer from every bank is sitting with I4C, and they are actively working with AI to identify the fraudulent activities happening into the system, and people getting defrauded by various schemes and other things. So these kind of data are available with the banks, and banks are actually blocking the bank accounts. Now, apart from that, immediately the phone numbers are also been given to the Ministry of Telecom, basically DOT, to block them, so that suspicious activities do not carry on further. And that particular data is actually available with DOT, and you can procure that particular data free of cost through APIs also. So integrate those particular systems, index them into your AI schemes, AI models, try to utilize them, and automatically there can be a lot of fraud prevention which can take place, and we can immediately take necessary actions. And every 3 months, there is a database which is changing every 3 months. So every 3 months there is every month there is a list which has been sent. So every 3 months that particular number which was blocked by I4C or DOT is getting activated after 3 months. So after 3 months of time, that particular number should be taken out of your data. So these kind of proactiveness and proactive activities can help basically, protect the fraudulent activities happening with the retail and moreover, online shopping portals. And the last thing what I would like to say is joint efforts and coordinations and information sharing is very, very important. So at least, the e-commerce giants, Meesho, Flipkart, Amazon, these kind of companies should share their particular information, their problems or their fraud base at least with each other, so that a person doing the fraud at one particular website should not jump onto the other website. If in case they are going there, they should be, there should be a proper KYC and proper system, proper, method should be implemented, so that, we can prevent the fraudulent activities. Now, I would like to conclude right here, and if in case anybody has got any questions with our, panel members, you are free to ask.
So when the GST was implemented, we were also part of it. Okay. So most important factor came is education. And when the GST came, you must have noticed that every day in the newspaper, for one thing or that other, that message was published, and a lot of businessmen were educated by way of publication of those. I think at this moment, this AI as well as the fraud and counterfeit is very important. I think the government of India and all the state government should take some initiative to educate the people through the public media. I think this is required at this moment.
The Sensei Raj from Vision India 2032. What is, see, in my dictionary, Colonel Madhok, you would relate to me, there's no word called fear in my lexicon, but then I'm shit scared, pardon my use of the word S. Looking at the way that we are so open to bleed, be it all of the Flipkarts and etc., the online transactions, e-commerce portals, every single day, I think we are bleeding at the moment. But that's not my majority of the concern. The majority of the concern is when I look at it from the lens of the national security. How the data gets lost or transferred from sting operations or otherwise from entities that would intensify their undermining operations, especially of the rising India, in the next, or this particular decade. Collaboration is the key, as you mentioned. We can't stress more than that. But then what are we going to do beyond that, be it the dark patterns or of the other ones that we are all aware of? Agencies come together. Do we share data? Do we have real-time operations? We do have access to certain technologies that we could use as well and spring them into operation, using AI to fight AI itself. In that regard, if all of the panelists could spend at least one short line in what you would do, that would be great. Thank you.
I'll address the national security part of your question straight away. Yes, that's a concern. That's a concern in any environment where shipments are moving and not being opened, before it gets delivered. So, as a concept, it can be used to move narcotics. It can be used to move explosives. It can be used to move dangerous goods, etc. We have a very elaborate program within the organization, and I'm sure I can speak for Amazon and Meesho as well. There is enough amount of regulation around it to make sure that any explosives, narcotics, or dangerous goods don't move through our supply chain. We take all measures possible to make sure that it stays that way. I can tell you that not agentic AI, but smart X-ray, if you can call it that. So X-ray machines coupled with a little bit of intelligence, almost like the ones that you have in the airports, which will tell you what kind of contents are there, and all marketplace shipments are put through that. And in any case, any shipments coming to us from the OEMs and our own warehouses within the network are scanned, opened and scanned. I'm talking about use of X-ray for shipments which cannot be used. So there's a fair amount of rigor on ground to make sure that we do not default on the regulations as they stand today. For example, a very simple regulation around sharp objects and knives is that anything beyond 9 inches in length should not be bought or sold on e-commerce platforms. Police on their part have gone a step ahead and at times held us up even when something which is within the laid down regulations is used. And we take extra precautions in certain category of goods which can widely be used for any untoward activities, etc. Even going beyond that, we have a program where we try and keep certain critical PIN codes in mind, and any shipment going through there goes through a much more rigorous process of scrutiny. Say for example, PMO's office. PMO's office is very unlikely to order something from Flipkart, but we do get shipments for PMO's office, and we straight away hand them over to police. And similarly, there are other cohorts or addresses where a large concentration of VIPs live across the country, not just in Delhi but in other cities also. Shipments directed for those PIN codes are examined much more than the other normal shipments to make sure that we are mitigating any kind of risk where untoward elements might be targeting those people through our supply chain. So we are sensitive to that threat, and we do whatever we can to try and mitigate that risk.
I think your question has been answered or still left out?
I don't think we even scratched the surface, but I think
Sorry?
I don't think even we scratched the surface. I'm talking about the second order, third order threat, not just in terms of the packages being moved. I ran a supply chain company in the US where nuclear power plants used to be my clients and major ones, but that's not the question. The question lies in the data that could be accessed and also that could be targeted in terms of how we are bleeding at the moment from cybersecurity and also the AI threats as well, not in terms of the packaging movement. But anyway, I rest my case.
The question. So I think your question isn't clear to me. What I can do for you is I can answer it to you in one-on-one basis, maybe after the session or maybe at the lunch.
No, the question is actually for the nation to wake up, not just for one-on-one session, but it's for all of us to come together and see what is the threat level in our supply chain security systems and beyond as well.
I would like to thank everyone right here and would like to conclude this particular session. Thanks a lot, Prabhat, Colonel Madhok and Prachi for being part of this particular panel. And really looking forward to work with you guys in some or the other ways. If in case you need my help, I'm always there 24/7. Thanks.
Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. I would request Prajita Mangotra, Director, PHDCCI, to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. We want to thank them for coming here. I think Dr. Jatinder is here, so I request sir to please come. Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI, and Prajita, if you can please present mementos to our speakers. To our moderator, Shri Vijayant Kaur. A memento to Colonel Ravi Madhok. A memento for Mr. Prabhat Sharma. And a memento for Ms. Prachi Butcher. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Thank you to all our speakers for coming here and sharing their views with the audience. We will now take a 1-hour lunch break. Our delegates will be served lunch in the hall itself. And for our speakers, I request you to move to the Allure Hall where lunch for our speakers is being served. Inventory skimming, phantom shipments, data tampering and more, which increases disputes and insurance fees and may even ruin the customer experience enough to lose them forever. How can AI, serialization, CCTV cameras and unique QR codes help cut frauds during logistics? This is what we'll discuss in this session. Please welcome our speakers for this session. Please welcome our moderator on stage, Ms. Omaya Malhotra, legal researcher. Please give her a round of applause and welcome Ms. Malhotra on stage. She has worked with international legal teams in Dubai, United Kingdom and India, focusing on cross-border commercial legal matters. Her research explores the intersection of technology, consumer rights and AI regulations. Please welcome our other speakers in this session. Dr. Firoz Hussain, Chief Security Officer, Delivery. Please give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Hussain on stage. Please welcome Mr. Rahul Gupta, Founder and CEO, Evolve.ai, an AI consultancy. And Mr. Arjun Khanna, Founder of MyMatch. He is joining us virtually. Yes. So I think the connection with Mr. Arjun Khanna is through. I hope you can hear us, Mr. Khanna. I can. Great. So I'm going to hand it over to Omaya to take this discussion forward.
Thank you for the introduction and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all well and had a lovely networking lunch. Thank you so much for being here today. And before we start our discussions, I would just like to introduce our panel with us. So we have Dr. Feroz Hassan and Mr. Gupta, Rahul Gupta. I'll pass on the mic to our panelists so they can briefly introduce themselves.
Thank you, Umaya. I'm Feroz. I'm CSO Delivery. I've been with this company now for more than 10 years, with almost 37 years experience in different diverse fields, including the bureaucracy, where I was a superintendent of police in Pondicherry. So, yeah, I have a long duration working with frauds and various types of criminal cases.
Thank you so much, Omya. So I'm Rahul Gupta. I'm the founder and CEO of this AI consultancy company, Evolve.ai. We essentially help companies integrate AI into their workflows, become more and more future-centric using AI technologies. I worked across companies like Amazon, Uber, Myntra, and looked into their data science models, helped elevate their data science journeys as well over the last 15 years, and really happy to be here and looking forward to an engaging discussion.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Khanna is also joined in virtually. Mr. Khanna, would you like to say a few words and introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you. My name is Arjun Khanna, and I'm the founder and CEO of a company called MyMap. We are a fraud and forensics using AI. My journey is very interesting. I used to head data at National Skill Development Corporation, and then went on to head the Future Skill Prime program for the country. After which I built MyMatch, which was meant to be a job matching platform. But eventually, my mom got hit by a fraud, and we pivoted the business from matching people to jobs to fraud and documents. So it's a very, very interesting journey that I've had, and now it's a very passionate cause where we are addressing some of the largest frauds in financial history, in corporate history, that we are handling.
Amazing. So, with India being one of the largest economies in the world, it is obvious that over the last few years, India's logistics and supply chain has also subsequently grown. This, of course, brings with it complexities of fraud and counterfeiting. So today's panel brings together industry leaders to discuss how we can not just move goods efficiently, but also safely and honestly. So to start off, I would like to ask our panelists today, how large and urgent is the problem of fraud in Indian logistics and supply chains today, especially in your respective domains?
So I think one of the common misconceptions I have seen in my career is that people think fraud is a side problem. It's something which has to be taken into consideration once the fraud has happened. People don't really understand the volume and the size of fraud as a problem, and if we go by some of the estimates, it's around $500 billion problem across the industry. The companies across the globe are losing that much money. Even some of the last PwC reports mention that in India itself, 51% of the companies who are in this whole logistics and supply business, they are also affected by the fraud part. So it's not something which is like a small problem or something that can be done or handled at a later point in time. And we have to also understand that 51% is not the global standard. We are much, much, much ahead of the global standard, which hovers around 39 to 40%. So yeah, it's a huge problem, and would love to also know from other panelists what they perceive as the magnitude of the problem.
Sure. If we look at the Indian scenario, see, 50% of the world's payments, 50% of the world's payments gets processed in India. It's slightly less than 50, it's about 47, 48, whatever the number. But that's a huge number. 50% of the world's payments is processed in India. Next point, if you see, we will soon be the third largest economy. It's a matter of 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. Third largest economy in the world. Now all this places a lot of responsibility on all of us here, every one of us, to ensure that the logistics and supply chain works like butter. I mean, that's what we want it to be. And it should be seamless, transparent, scalable, lean, low cost, efficient, whatever way you may call it. If I look at it from deliveries perspective, well, many years back we were delivering few lakh packets a day. Today we deliver few million packets a day, which means we pick and deliver few million packets a day. Now, that does require, obviously, packets it is not just e-commerce. We do a lot of B2B, we do a lot of full truckloads, partial truckloads, cross-border, various kinds of, finally it's logistics, movement of goods from one place to the other. Now, in this sort of scenario, if you have with the kind of structure and whatever you have, whether you put guards, CCTV, etc. I'll not discuss the AI part right now, but whatever we were doing traditionally probably was helping us to detect things, but to be able to prevent things and predict things, I guess it was not that good, and probably we'll discuss that as we go along. Thank you.
Mr. Khanna, would you have anything to add?
Yes. So I think what is very important is the weakest link in the entire supply chain is always the human in the loop. So that's where things happen. It's not machine will end up doing it all. So and at every point and every stage, the human in the loop has innovative ways of doing fraud. Now, what's very interesting is that the prevention, discovery, and recovery for what we do is look at it like an internal auditor, which would probably just look at 1 or 2% of the entire sample set. But when you have something called policy as code, which means your policy is being checked as it should be, but by code. Okay, we have a system which would look at almost 100% of all transactions happening. Now, when you look at all transactions happening, you've got to see end to end what happened when and in what flow. And when you're able to do that at scale, you won't be able to change the way you're going to drive the entire logistics and supply chain function.
Yes, I think, Mr. Khanna, I think you raised a very important point. I mean, the whole inception of AI and its integration, the driving factor remains that there's only so much humans can do. And of course, prediction remains the key driving factor in today's time with businesses and the scales that we're operating at. So, of course, to prevent this scale issue, prediction is it remains the important conversation. Mr. Gupta, I want to know from you how are AI and Gen AI practically helping companies detect and prevent fraud today, and are there specific tech approaches that are proving to be more efficient in terms of prediction?
So I think from the last 10 years, there have been multiple applications of using AI in order to detect fraud. But the level of fraud has also increased tremendously over these years. Like for example, when I was at Uber, like there are different kind of strange fraud rings that were discovered at Uber, that one driver, for example, would be having a whole set of friends on whose names they have, let's say, signed up on the Uber app. So how do you discover those different fraud rings? That these are the different kind of challenging problems that are emerging more and more in the upcoming few years. And Gen AI, for example, has been very, very instrumental in detecting these issues. And some of the ways in which AI currently can handle these issues are in the following ways. But at the same time, I would also highlight that this is not something which has been adopted across the industry. There are many companies, there are many industries which are still struggling to adopt these methods simply because they have an associated cost. They also come with network bandwidth issues. They also come with data privacy issues. So for example, one of them would be that you use each and every invoice that are coming to the companies and you scan them to understand whether these are genuine invoices or not. So that is a very, very good and practical application in which AI can help detect frauds. And this is one of the major frauds actually that happen in the current industry, the invoice fraud, which happens right at the source of procurement. So yeah, that is one way. The other way in which some of the advanced companies are handling fraud is via telemetry. So telemetry essentially means that for each and every part of the user journey, the company is able to monitor, is able to log in different elements of the journey. So for example, when a driver is, let's say, taken a customer in the cab, at what point did the person boarded the cab? What are the different acceleration or the speed of the vehicle during the entire journey? Did the driver stop at a particular stoppage point for more than a specific limit? So all these are very micro level details that the companies have now started capturing. The question is, how do we use them? And that's where some of the, let's say, the biggest companies of the world like Uber are able to make the dent. They are able to store the data, process the data, and at the same time make analysis on top of it. And that part, the last part of doing the analysis on top of it, is still the weak link, I think. Not all the companies do have the ability or the data processing strengths or even the technical know-how to handle the analysis part. So yeah, that is one example in which some of the modern day companies are handling fraud. The other ways in which people are like also handling fraud across the industry are by using multimodal models. So multimodal models refers to some of the new generative AI models that can handle different kinds of inputs. So they can handle images, they can handle text, they can handle all sorts of data and video as well if possible. And using those different data points, they are able to predict whether a particular transaction is genuine or not, or whether a particular interaction with the user could be genuine or not. So yeah, that is also one of the newer frontiers in which the generative AI landscape is figuring out the fraud part. But at the same time, there are some conventional techniques as well, which I think companies can start leveraging, even though they may not be going so much into the advanced Gen AI applications. And one of these conventional techniques is anomaly detection. So anomaly detection has been present, I think, for the last 15-20 years. It's nothing new. It's actually even not a part of AI per se. I would say it's a part of the statistics, the more foundational part of AI. And using anomaly detection, one can figure out lots and lots of trends as well. So I think it just depends on which stage or the maturity the company is, what kind of data do they have, what's the volume of data they can process, and based on all of those factors, can we use these technologies to figure out the fraud.
Thank you for giving us that background on AI, Mr. Gupta. Dr. Hussain, I want to ask you, since you shared that delivery has integrated AI into a lot of its functions, would you say that there are specific use case scenarios where AI has been successful in preventing or flagging fraud before it escalates to a later level?
Sure, thank you. Thanks, Rahul, for see, as far as we are concerned, we hold data of multiple clients. whether it's Amazon, Flipkart, Meesho, almost there's some 7 lakh sellers and clients whose data resides with us. So keeping the data safe and secure so that everyone trusts us, since we are a 3PL logistics player finally. So each and every client should be able to trust us with their data. That's the most important thing. So that's, I think that right from the beginning, we put an extremely high emphasis on that. Extremely high emphasis on getting the PII data of people, packages, whatever it may be, so that the access is extremely limited. Believe me, even today, even if I have to get somebody's cell number, because everything is masked and all the calling which happens is masked is based on cloud mask numbers. If I have to de-encrypt that involves almost like a 2-3 step process. So that's the kind of security which we've put in, because obviously with data, it has to be zero trust policy, especially PII data, because that's the one which is most susceptible to every kind of fraud which is possible. See, as far as next, I'll come to packages. See, we had lots of systems right from beginning, whether it's X-ray, we had bought some 40, 50 machines, now we have about 70 X-ray machines all across, now it's slightly more probably, across the country, about 70,000 CCTV cameras. Okay, but what we were not able to, now, just because you have 70,000 cameras running 24/7, you can hardly do anything with that, because that itself becomes a liability. I mean, how are you able to look at all those images, videos 24/7, even if you employ so many people? And finally, so it was not giving the kind of results that we were looking for. Now, having used, it's so very easy. You just plug in the output of the CCTV, whether it's images, video, voice, text, whatever. Feed it to Gemini. Tell Gemini, give it the necessary training. It requires some basic training, that this is a warehouse of this size, it's handling these goods, so many people are working, what is their work profile. So you basically have to, give the basics to Gemini, and the rest it's able to pick it up very well. It's immediately started telling us that so-and-so pallet number near pillar number so-and-so is not at the right location, so-and-so shipments is sticking beyond the pallet. Absolute amazing information which it throws out. And this can go directly to various people on the ground so that they are able to act on it. The same thing is for the X-ray. Previously, it was the guy sitting on the X-ray and thinking whether it's the right thing or not. But now it's much easier. So those are the things where we've really implemented it and got a great benefit. Another area is on the reverse pickup. Reverse pickup is the one where maximum losses happens, because when you go to a customer, he is going to give you a jeans. Now, this was maybe a jeans which was ordered from Geo, Levi's jeans, which costs about 10,000 rupees. Now, when the delivery boy goes to your residence and you give him some blue jeans, now if he is not able to figure out in those next 2-3 minutes whether it is the Levi's jeans, it could be Levi's also, with so many variations. If he is not able to figure out based on the logos, etc., obviously he's going to land up with picking up the wrong product. And if he picks up the wrong product, finally we have to take the liability for it, because we have guaranteed that we will pick up Levi's branded so-and-so of this size, this color, etc. Now, so there again what we found is that if we give him something like a co-pilot help, where he has a co-pilot along with him, which is basically nothing but a Gemini engine, which is when he is taking the photographs and the image which is there at the back end, where both of them are combined, and he is able to see some sort of probabilistic. It's not possible, because you're taking a photograph of an object versus comparing it to an image on your screen. So it has to be, it's only a probabilistic match which it will be able to predict. basis that finally that guy has to take the decision. So finally it's the human being. But where we found AI to be really helpful is once you have a certain scale, a certain which is far more than Excel sheets and PDF pages which you can look at. So it is able to sort of curate it for you as dynamically as things are happening. Means today, if there's a frauds are happening more in Rajasthan than or in some particular pin codes, then we would dynamically be able to adjust our X-ray settings values, because you can't X-ray 100%. It's absolutely impossible. So you have to again adjust those. It keeps dynamically setting based on the consignee, based on the pin code, based on the product, based on the value, based on so many multifactorial, and how many of them are actually coming problematic. So it basically can make you running the same X-ray machine, but with far more efficiency, because you are able to sort of bring to it what is really required to be done, rather than doing 100% job, which is an impossibility, and the other is not doing anything at all. So that's.
I would also add one thing to your comment. I think what you mentioned about the return pickup fraud, etc. I think it's a very, very big actually part of the entire fraud bucket, the buyer side fraud. The good thing is that although in the beginning some of these models would have deficiencies, because obviously the image that you are supplying at the real time level would not be matching the ground truth. The better thing is that some of these models are easily trainable. Like once you start having more and more images of the ground, of the images of the people actually, of the delivery boy collecting those products, I think the models also start becoming better over a period of time in order to detect the frauds. That's number one. Secondly, I think there are many more image libraries, image data sets also that are coming up, which usually helps out in bringing those real life images of the products and corroborating them with the standard, let's say the stock photographs. So yeah, I mean, it's very heartening to see that these problems are actually addressed across some of these biggest companies like delivery.
Yeah, it's all a matter of finally the value at risk, I mean, if you're handling cargo of that much magnitude, if you can control the losses on reverse pickup by a few percentage, that's a huge amount of savings both for the client and for yourselves finally.
I think there would be questions at the end of the panel.
The reverse pickup.
Sir, right now, every product cannot have a traceability like that. I mean, we do more than 1 million shipments of products which do not have a label, because it's a non-branded product. What comes from Surat, Jaipur, lots of these cities which are making products for tier, I mean, those are reasonably good shirts. There are 3 shirts for 300 rupees or 200 rupees. So those don't have a brand name, but you still are expected to sort of pick up the reasonably the same product, which is again for the delivery boy who is at the last mile. He has something like a maximum 30 seconds to a minute to look at the item and then decide forward. If he puts accept, immediately the refund goes to the customer. Once he has put accept, then job is over.
I would request that all questions are kept for the end of the panel discussion, but thank you so much for sort of this conversation. Mr. Khanna, I have a question for you. So you have described my matches model as control as code and evidence grade AI. Could you walk us through how your prevention layer predicts fraud and what distinguishes your approach from traditional detection?
Yeah, sure. I'll walk you through an example. So in typical, we're talking about a manufacturing organization. Interestingly, our from Goa, Dr. Feroz. So this company is about 1,000 crores. The procurement is about 700 crores. And in a company like that, or any manufacturing company, you're going to have something called a PO, you're going to have a bill, you're going to have an invoice, and you're going to have a waiver. Now, if a human being has to look at what was the email written, what was the PO which was sent out, what was the invoice which came in, did the quantity, quality, output match at every step. Typically, how it gets done right now is traditionally about 1 or 2% of all those transactions would actually be checked. Now, when you have to try to do a check end to end of all of this, it's a very difficult process because the PO may be for 100 kilos, but the amount may be coming in 3 parts, and did it all match? Did it all match in terms of quantity and quality and in terms of time and trust? Now, when you have to try and map that out logically, it's very difficult to do it. And remember, the internal auditor in a company is a team of 2 or 3 people, and the risk register is about 150 different items. Okay? And procurement is just one of them. So like that, there will be many other processes in the system which need to be looked at. Now, if you're only going to do 2% of all those lists, you're going to have lots of challenges along the way. So therefore, when AI begins to look at things at a very micro level, that was the invoice check, did the quality, quantity, all of it match, and you're able to stitch that together in chronological fashion, you're able to prove whether the transaction is correct. Okay, that's what we do.
Very interesting. Would it be possible for you to share a logistics specific case scenario where your AI forensics model was used to help sift through or scrutinize complex data?
Yeah, so this was from a logistics scenario actually, a supply chain scenario rather, and where all these transactions were measured by the AI and recorded by AI every step. There was an 8% found in terms of discrepancy in just 2 months of transactions. In just 2 months of transactions, 8% difference. Now imagine on a 700 crore base, if you were to find between 8 and 10%, manufacturing company is talking about 70 crores of errors, right? If you're able to show those kind of savings, those are unheard of, right, in terms of margins. Huge amount of savings possible in such scenario.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. Mr. Gupta, you have shared that you've had experience across Amazon, OLX, and now Evolve. What is a key lesson in this sort of designing fraud-resistant supply chains that Indian companies can and should adopt?
So I would say there are 4 lessons actually that I learned from each of these industries. So from Amazon and Uber, I think the first lesson is logging everything, trying to understand each and every data point at a granular level. So that is the lesson number 1, which I also mentioned in the past about the telemetry part. The second lesson which I learned from OLX was in terms of verification. How do you do better seller verification? How do you build more solid KYC systems? So strengthening the verification system, especially in supply chain kind of issues, is one of them. The third lesson which I derived, and that's primarily from a bunch of these companies, is a mixture of technology and the human. So I don't think fraud can ever be just detected entirely by technology. There is always going to be a human in the loop. So how do you design systems that have both the technology and the humans is an important part of our systems. And lastly, at Evolve, which is a startup in the domain of AI consultancy where we help companies become more AI-centric, the lesson is about adaptability, because each and every company have a very different data points, have a very different data architecture, data stack, So the solutions that perhaps are applicable for a large company like Uber would not be easily replicable for a smaller company which has, let's say, just only some kilobytes or of data. So we have to understand the scale of the organization, the problems it's dealing with. We can't really use a hammer to kill an ant. So that's where the adaptability part comes. So in nutshell, there are 4 lessons. One is logging everything as a granular level and using them. Secondly is on verification. Thirdly is on bringing more humans in the loop as well. And lastly is on adaptability.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think most people who are here, they want to know about the practical implementation of adding AI into their supply chains and workflows. And so Dr. Hussain, when implementing AI-driven controls within a fast-moving logistics network like delivery, how do you balance speed and scale with fraud prevention, and what internal metrics or success indicators do you rely upon?
Sure. See, the advantage of AI is that it's able to combine, as Rahul said, text, video, images, plus its own enhanced memory of, I don't know from how many places, wherever it's got trained. If we look at a very simple thing on what we've done, especially with calls being received at our customer center, or our delivery boys also keep calling customers to find out what time they should come, whether they have received the packet or whether they are satisfied with the packet and things like that. So all this analysis, all this talking could be happening in a totally unstructured manner. It's a free flow conversation which happens between customer and the executive. But AI is able to very beautifully analyze it and structure it, put the necessary filters around it, and give you a feedback that this packet was actually not delivered. The customer was probably unhappy that he has still not received it. So though the guy has marked it delivered, it's possible. Or we find out the opposite way also, that the person is telling every time that yes, I am there, and this guy is there at the geofence and he's actually not there. So those are the things which AI basically helps to sort of structure whatever information in different ways into something which like a data point, and then you are able to analyze it pretty well. Now, see, speed has to, in any organization like this, nothing can be stopped for one packet or two packet or one delivery boy or one consignee. You have to keep moving the wheel continuously. So even if you have a yellow suspect, which you have a doubtful customer that, okay, he is giving you some fraudulent things. The question is, you can't just like that on the first go itself go hammer and tongs after him, because you would definitely continue his, and then you would look at his behavior over a period of time, over a period of a number of packets, over a period of value of packets across products, across clients, and then try, or across even multiple delivery guys, because that also keeps changing. So only then it's possible to really make conclusions. So what AI does is it's able to sort of put the whole thing into a much better perspective, and as I said, curate it for you and give it to you on a platter, because finally a human being is required to take that last decision. Of course, today we allow AI to take a lot of decisions, because what we've done, like if somebody has crossed a certain threshold, then we allow it to block certain things. So it can block a PIN code, it can block a person from delivery boy from being able to pick up packets, it can block a particular truck, it can block lots of things. But there are some automation tasks,
and there are a lot of tasks where a human being's decision making is important. I think the other is, of course, being able to collaborate with the rest of the environment, because only then the success comes out. AI has the beauty of AI success only comes when all the stakeholders collaborate. Now, if you see, government has also done a lot of things on that, so that each and every industry is able to benefit from the scale of information which is available across sites, and they are now providing it as a service to a lot of companies. If we just see the way we do our people authentication, we are able to decide on a person probably in few seconds, because his Aadhaar, his PAN, his GST, his income tax, all that gets sort of auto-validated, auto-checked. So we don't need any hard copies at all. All that information is checked in seconds using a back-end validation process. So most important is, of course, and all this is possible not because of deliveries data alone. It is depending on the data of whether it's Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of, from multiple departmental sources across the government, whose data is getting collated, and thereby we are able to at least authenticate and validate a person. Once we've done that, that's the first step, because fraud finally happens with human beings. So, being well, and the internal stakeholders fraud is the most difficult part. So that's where we put in a lot of efforts to try and control that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I believe it's relatively obvious that we are moving into the world of AI and AI integration into these multiple systems. So as an ending question, I would like to ask our panelists, if we imagine a truly AI-enabled, fraud-resistant Indian supply chain in 5 years, what would this look like, and what one change would you want to see adopted now to get us there?
Okay, so maybe I can start. So I think if you really want an AI-enabled vision where the supply chains would be totally devoid of fraud, I would say that we have to imagine AI as some kind of a God view, which really looks into different elements of the supply chain, which has understanding of from the RFID tags to the different IoT devices. It also is integrated with the blockchain. So right from the source, when the material is produced, all the way till the customer, it is well tracked by AI. It is not just by AI, but by other technologies, but by analyzed by AI. So it is more like a CCTV of sorts, which is like an intelligent CCTV overlooking each and every element of the entire supply chain. And it comes with different facets which the AI technologies have to develop, or at least have to apply in some of the supply chain use cases. For example, and which we discussed as well, like how do you ensure that all the invoices are proper? How do you ensure that each and every transaction that is happening on the platform or outside the platform, they are not fraudulent transactions? How do we bake the AI into the payment gateways as well? And I think some of them already do have advanced AI integrated into the payment gateways. How do we solve using AI some of the other big problems, such as like the phone kind of a problem, that you are giving a brick instead of a phone, whether from the buyer side or the seller side? So these are still some of the open-ended problems that I wish that we would be able to solve in future with the help of AI. Some of the things that we would need to put in place would be strong data governance policies, would be better ways in which we store and manage these data points as well, because if we really want to do more and more advanced AI techniques, we also need more and better quality data. Now, how do we get the data? How do we store the data in a responsible manner so that it is not utilized for wrong purposes? And you would be surprised that we are speaking about using AI to prevent fraud, but actually AI is being used to do fraud as well. Like nowadays, you can use AI to generate amazing, authentic looking invoices. So it becomes a challenge that the AI tool has to now detect an invoice to be fraud which has been created by the AI itself. So you are having a competition between two elements of AI. And that is an active area of research as well, that how do you decide which of these models will eventually win. So for example, if you write an article using ChatGPT, and so the question will be that, and if you paste that article back into ChatGPT and ask whether it was an AI generated article or not, you can't be really sure, because it also will not be 100% with confidence can say that this is AI generated or not. So it is also engendering and creating new sort of frauds, and I think we need to strengthen this battle between using AI for benefit versus using AI for doing fraud. So yeah, so these are some of my thoughts around this.
Dr. Hassan?
There's another perspective. A lot of people have started, doing the farming themselves, managing their own farm, growing their own vegetables, things like that, and having that for breakfast, dinner. So they feel that this whole supply chain system is not something which is trustable. Probably there's this chemical laden, vegetables or meat or things like that is coming in, and which is causing the problems. Okay, but everyone can't be doing that. So in 5 years, how would I like to see it? I think the most important thing is coordination between the different stakeholders, whether it is the government, and the government has taken an initiative in being able to set up various platforms, whether it's I4C, whether it is 1930, the DOT's. Something like phone thefts earlier were very high in logistics. After the government published it that, okay, if somebody has a phone theft, and if you upload the invoice with the IMEI number and all that, then the DOT will be blocking that IMEI forever. And so automatically just the number of phone thefts reduced, because everybody came to know that the company is just going to upload the invoices onto the DOT site, which has the IMEI numbers of the phones which are stolen. And finally they'll not be able to use it. It could be iPhone 17, but it is not going to work. So matter closed. So that's how the collaboration and coordination between different stakeholders is the most important thing to establish the supply chain integrity and ethics. Now, the private sector, the corporate sector, to be able to work with each other again is not such an easy thing, because there are various contradictions also on sharing data between each other. But the government, I think, is playing a role in trying to get this data, whether it is through the banks, through the payment agencies, through various other agencies, and put it into a sort of format whereby everybody is able to use it. And finally, if the fraud reduces, the net cost of logistics also reduces, because it's all about, finally the cost of goods being transported. Thank you.
So I think what you mentioned, so the Niti Aayog is already working on some of these initiatives. They have this AI Frontier Tech Hub, and all sorts of data, they are now basically being made available via something known as MCP servers. So we can, like as private players, we can subscribe to these MCP servers, get access to a lot of those governmental data. And at the same time, many companies are also opening up their data and making it available to other companies using those MCP. So MCP is acting as a common conduit or a common language to share data across the private as well as the governmental sectors.
Thank you very much. Mr. Khanna, would you like to share your thoughts on this?
Yes. So I think the world going forward, so like we have AI right now, and the next thing AGI, and then have super intelligence coming after that. At the same time, the other theme which is also going to happen is called trust. And the reason why it's going to be trust is, can I trust this document? Can I trust this image? Can I trust this video? And if fundamentally you can't do that, you're going to have a big challenge. And in supply chain, that's the biggest challenge, right? If you have the wrong invoice, if you have the wrong vendor, all of that. So if you're going to be able to trust your systems a lot more and therefore build trustworthy systems, and that's what we're working towards, that you know, be able to establish trust. Can we really get to a point 5 years from now that frauds come down to an absolute from 10% in the world to something like 1%? Is that possible? 100% it is possible. You have something like blockchain coming in with AI. It will be very difficult to do.
Great.
So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank our panelists for today's conversation. Thank you very much. They'll be open to connect post this. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI, to please come on stage and present our speakers with mementos. A memento for our moderator, Omaya Malhotra. A memento for Dr. Feroz Hussain of Delivery. A memento for Mr. Rahul Gupta of Evolve.ai. We also want to thank Mr. Arjun Khanna, who couldn't be with us here, but we thank you for your presence and your deliberations in this panel discussion. I request all of you to please gather in front of the tables for a group photograph.
Can I request my photo to be there?
Perhaps you can take another photograph with him.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers for this conversation. Our next session is actually a fireside chat, and the topic here is threats of truth using tech to tackle fashion counterfeits. The fashion and retail sector is the hardest hit when it comes to counterfeits. You don't believe me? You just have to take a walk down Chandni Chowk, even when you're not shopping for a wedding. Many counterfeit sales happen in small shops, street markets, and online via unverified sellers, and these are quite hard to track. And here, customers are aware and willing participants of this underground market, as the cost is much lower than full price. How do brands protect their revenues in such a scenario? We'll be discussing this and more in this session. Please welcome our moderator, Ms. Charu Lamba, Associate Editor, ET Retail. Please give a round of applause and welcome Ms. Charu Lamba on stage. I would request Ms. Charu Lamba, Associate Editor, ET Retail, to please come up on stage. All right, we'll just give a minute for our moderator to, perhaps I think she stepped out of the hall. We'll just wait for a minute and let her come up and take this conversation further. All right, we'll wait for Ms. Charu to join us. In the interim, I request our other speakers to please come up on stage. Please welcome Ms. Pallavi Mohan, fashion designer and founder, Not So Serious. She'll be talking about this topic on counterfeits in the fashion and retail industry. And please welcome Mr. Gautam Gupta, fashion designer and creative director, Asha Gautam. So I think our speakers are here. So please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Ms. Charu Lamba, Associate Editor, ET Retail, and Ms. Pallavi Mohan, fashion designer and founder, Not So Serious. A quick introduction of Ms. Charu Lamba. She is a Senior Assistant Editor at ET Retail with more than 15 years of experience in digital media and more than 8 years covering the retail sector. She specializes in tracking evolving consumer behavior, retail tech, D2C trends, and e-commerce innovations. I'll hand it over to Ms. Lamba to take this conversation ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Want to check the energy in this room first of all before we start. No, there is no Josh. Should we take the help of AI to help us bring that Josh? Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, thank you so much. As you know, the topic today is how we can use tech to prevent counterfeits. I'm going to ask very simple questions and then also move to AI to understand how it can help protect the fashion going ahead. Fashion brands, fashion designers, and whatever is related to fashion. So I start with a very simple question for both of you. According to you, how are counterfeits impacting fashion brands, retailers, consumers, and especially designers like both of you in India as well as globally?
So, hi, hello everybody. I really hope how Charu's kind of gotten some energy. We're going to continue having that during the session. And Charu, thank you so much for the question. Again, counterfeit or copycats or, how it affects our business. We all know that there are a few different aspects to it. One, for sure, as a business entrepreneur and a designer, right? Designers also run businesses, which most people forget. It takes away our livelihoods, not just for me, but also for the artisans who worked to make these products by hand. Anything that is copied and made by machine takes away jobs, which we really need in today's time and age to have. The craftsmen, they all get cheated in the process. So it affects all our livelihoods for sure. But apart from that, it depletes the brand value, right? So if you're selling something for X amount and somebody else is selling a version of that or a copy of that at quarter the price online, or today we know Rahul Mishra, for example, just won a case where his tiger print was copied, right? And I'm so glad that a quick judgment was passed and that he was protected. And I do hope that legally we are more protected because to fight a legal battle or a case, it takes a lot of grit, it takes a lot of patience, because it's a long enduring process. So I just want us to be protected as designers, because it takes very little to copy something, but it takes a very long time to create something, right, which is original. So yeah, it impacts our business, it impacts livelihoods, and it diminishes our brand value.
I second your point, Pallavi. Gautam, what would you like to add to it?
I think Pallavi has covered the points very well. But just to add, when we talk about fashion in India, we are talking of a wider spectrum, because we are including a lot of handlooms and handmade crafts, which have been there, the part of the country, and a very prominent part of the country. In fact, the only part of the world where they still exist. And what happens is, when we are talking about counterfeit, we are not only talking about it being made in a cheaper way, but it's also being done in a very bad state and spread across, which reduces the value of those crafts, those ancient technologies and techniques which we have been working with. So it not only affects us as a designer, as an entrepreneur, but it affects their livelihood badly, because they takes months, like
Like for example, like a Patni sari takes 10 months, 6 months, 8 months in making. A weaver works for like hours during the day for 6 months and get one sari made. And then there is a power loom sari which comes like in 2 days. So imagine 5 months of hard work goes down the drain, and I'm talking just not about one weaver, I'm talking thousands of weavers in the various clusters across the remote part of our country which are getting affected daily, and as a result, we are losing it out. We are losing the artisan, we are losing the craft, we are losing the designers, and obviously the new age entrepreneurs to enter into the territory and work hard for it. So it's really hard.
So it is becoming a hindrance for the designers to actually grow and see a bright future going ahead.
Absolutely, it's not very encouraging.
So Pallavi, do you really think it impacts your creativity as well, and can tech come to your rescue at any which ways?
So we're talking about AI specifically, right? So I think AI today is in its teething stage, right? Like how when Photoshop or Gmail accounts were created, and we didn't know how a computer would change our lives, or how something as like Photoshop is, every child knows how to use Photoshop today. We didn't know how important it would become for in our day-to-day lives, businesses, making an Excel sheet or whatever it is, right? I think AI is going to just do the same, whether it is fashion or agriculture or health or any industry or any form of services. I think it's going to become a inevitable, very important aspect. Again, every technology, everything has pros and cons. Like we were discussing outside, Charu. It is how we use it. So technology can help us get better, make us faster, make us prompter, help us create things better, but not forgetting that we are not going to leave our essence, which is handmade, right? We're going to make beautiful handmade clothes forever. Yes, it'll help us in a design aspect. But again, prompting on AI can help Pallavi design something where Pallavi is not really using her pen and paper to design. Similarly, somebody else could prompt as Pallavi and make a design that would look like a not so serious design or a Pallavi Mohan design, right? How do you stop that? Today, if AI could design for me, AI could design my ideas for someone else too. So it is a very, I can't say at this stage today, but I do fear AI taking over a lot of, because it's just not your, it's become your mind, right? We write letters with AI today. We do everything with AI. We want to design with AI. So I don't want us to lose our soul and our mind. So it will take away a lot while it will give. So I think it is yet to kind of, we are yet to know what it's going to do. But definitely I'm worried about how dead our brains are going to be eventually. We only need to know how to prompt correctly. Apart from that, I don't know. I really don't know what the future is.
I guess everybody is experimenting right now, and there are pros and cons, you rightly said. If in the right hands, AI can help us develop new things. If in the wrong hands, it can actually be cause a big harm to maybe brands, designs, or retailers, if we talk about at length. So, yeah.
So I use AI, and I use AI for my work also. So I feel there are ways the tool can be used constructively in some ways, but you have to start the process accordingly. So AI can build up blockchains for you, yes, where you start making documents, archives of your designs, and with the imagery search tool in the AI, which is also there in Google Lens, you can see if it's getting copied, if it's getting replicated. And like Pallavi mentioned about Rahul's case, there are ways to take that forward. Similarly, with AI, we can use the language softwares in a more effective manner and communicate the process, the people, the detailings, and communicate it to the wider audience, which
in today, before AI, was not so easy because the systems were there, but not so effectively in such a widespread manner. So, I mean to say AI has certain features which can be enablers, which can be problem solvers. It's just that the process is still new, and it's new for a little bit people like us. Maybe we have worked in a very conventional way. So we need to educate ourselves also on how to leverage AI in a more advanced manner. There are nuances, and it's an ever-growing tool.
I second your point. So Gautam, we also use AI maybe to protect artisans and their creativity going ahead?
Absolutely, we can, and that's what I said, that if you start documenting, suppose there is a design, you have a design code, the cluster where it is weaved, the artisan who has woven it, and the technique in which it has been used, and start documenting and putting it up, you can see if it has been misused, done in a wrong way, and then you can educate your clients and the modern clients who are tech savvy, who understand how to trace, because maybe my mother or my aunt or people of senior age might not use the AI in that ways, but they have younger sons, daughters and grandchildren who can help them in that traceability. So we have to, do the coding. We have to go to that way of documenting ourselves from offline to online, and from online to enabling it with the AI.
True. So when we say we have talked about AI, how AI is going to help, how AI can be misused, how we can protect artisans also. So, but when we talk about consumers, they don't shy away from buying counterfeits because they're cheaper. Do you think there's a need to change the mindset? If yes, how can we change it? I mean, this question is for both of you.
So consumer education is always very important, not because counterfeits not something new, whether it's been Chanel or LV or any international brand. You've seen counterfeits for decades after decades, right? So it's not new. I think the consumer mindset is such that people want to own brands, right? A lot of people don't think of it being ethical or not ethical, right? They just want to have, and this, I don't blame them. People as humans, we all humans, we want something because we've seen it, we like it, or it's trending. So I'm not going to say that it's a crime for people to buy, but it's lack of understanding and the implications that people don't understand that it has for businesses. I think it is us as designers or people who run businesses who need to kind of keep protecting ourselves, start creating and making things faster, I guess not faster, not like mass produce faster, but keep bringing something new. Where I come from, luxury cannot be mass produced, right? We need to get smarter with what we are doing in our designs. Are they flat designs, easy to digitally print, made by machine? I think we need to get smarter and better and make things that are actually not that easy to copy. There is just no stopping. It takes, how do you stop? If somebody was to go to my store or shop online and buy any of my designs and give it to somebody and say, make a version of this, how do you stop it? You can't. So whether it's AI, if somebody has the intent to copy, if somebody has the intent to steal, they will continue doing it. You can't do anything about it, unfortunately.
But don't you think designers are losing their authenticity because of that?
It's, like I said, it's been going on for decades, Charu. It's not new. It's just that it's highlighted today because of social media, today because we can see it, it's visible. But it's been there. The LV logo printed bags have been on the streets of the world. Today you go to Lajpat Nagar, whether you go to anywhere, whether you go to the streets of Paris or you go to Florence or London, you'll find them all across, and not from today. It's been forever. And somebody went to LV shop, bought that original bag, and then made versions of them, right? So, and today it's so easy. A photo on Instagram or on your online, it's so easy to copy. You
So Pallavi, I am thinking, don't you think we should be using AI to catch the people who are carrying counterfeits and actually put it to the right use?
So, there are some countries in Europe where there's a law that if you are caught at the airport with a counterfeit bag, like if you found, I think it's in France or Netherlands, where if you walk in with a fake LV or a Chanel or something, the police can actually stop you, question you, and you can be fined or sent back to your country for promoting counterfeit product. It is a law. But again, law is a slow process. Like I, initially said that I wish everything that's unfair or fair or a judgment could be quite fast. It takes years. And it is a very, very expensive process to fight a legal battle. I mean, I know it personally because I have been dealing with it for the last 1.5 years, trying to fight this battle, right? It's not so simple. I mean, that's why we only have to make limited product, get better, be very, very exclusive, opulence and luxury. I really don't know how to stop anybody from stealing.
Gautam, any ideas from your team?
See,
it's a fact, right?
Consumption of counterfeit is such a big reality because we see a lot of big retail brands in the world existing because of the counterfeits. So now there are 3 ways to not solve it but process it. One is the supply side, in which I mentioned that the coding and the kind of documentation can help us in tracing the people who are making it, and stringent laws and judicial process expedited will help us in solving that. Second is that the process which involves in making the entire design process has to be done and showcased. The story has to be told so that there's a kind of an emotive pull towards buying the originality. And obviously the legal system has to take process in the selling part of how to work upon it so that the selling or the consumption of a counterfeit goods, like what Pallavi said, like in Europe, if you're found with a counterfeit when you travel, I don't know if there's a law in India right now about it. I'm sorry, I'm not so educated about it, but if it is there, we should have it and we should implement it so that 3 ways pollution can be achieved through, and I always feel that the way to solve any problem in our country specifically, it has to come from both, from motivating, from advocacy and from legality point of view. The both has to go hand in hand.
Do you think it's easy to implement such policies here in India, considering that people belong from tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 and metros? I mean, the penetration is so deep that bringing in the laws, it takes years.
See, absolutely, no problem can be solved in a day or in a month or in a year, but we have to start somewhere. Sitting on it and not doing anything will neither solve it, will only aggravate it, and we have already discussed the ill effects of those. So you have to start.
I agree with you. Like I said, Rahul is a great example where he took an action. I have been fighting a legal battle for 1.5 years myself. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to fight. But like again I said, some of us can endure it, some of us can fund it. But it is a very complicated, difficult process. And I do really hope that one day, life's going to be beautiful.
But fighting legal cases for everyone is not that easy, and it's a tedious process.
Oh, yes, and it takes up a lot of your mind space. It takes away a lot of your time. It is very heart-wrenching. It makes you wonder about, and it's just not. The problem with our brands are that it's not just India. I retail in Middle East. I retail in France. I retail in many other countries. I retail in Singapore. Today, how am I going to catch a buyer who's bought a counterfeit of mine sitting in Dubai or Kuwait, which I'm still trying to figure out, because there are people who are, so if I was to sell something for $100 and somebody sold an article which is a very good version of what I do at $50, the buyer is putting my label on it and selling it, right? How do I do this? We're talking about India. This is not an India problem. This is a global problem, because we need to call out. We need to tell people, like colleagues, we need to tell people who deal with these clients and customers, be very, very careful. You're selling 100 pieces to them. But you know what? They're going to make that 100 piece into 500 pieces because everybody is selling everything online. So yes, it is very easy to catch people selling your style online, but what if they have bought 100 pieces from you and copied 400 other pieces at half the price from someone else? You will keep thinking that they're selling what they bought from you. They're very clever people. When people want to steal, when they want to do something like this, they'll find hundreds of ways to do it. It's just that we have to be more innovative, we have to keep designing, bringing in newness to what we create. Yes, we have to educate people about the processes, the design sensibility, and many other things. But this is, I think, an ethical problem, which I don't know how to combat.
Okay, if I have to think of like, you have to mix tech and policies together. Can you think of an idea that can actually help designers protecting their original work?
I think marking them with, coding them, numbering your garments, getting serial numbers. I don't know, but again, if the buyer is ready to compromise and if the eventual customer is ready to compromise, who's going to come and even ask you if it is legit or not? So yes, eventually, I really don't have an answer, Charu. I don't know. I really hope that somebody could come and tell me that, hey, Pallavi, you know what? This is the way you can protect yourself, at least 50%, if not 100%. I really don't have an answer for this.
You know, there are few steps which can be thought about. One is definitely patenting your designs, which again is expensive affair, not so easy, and also you can't patent all the designs. Secondly, having communities and forums in which, as Pallavi also mentioned, colleagues coming together, having a single window advocacy, legitimacy, and legal battles fighting for the community. And then
we need to share.
Yeah, and then the moral policing, where sometimes the kind of name and shame kind of imagery can be done to make the people who are doing it, like from the buying point of view also and selling point of view, feel a sense of responsibility of what shouldn't be done. So, as I've always said, that no problem can be solved in holistic manner in a day. We have to keep on, start doing something, and then see the reviewing, and technology, trust me, can help at least to counter it in some way. So we should embrace it, we should leverage it, and there are ways and there are tools which will come sooner or later which can at least catch the eye. So as I mentioned, if you put your design's image on AI or Google Lens, you will find images which have a similar in the entire spectrum of social media. So at least you will know what's happening somewhere. And that can be the starting point. You might not be knowing about everywhere, but then the start is important. And then the end will automatically once come when you have started the process, because you will learn with the process.
I guess the government is taking note of it. I guess we are using tech in an effective manner, because when we talk about on the likes of Amazon and Flipkarts, they are taking various steps to make sure counterfeits are not available at their websites, or there are brands like Myntra who are making sure that they get the authentic brands and not the second-hand sellers or something who can actually sell the counterfeit products to consumers.
So, just a second, just adding to what you're saying, the AI has a tool where you can check your design being replicatedly sold at these marketplaces. So the tool is there.
I know this because this is how I discovered a lot of my stuff. So once you discover, what do? Once you find, you discover, and you know it's all out there, and you know what's happening, and then what happens?
Yeah, obviously, I mean to say, if it is done in
How do
India,
we punish these people?
Yeah, and see,
That's where government comes into play.
I'm sorry. First thing is that have we done any patented on it? Have we done any?
But Gautam, it takes 6 minor changes for a design patent to change. Basically, if your leaf is like this, you just have to make your leaf like that. That's a design change. It takes such minute, minuscule changes that is invalid.
No, I agree that's
Gautam, for the last 1.5 years, I'm dealing with this. So I really, give me an answer.
So I guess everyone over here is looking for that answer, and I hope the policymakers listen to this conversation someday and make sure that they've come up with laws which can help the designers like you.
And I'm going to reach out to Gautam to understand what he's doing, because he's definitely doing something correct.
Whenever I see a weave being taken over, I just send an email that this is not your design, it's better you take it off, otherwise I'm sending you a legal notice. That solves a lot of the problems.
The scare is there amongst the people who actually counterfeiting the products. So my last question to both of you, right? When we talk about the future now, imagine a world where there are no counterfeits happening, and when you have to marry technology with your authentic fashion, how are you going to do it in the future? Any thoughts on that, Pallavi, and followed by Gautam? We would love to listen from you as well.
So it sounds like a dream. I think the way the speed that AI is moving, and like I said, has taken over so many different aspects of our existence today, whether it's medical, health, tourism, it's just everything. I am certain that there will be something that will protect us from this. It'll speed up a lot of life has already become very fast. I think it's going to get faster. So yes, like pros and cons of everything. This is definitely, it's how we're going to use it. I need to educate myself with the generation that I belong to. It is not in my DNA, and it doesn't come to me naturally. I need to get team members in my company who are savvy, who are fast, and who can teach me to become a better designer, entrepreneur, and take AI in as a habit, and something that I mean, this is what I need to do, and this is what's going to better me.
I think, as I always said, that this is not going to be such a easy or a very fast track step. It's a slow process. Like we make clothes, it's a slow process. This will be a very slow process. Much slower, because as what Pallavi just said, that changing the design here and there, coloring it up in the remote areas, how will you solve this? So absolutely, those questions cannot be answered right now, but we have to start.
Looking ahead to a bright future for both of you. To be honest, in a world where there are no counterfeits and you're using tech to its maximum potential to make sure the consumers gets whatever they're looking for. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Charu.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Pallavi.
Thank you to our speakers for highlighting the problems the designers are facing when it comes to IP and infringement. I would request Dr. Jatinder Singh to please come up on stage and present our speakers with mementos. Request you to present a memento to our moderator, Charu Lamba. A memento for Mr. Gautam Gupta. And a memento for Ms. Pallavi Mohan. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Thank you to our speakers. We have a very interesting session coming up next, but we need a minute to set up the stage. We have a number of speakers talking about importance of regulations and laws. So just give a minute to get the stage set up for this discussion. Next, we have a panel discussion on regulating for trust, strengthening consumer protection in the age of AI and digital commerce. India has indeed built a comprehensive legal framework to protect online customers, but the real question is whether it is sufficient in practice. Very often, you hear of cases of digital arrest of a friend or a family member. Earlier in the day, the Secretary, Ma'am Nidhi, also mentioned the cases of digital arrest. Or you could have heard of an elderly relative who was robbed of his life savings because of a banking fraud. We definitely need faster dispute resolution mechanisms and better training of law enforcement agencies. Do we also need to tweak the laws? For example, maybe tighter marketplace liability rules? We'll discuss all of this in this session. Please welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Dr. Jatinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI. He holds a PhD in management, having 30 years of experience in senior management level in domains of new age business, law and justice, sustainability, academia, industrial networking, and policy advocacy. He is working on projects with the government, multi-bilateral organizations, and international agencies and think tanks. Please welcome our speakers in this session, our special guest, Mr. Siddharth Luthra, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Please welcome Ms. Parul Tully, Founding Partner, NSAF Law Group. Please welcome Ms. Surabhi Chhabra, Advocate, Suman Khaitan and Co. Please welcome Ms. Nilambera Sandeepan, Partner, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan, and Ms. Ravi Birbal, Advocate, Chambers of Mr. Raj Birbal. Mr. Siddharth Luthra is on his way and will be joining us shortly, but we want to thank all our speakers for making the time to come here. And I'll hand it over to Dr. Jatinder Singh to start this panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Anisha. And normally, the last sessions become challenging sessions because by that time the fatigue level, rises to the maximum hilt, and then people start feeling that we have taken a lot of gyan. But the point is, whatever discussions that have taken place since morning, the end result is like whenever the interpretation of any act, any circumstance, any challenge or any issue is done, the final interpretation, the final matter comes to the legal experts. So legal experts as such, or I'll say the law enforcement agencies or the legal fraternity, is one of the important pillars in the entire ecosystem when we are discussing the topic of harnessing AI to combat frauds and counterfeits in retail and e-commerce. And when we see the data in terms of, how much transactions are taking place in India, for example, we have seen that somewhere close to 20 billion transactions happened in August 2025 itself, the UPI transactions. And as the transactions are increasing by scale, in fact, that immediately attracts the fraudster also, because the number is directly proportional to the fraud. More transactions, definitely more frauds we encounter. At the same time, when we read the RBI reports that there are somewhere close to 36,000 crore of frauds that happened in financial year 2024-25. So this figure again indicates that despite best of the tools, besides best of the, the sort of double authentication, platforms, despite best of the features embedded in the banking system, still frauds and, digital transaction issues are happening. So in order to understand the nuances that what is the intersection of the AI in retail and e-commerce vis-a-vis law, and how the law enforcement agencies and how the legal jurisprudence can actually help us to mitigate these challenges by making the policies more crystal clear, more sort of resilient and more dynamic, because normally what we have seen, the technology outpaces the speed of regulators. Technology and innovations, they move faster as far as the regulations are concerned. We have seen many, for example, the cryptocurrency is an example in this case. There were many cryptocurrency, startups that came 2 years back, and immediately with the RBI ban, they all, they went for a toss in a year or so. Now again, with ease of some cryptocurrency, again, we are seeing that some startups are again coming back to India. But at the same time, particularly, we have seen like the dark patterns, we have seen some frauds, we have seen, some counterfeits that is actually happening. And now with this festive season approaching, I'm sure the amount of, transactions on different e-commerce platforms, it's going to be, go by 10x times. So we have a panel expert who are all legal luminaries in their field. We'll be putting up some of the important challenges the industry is facing, particularly in terms of, how the policies, how the regulations that are made by the regulators becomes sometimes a sort of, a blockage in terms of going for further innovations, and how interpreting some of the acts like Consumer Protection Act, the detailed fine prints that the industry needs to know, so that like whenever they are curating any new product or service, all those things are taken care of. So we have a very important luminaries, as you can see on stage. We have with us Ms. Ravi Birbal, Advocate, Chambers of Mr. Raj Birbal, Ms. Surbhi Chhabda, Advocate, Suman Khaitan and Company. We have Ms. Neelambra Sandeepan with us, Partner Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan, and we have Ms. Parul Tuli with us, Founding Partner, NSAP Law Group, and Ms. Parul Tuli is also the co-chair of Law and Justice Committee at PHDCCI. So without any further ado, we will come to the brass tacks immediately. So first, I'll start the session, the conversation with Ms. Parul Tuli. So the first question says, normally like when we talk of consumer, challenges as such, one of the important act that comes into, limelight is the Consumer Protection Act 2019. So how far the Consumer Protection Act 2019 succeeded in addressing the shortcomings of the 1986 Act, especially for online transactions? Because in 1986, when this act was enacted, the online transactions were bare minimal. There was no e-commerce as such, and the transactions were again far less than what's it's happening today. So what are the shortcomings you saw in 1986, and how those challenges were surmounted by the Consumer Protection Act 2019? Parulji, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, and thank you for inviting me to speak on this panel with very esteemed co-panelists. So talking about the 2019 Act and how it's really improved from the 1986 Act, I think firstly, the new Act explicitly includes e-commerce and online transactions in its scope, which was a very significant omission from the previous Act. Also, the definition of consumer has been expanded in this Act. The definition of a consumer now includes any person that purchases products or services online or through any e-commerce platform or through electronic means, which was not there. A very important establishment has been the establishment of a regulatory authority with a bite, which is the CCPA, or the Central Consumer Protection Authority. This has been established to regulate matters relating to consumer rights, and with it has certain powers to issue directions, recall products, personalize, penalize on misleading ads. So the entire purpose of the CCPA is regulatory in specific to these kind of offenses. And the concept of product liability has also been introduced in the new Act. So now manufacturers and sellers are held responsible for compensation for harm caused by defective products or deficient services, which was missing. I think the new Act has also strengthened the dispute resolution mechanism. Mediation has specifically been included in the new Act as a means of an alternate to traditional litigation for faster resolution of disputes. Of course, the e-Dakhil portal, which has been created, and the purpose of that is a more efficient, cost-effective, and speedy resolution of disputes. Even issues which were earlier there in terms of territorial jurisdiction have now been eased out in the new Act, and a consumer can file a complaint from his space of residence or where he works, which was missing, and making it much easier. I think the new Act also lays down some stricter penalties, though there is still a long way to go for that, and we will analyze that further later. There's also a lot more regulation of online transactions, especially with the Act and the Consumer Protection e-commerce rules of 2020 that have been laid out. these mandate e-commerce platforms to comply with rules such as disclosing seller information, consumer-friendly return policies, protecting consumer data privacy. So as we can see, there are a lot of changes that have come about in the new act that's much needed in today's very evolving e-commerce landscape. There is still a lot more that has to be done with AI coming into the scene, but it's definitely a welcome change.
Great, thank you very much indeed. And when we talk of this entire ecosystem of e-commerce retail, so one of the important determinants here is what are the the responsibilities of the sellers, at the same time what are the consumer rights, particularly in virtual marketplaces. If you see this backdrop, we have this logo of Jago Grahak Jago. So this important slogan was in fact curated by Department of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Government of India, because the point is that consumers themselves are not aware of what are the important rights. They need to understand what are the roles and responsibilities of the sellers or of the platform companies. So in order to deep dive in it, I will put a question to Mr. Ravi Birbal. So Ravi ji, what are the key legislations in India that govern the consumer protection in the e-commerce sector per se? And also please highlight some of the provisions which are specific to online consumer rights in the virtual marketplace.
See, in the e-commerce world, the unfortunate part is that consumers have got very low bargaining power when it comes to disputes. And therefore, AI should not just be smart. It has to be ethical. It has to be very responsible. Our legislature has taken care of these loopholes and framed some important acts and rules. For example, we have now got the Consumer Protection Act 2019, and we have got the E-Commerce Consumer Protection Rules 2020. These acts and the rules provide certain fundamental rights to the citizens of our country, which is right to choose, right to be heard, right to addressal of grievance, right to information, right to education, and right to safety. Apart from this, the Act and the rules have established CCPA, which is Central Consumer Protection Authority. Then the pivotal aim of the legislation is to curb the fraudulent practices. It says that no manipulated bank statements should be there, no manipulated misleading advertisements should be there, no spurious goods sale has to be there. Now, most importantly, the Act and the rules also mandate that the details published on the website with respect to sellers, vendors, pricing, offers has to be very accurate and absolutely transparent. The most amendment being brought about these regulations is having a grievance redressal system. There has to be a grievance redressal officer who has to acknowledge the receipt of a complaint by any consumer within a period of 48 hours and also to resolve it within a period of 1 month. So in India, we have got no dearth of regulations and laws, but what we lack is the awareness and execution of it. Now coming to penalties, the penalties have also been made stringent. They can be fined up to a sum of rupees 20 lakhs. The directors can be prosecuted. There can be notices issued to them. There can be imprisonment for a period of about 6 months. And going beyond the Consumer Protection Act and the regulations, when it comes to cyber crimes, cyber laws, we have got the Information Technology Act 2000. We have got the BNS 2023, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. We have the erstwhile Indian Penal Code. For protection of privacy, we have got Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, which is yet to be implemented. So we have no dearth of laws and regulations, but what we really lack is their implementation, awareness, and execution of it. And I can tell you that AI and consumer protection laws can make an establishment, it can also break an establishment. If there is a non-execution of any provision, it can completely demolish the reputation of an organization. So it is very important that Jitendraji, there are programs like this, and the entities are made aware of the provisions, and there is execution of it, and there is also awareness of these provisions to the normal citizens and the consumers.
Thank you very much indeed. In fact, you said that there are no dearth of legislation as far as the Indian markets are concerned, the consumer rights. But sometimes we tend to buy some of the products from some foreign platforms also, because as we know that there are certain things probably which may not be available right now, and immediately as a consumer, sometimes there is a, immediate choice that we should go for some sort of, if not Amazon India, then maybe like Amazon US, something like that. So in order to understand the broader perspective, Indian regulations vis-a-vis foreign regulations, I'll put a small query to Ms. Surbi Chhabra. So Surbi, like, as we know that many Indian consumers now buy from foreign platforms. So how can Indian regulators, they can enforce consumer rights across borders? And it can be through treaties or joint investigations or platform level obligations. Are there certain obligations or treaties exist, or what are the challenges that you face that need to be surmounted?
Thank you, sir. So yes, definitely cross-border enforcement and cross-border cooperation is definitely the way forward. And yes, there should be international treaties and global agreements as well on this. And those treaties and agreements should really, focus on the jurisdictional aspect that, in cross-border disputes, what happens is you are confused between, which law will apply, my country law or the other country's law. So there should be a proper, specified jurisdiction clause and provision that which jurisdiction will apply, or the consumer can opt for a jurisdiction which is convenient to them. Secondly, there can be clauses regarding enhanced cooperation and enhanced cooperative investigation for that. Grievance mechanism provisions can be there. And there can be online dispute resolution mechanisms as well, since everything is online now. And recently there has been an memorandum of understanding between India and Mauritius regarding the consumer protection. There has been an India-UK Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, which also specifies the consumer protection laws. And there is one, India has been a partner in International Consumer Protection and Enforcement Network, which is ICPEN, which also focuses on cross-border dispute and consumer protection.
I think these are very important treaties or agreements that have been signed, but I'm not sure whether consumers are aware that such things exist in the marketplace, because therefore, more conversations are required, not only within this, forum, but in different fora, so that the widespread communication spread across different platforms. And now what happens, like, as we know, the pace of artificial intelligence, the pace of tech and innovation, it's far, ahead as far as the regulations are concerned. Sometimes we see the startups make some new model, and maybe after a year or so the new regulation comes, and then the startup is sometimes totally torn apart. So in such case, I'll put this question to Ms. Nilambra, that how can India's courts as well as the sector regulators, they can keep pace with the rapid AI and digital e-commerce that is happening, and how we can ensure that there are robust legal remedies for the consumer harms, because there are a lot of consumer harms that happens. As we in the morning we discussed about dark patterns, we discussed about digital arrest, but we don't have very important legislations as such in terms of consumers being aware that such things are there, and how actually we can address all these issues and challenges. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for having me on this panel. Of course, as lawyers, we always tend to criticize laws because we always feel that there aren't enough. What Ms. Ravi just said is that we have enough and more laws. The problem is of enforcement. Now, who are these enforcers? Obviously, the regulators and the courts in our country. See, laws will always keep playing catch up with technology. There is no other way around it. We cannot have laws which foresee or forecast what technologies are going to be capable of. So this is a sphere where there will always be, and why technology? See, in India, the stock exchanges started working before there was SEBI, right? So the need of a regulator only was understood once something illegal started happening. And this just goes to show that the regulators, the lawmakers, do not start presuming from the get-go that businesses will do something which will harm the society, the consumers, etc. So you give them, that initial start. Let's see what they do, and then, the regulation comes in. When it comes to AI, the government's mandate, from what I understand, is very clear. This needs to be soft touch, because overarching ex-ante regulations are only going to destroy these markets. And we've seen that happen recently with one of the sectors, where, you know, in the inability to regulate led to an entire sector being wiped out after being, you know what I'm talking about. We're talking about the real money games for those who you know, didn't follow my conversation. So there will always be that balancing act that is required. But to my mind, at present, we have a plethora of laws which can regulate AI and consumer protection at the same time. So there is definitely the Consumer Protection Act, the e-commerce rules, the guidance on dark patterns has also come around, the intermediary rules, IT Act, the Competition Act as also is one of those legislation which on a more higher level can you know, be a consumer protection legislation at the end of the day. But what is missing is the technical awareness of the of the courts and the regulators. When it comes to these specialized areas of high technology, what is missing is that, you know, if you go to a regular, you know, civil court, the people who are actually, you know, enforcing these laws, they unfortunately are not empowered to really understand. And then it goes to a point where, you know, I'm trying to give a relief when I don't even understand how this wrong happened. So I think grahak jago or buyer beware is the you know, bottom line of all consumer protection. But it is not just enough to have laws. The implementation also depends on the education, the capability and capacity building of the regulators and the courts. And obviously, in the last few years, we've seen there's been a big shift in the regulatory you know, landscape of India. Things have moved to, you know, digital adjudication, digital arbitrations have become a big norm. And in consumer affairs, I specifically think, because the idea here should be that if the consumer, let's say the consumer is aware, he knows his rights, he knows he's been wronged, he should be able to get quick resolution, for which if there is, you know, an online mechanism, that would just speed things up. And I would just like to end you know, my dialogue here by saying that, you know, AI has to be countered through AI. So we need to have more, you know, involvement of AI in regulation of AI, because AI depends on access to data. And if the lawmakers, the enforcers do not have enough data, we will always be catching up. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Indeed, when we talk of, you know, AI, there is good AI and bad AI, as we know. The intention of AI is always the good AI, but we know that there are certain elements in the society who know they actually mold this AI and make it a bad AI. Bad AI in the sense that your critical information about your accounts, your bank details, your personal history, your entire biography is sometimes hacked by these hackers who use AI in such a, you know, succinct way that nobody is able to, you know, evade like what is actually happening. Now, when we talk of such things happening, there are a lot of dark patterns that's happening, you know, within these platforms also. So when we're talking that platform economy is growing by leaps and bounds, but at the same time, there are certain patterns that exist like dark patterns. For example, if you are booking maybe a movie ticket with all those, you know, meals and everything, if you are costing 2,000 rupees, and sometimes it says you can in fact give 1 rupee extra, or sometimes, you know, in round figure they make it, you know, 1 rupee or 2 rupees extra, and you don't mind giving 1 or 2 rupees extra. But considering the scale of those transactions which runs in millions, those even 1 or 2 rupees make, you know, millions of rupees for the platform aggregator. So in such case, although we have, you know, Consumer Protection Act 2019 in place, but now since there's a lot of dynamism happening at AI level, particularly with respect to dark patterns. So Parvalji, I'll just ask, like, what is your view, like what are the gaps in this Consumer Protection Act regarding AI-driven deception? When I'm talking about deception, it's more about the dark patterns, and particularly, and how these, you know, lacunae or maybe loopholes should be addressed, what all policy changes are required so that we are able to make all these mechanisms very, very robust.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. That is a very relevant question, and even though my co-panelists said that there are a lot of laws which are there, for countering this, but we must not forget that we are dealing with a very different kind of scenario that we were not used to, with AI. For example, even AI manipulations that happen online, or the dark patterns, the so-called dark patterns, it's very difficult to detect them, and it's very difficult to actually prove a manipulative intent. So if you can't prove a manipulative intent, how do you have the enforcement of laws, or how do you put the penalties in place? Hence, I feel that even though the new act, has a lot more changes which were very welcome, but I think still the penalties framework is very limited. We need, the CPA 2019 and the associated dark pattern guidelines of 2020, they still rely on classifying these practices as unfair trade practices. Which is fine, but I think we need very specific, strong penalties for violations, for AI-specific violations, and penalties that can weaken or have a deterrent effect, which is not there currently. Also, I think we have a lack of specific AI-driven regulations. We need more specific provisions to address the unique challenges posed by AI-driven dark practices. These can manipulate the user and behavior a lot more sophisticatedly. Hence, to be able to catch it out and to show a manipulative intent gets all the more difficult. Also, I would say that there is very insufficient regulatory coordination between three bodies which might have the same intent, but there is lack of coordination. One, of course, being the CCPA, being the Competition Commission of India, and also the Data Protection Board. There is need for unified action, and this unified action lacks because of lack of coordination, lack of data share, even though the agenda for all of them is to keep a check on market abuse and data privacy violations to counter against that. So recommendations for improvement, really, I would say that we need to strengthen the enforcement powers. We need to give the CCPA more robust penal and enforcement powers to penalize violations of the CPA. We need to integrate AI in regulation, like develop specific regulations that explicitly address AI-driven dark patterns. And of course, promote a proactive regulatory oversight. Like these authorities should be more proactive rather than reactive. So we need to have the policies and regulations in place, anticipating the kind of challenges that can come in a world driven by AI. Of course, we need to foster cross-agency collaboration. That is key. And also implement privacy and design principles, which e-commerce platforms need to, by design, adopt, like privacy by design or ethics by design principles. Integrating truly ethical considerations into development of user interfaces into AI systems. I think that is the need of the hour.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, these are very important points and insights you have given. But again, when we come to the execution part, there are a lot of flaws in execution as such. For example, if you lose say 100 rupees in online transaction, sometimes you feel कौन चक्कर में पड़ेगा 100 रुपये लेने के लिए sometimes you have to spend you have to go to some of the consumer court, you have to go to maybe some arbitral panel, you have to file complaint, it may take a month or year, and by that time immediately you say छोड़ो 100 रुपये से क्या फर्क पड़ता है. So the point is, Raviji, if I come to you, like you talked about the consumer rights, and also we have very robust Consumer Protection Act also. But these legislations are quite exhaustive and they address most of the challenges. But when we come to the execution part, it becomes a challenge for the consumers to actually go to the right department and knock the door and immediately get the redressal done. That normally happens in some cases, but in majority of cases, citizens, because of their own, sort of sense or perception that it may take long time and long hours to actually, go in this drill, sometimes they forego all those things. So what are the important, areas of reform or enhancement? What do you think that policymakers should adopt? What are the changes that need to be, what are the changes that need to be, changed in clause-wise section? Some of the important clauses which directly affects the consumer rights. Because the point is, this conversation is not about, knowledge session. It's because we are also presenting an action report to the Department of Consumer Affairs also post this conference within 10 days time. So all this conversation, whatever is happening, will become an important part of, policy from PhD chamber. And whenever there is appropriate time for any, legislation that will happen at the government level, those points may be considered at that point in time. So I want to understand your reaction on this point.
See,
there are certain principles based on which our country works and runs. For example, under consumer, if you see, there are provisions to have a customer care department, have a grievance redressal system, but those landlines never work. The emails never reaches. You are transferred from one department to another department. And therefore, I think what we can do is, we can have a robust system for grievance redressal mechanism. For example, the grievance redressal officer provided under the new act should be somebody highly qualified. He should be of an MBA level or a law level. Some professional degree should be there. He should be well paid. If it's a big establishment, there should be more than one grievance redressal officer. In fact, he should be somebody like you've got occupier under the Factories Act 1948. His roles and responsibilities and obligations should be similar. If there's a default, he could be prosecuted. So if these kind of things we have in the provisions, there would be better, efficient, the implementation of the provisions. Then secondly, I truly feel that our AI is very discriminatory towards divinely abled and super senior citizens like septuagenarians, octogenarians, those who are above 70 and 80 years of age. So I think there should be separate helplines for them. Their orders should be taken on video call, which should be recorded. E-commerce entities earn every minute. So there is no harm in spending on all this. A mandatory call should go from e-commerce entities to such a super senior citizen or a divinely able person each time they make a transaction. And I feel for such people, if they have an issue with a good or service and that good is not destroyed, so as a matter of mandatory provision, complete refund of amount should be done to them. So e-commerce are earning so much, why not spend for such people? They would only gain business in this manner. Then I feel like in government, you've got the fundamental rules, SR rules, service rules, CCS rules, code of conduct, disciplinary actions. Even for customer care department, there should be strict disciplinary procedure which must be executed, made aware of. Then see, sexual harassment cases got control when we had, provisions like gender sensitization program in the POSH Act. So similarly, even in the Consumer Protection Act, there should be, provisions for giving knowledge to the employees of the e-commerce entities as to what can happen in case they do not comply with the provision. One word that really makes India work is charge sheet. It's disciplinary action. So if not a termination or a dismissal anytime, if even a warning or a slight minor penalty, such kind of, inculcations in the mandatory provisions of law and executions of it will definitely help us achieve the pivotal aims of the Act, because as we all know that precaution is better than cure. So these are some of my important suggestions.
Thank you very much. In fact, the provision, particularly for septuagenarians, octogenarians, so-called our senior citizens, definitely I think 24/7 helpline, dedicated helpline, which is open always, on the first call there should be somebody who can actually address their issues or concerns. Because normally at that age we have seen that people may not be so much digitally literate. Probably, OTP can be shared and some other transactions, some, click on the link may actually change the entire landscape of the account statement. So these are very important things. I think these are some of the missing elements we definitely need to see light of the day, like whenever the new amendments take place. So thank you very much for sharing the perspective. Now coming to Surbhi, like CCPA is definitely the heart of consumer protection, right? But if you see this, read this section 20, it empowers CCA to act against fraud, but anonymity makes enforcement very difficult. So in such case, do you think that our legislation requires something like mandatory seller know your customer or KYC before listing products on e-commerce platforms?
Yes, definitely KYC is required. So yes, the CCPA has been established under the Consumer Protection Act recently in 2019 to act against fraud and unfair trade practices. But if the seller or the service provider is not traceable, then who will the authority act upon? So regarding the checks and balances, there is already a provision under the e-commerce rules where the seller is liable to, it's duty to provide certain basic information like its headquarters, its website, and contact details and everything, but that is not sufficient. So moving to way forward, Recently, the e-commerce principles and guidelines for self-governance has been issued by the Bureau of Indian Standards, which is still in the, which is still a draft, it is in progress, which mandates KYC procedures for verification of sellers on e-commerce platforms. And definitely, I think it is very much required, because not only for consumer trust, but also it is beneficial for e-commerce platforms as well, because if I'm buying something from e-commerce platform and if I do not receive quality products for 2 or 3 times, of course I will stop, referring to that e-commerce platform and I will not go back there. So definitely it is for consumers as well as for e-commerce platforms to mandatorily do the verification and KYC process to ensure more transparency and trust.
Thank you very much. Over to now Nilamra ji. Nilamra, like as we know that CEPA is one of the important pieces of legislation that protect even digital consumers also. But still there is lack of awareness, because with a lot of frauds happening, a lot of counterfeits happening, the consumers get entangled in that ruckus and it becomes difficult to overcome that particular challenge, maybe of a counterfeit product or maybe a financial transaction fraud. So the point is that, in fact, if we see the SEBI guidelines, like all unclaimed stocks for 10 years, they go for IEC, Investors Education, Information Education and Communication, which is Investors Awareness Program. So do you think that these platforms, all these platforms, they should be legally bound to educate consumers on the rights, similar to the mandatory investor education program in the securities law?
Thank you, Dr. Singh. That's a very important question, because how will the consumer become aware, right? I mean, it's very good to say consumer be aware, but how? Especially when it comes to these high-tech interfaces. So from the time that we get up till the time that we sleep, the number of interactions that we do with digital platforms, not just e-commerce. So a lot of us have our alarms on our smart watches. So we wake up with somebody which is digitally instructed to wake us up. They track our entire day's movement, our calorie intake, our food intake, where we've been. So, geographically, they have this data all about us. At night, most of us, go to bed with some sort of, viewing of an OTT platform, which is the main reason why most of us are sleep deprived, because, this platform has data about us, our preferences, what days of the week are we likely to spend more time on the OTT platform. And then they keep recommending shows after shows, which we think it's a great service, because I don't have to go and search for something that I would actually like. This platform is doing that for me. Not realizing that all of this data that we are providing to these platforms is actually used against us. So the money that we may not be spending, a lot of times you feel it's a token amount, the subscription is small, or sometimes the platform is not charging us anything. They're actually taking all of this data from us, which then they push to give recommendations, to profile us, and actually end up earning more and more from us. So I wouldn't say that the fact that this is happening itself is bad. The fact that we do not know this is happening with us is the issue. So a lot of times when we register on a platform, there is obviously a big disclaimer which nobody can read. It has 20,000 terms and conditions, which are in such fine print, like most securities documents that we buy. But obviously, when we actually spend money, we think, oh, I need to read a few terms at least so that I know that I'm aware and I'm safe. Because registration on an e-commerce platform or an OTT platform is free, you feel like it's okay, it doesn't matter, it's not that I'm paying for it. And we never end up reading these terms and conditions. But one of the things that needs to be highlighted in bold letters is what consents you're giving to these platforms to use your data. So that the Digital Data Protection Act is kind of trying to do. But obviously how that is going to be implemented is everybody's guess. The other thing is that the securities regulator, like Dr. Singh said, initiates these programs for buyer awareness. while, each platform may not be able to do this, but given as, the kind of, deep pockets that they have, there should be associations, there should be organizations, there should be some CSR fund allocated to consumer awareness. The other thing is that, when it comes to AI specifically, the RBI has certain guidelines, the IRDA has certain guidelines about, when automated credit reports are getting generated. SEBI also has guidelines of AI trading. Now, the platforms, be it, your recommendations, be it, the consumer redressal bots that are there, a lot of times most people would not even know that this is all AI driven, that on the other side of this chat there is no human interface. So these disclaimers, though they're very primitive, they're very obvious to a lot of us who are technologically more aware. A lot of times people don't know that the Disha on the IRCTC platform is not a person. So that is a level of awareness that we need to generate in our country. Unfortunately, India has the highest level of internet penetration, but the lowest level of internet literacy. So I'm not even talking about AI. I'm starting with internet literacy itself needs to be made more need to be dispensed. And obviously we have a lot of organizations, a lot of think tanks, a lot of consumer organizations who are equipped to do this, but they need to be mandated. So somebody needs to pick up this baton and empower our consumers.
I'd like to just add a small point to what Nilambara said. So with the GDPR coming in internationally, of course, that specific consent became mandatory and giving people information of sharing their data. Point is, what is the choice we have as consumers? If you do not give that consent, whether it's mandatory, whether it's publicized on a screen or not, you cannot use that platform. Every single platform we use today, from WhatsApp, Facebook, it's a take it or leave it. So truly it's something to think maybe for the Competition Commission of India, I would say, of how we can remove the monopoly of these platforms, where we truly have a choice. Because today we can say, okay, do we give the consent or do we not? But honestly, we don't have the choice. If you don't give the consent, this phone that we have, which we use for everything from banking to social media, would be completely redundant because none of our apps would work.
And in fact,
so if I could just respond to that as well. So Parul, very, very fair points. And just for everybody's information, the Competition Commission has taken cognizance and has penalized WhatsApp at least. And I'm sure in days to come we'll be seeing more such competition cases. I think that what you say is quite very right. And one is the fact that we don't really have a choice but to give consent. The second is, are we even aware of what we are consenting to? So how many of us are actually understanding what is the nature of our consent? So that level of awareness, if not generated, would deem the DPDP absolutely redundant.
Yeah, that's true. And normally it is said like, whatever is free, then you are the product, because there are no free lunches. And even there is a perception also, like whatever conversation we do in a day, certain recordings are happening in our phones, and this data is also then utilized or misutilized in some domains.
So recording is one thing, but with this AI-driven dark patterns that we talk about, it's actually surprising to know that even on e-commerce websites, which have the so-called discounts and different pricing, the AI picks up the willingness of the consumer for the price it has to pay. So say both of us can go on the same platform, but I might pay a different price for the same product and she might pay a different price. Because depending on our patterns, AI will pick up that I am willing to buy that product at a higher price, and if I don't buy it and come back again, it might cut the price and she might get a different one. So these are the dark patterns that we're truly talking about, which need a lot of checks and balances in place.
So in nutshell, what we are really saying is, जैसे पहले दीवारों के कान थे, अभी AI के कान हैं. So to keep a check on it, definitely there should be promulgations to take care of our privacy. Of course, privacy shouldn't be too wide. It shouldn't be overrated. It shouldn't be to an extent that we are doing something illegal and nobody is aware about it. But yes, to a limited extent, to the extent it suits the citizens and the economy, provisions must be there, or else there are provisions like public interest litigation where the apex court takes care of situations like these.
We can take one or two questions. If they are, yes, sir.
Because we are carrying a giving a lot of information until unless you are not telling to anyone. If you are gathering somewhere here, there are lots of software, they are gathering the information where you are and how many times you were there. So lots of security problem and lots of personal privacy problem is there. So how you can
that is happening. Even in fact, you see the Insta reels or something, whatever reels you see, same reels will appear automatically.
It's true. That's why internationally the GDPR came into effect, which is a very, very strong regulation for this kind of data privacy. Earlier, people did not know the importance of data privacy or how it can impact our lives. But today we are seeing it exactly like how you stated that it's literally like har cheezon ke kaan hai. Like your phone is listening to you, you're speaking. It can actually create an AI version of you that will speak like you, think like you, give the same kind of probable answers that you would give. So we are living in scary times. AI is a huge boon, but it is also a very big bane. And hence these checks and balances need to be kept in place.
And I think, when DPDP Act comes into force, which is the Digital Personal Data Privacy Act, there'll be a lot of changes because there you need to give a consent to any such module, whether you want your details and data to be shared or not. Plus, even the Information Technology Act is being revamped, it's being evolved, and plus some more regulations are coming. So with the promulgations of new regulations, with the implementation of legislations already in place, there'll be a lot of change.
So I'd just like to speak from a practical perspective. So when you're saying all of these apps are collecting your data, when you downloaded that app, there was a big list of, guidelines or big list of, things that this app would do. And you would typically say, okay, because you want to quickly go to the next step and start using this app. Or let's say when your consent is being sought for whether, your location can be shared or whether the app can access your location, again, mostly you will say, okay for all. You would not specifically go only when I'm using the app or only for today. So that's what we're saying, that kind of awareness also has to be there. So every time when you do this, you need to take that time, for those 2 minutes, those few seconds rather, to see what is it that they're asking you to do.
No, I am asking one step ahead about. You are doing nothing, you are carrying only your cell phone. All the security agencies doing, tracking you, where you are going, how many times, where you gathering, they are collecting the information and the professional hackers are taking that information from their funnel. So there can be the breach of all these prevention.
What you can do is, you can approach the cybercrime cell, you can also make a police complaint, and we must know, like we've got right to life and liberty under the Constitution of India. Even as per judgments of Puttaswamy and Shreya Singhal, even right to privacy is your fundamental right. So for abrogation of it, for a violation of it, you can approach the police, the cybercrime cell, and you can also file appropriate petitions for your protection of privacy as a matter of fundamental and legal right.
Yes, sir. We can have the last question, then we'll have our chief guest for this session.
It's like, somewhere we need to change our behavior, these pop-up or these in the trap, is the phishing applications, I mean, we have become more greedy and more quick on this, I mean, these cases are not in the European and Japanese culture, As Indian, we need to change some of our behavior, we are being fished out or we are being, trapped in that thing. So something we need to change of.
Actually, in fact, that also relates to the literacy level for any country, right? The more literate countries, there will be less frauds, less, counterfeits. But since we are in that evolving phase, so what happens, like, definitely there are, and considering the size of our country and the population we have, so in that case, it becomes very complex and complicated to actually, make those awareness programs in vernacular language, reach out to the last mile customer, make them aware, like, what are your rights, what CCPA tells us. So I think it's a complex journey, but definitely we are on the right track. It may take maybe a few years to actually make consumer aware of the rights, at the same time all this retail and e-commerce, where like these are certain obligations that you need to actually, you need to basically define in a very, very crisp manner, in a very strategic manner, so that it can be read and understood by even a illiterate person also. So those are the things that we need to make some sort of recommendations in the policy papers, so that certain things which actually defray from making our all transactions more trustworthy, more transparent, those things can be taken care of. Thank you very much. Now, in fact, we have the honor to have with us Mr. Siddharth Luthra, sir, our senior advocate. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your time. In fact, in the morning itself, we had, flurry of conversations on dark patterns, on how good AI or bad AI can be a boon or bane, and how AI is an enabler and also one of the critical elements, particularly to combat frauds as well as counterfeits when we talk of retail and e-commerce. In fact, we had the industry representation in the morning from Amazon, from Flipkart, from Meesho, and many from other platform providers company also. So, and also in this panel, we had, in fact, we had a point that whatever, legislations are there, final interpretation and final, the matters come to the legal luminaries who are there here on this panel, and we had a fair amount of discussion that how the consumer rights and how CCPA can be translated in letter and speed, so that we don't have any frauds or counterfeits whenever we are, purchasing a product, and there is an entire, level of transparency, trust and credibility without any hitch in the mind of the consumers. So with this, we'll have the standalone session with Mr. Siddharth Luthra ji. In fact, I will just read his brief profile. It's such a, it seldom happens that you get to read such important and glorious profiles that actually makes you, more sort of, glorified yourself also. So Mr. Siddharth Luthra was admitted to the bar at Delhi in 1991 and designated as a senior advocate in 2007. He was appointed as Additional Solicitor General for India at the Supreme Court of India from 6 July 2012 for a 2-year term. He represented the union and state governments in a variety of matters, including those relating to fundamental rights, criminal laws, juvenile rights, environmental laws, electoral reforms, education, and policy issues. And prior to this, he acted as government advocate to assist the Judges Inquiry Committee in regard to the investigation into the misbehavior alleged against Justice Soumitra Sen, Judge High Court of Calcutta, under Article 217 of the Constitution of India, in the second impeachment after the Indian Constitution came into force in 1950. He also successfully defended a Madhya Pradesh High Court Judge, Justice S.K. Gangli, in an impeachment proceeding. He represented the Government of India in High Court of Delhi from 2004 to 2007 as Senior Panel Counsel. In the Mukesh and others versus State for NCT of Delhi, better known as the Delhi Gang Rape or Nirbhaya case, Mr. Luthra appeared as a special public prosecutor for the State of NCT of Delhi. His major submissions were on the unimpeachable character of the police investigation, which was put to the questions by the appellants, and the absence of mitigating factors in sentencing the accused. And on 5th May 2017, a 3-judge bench of the Supreme Court upheld the conviction and death penalty for the 4 appellants. And he was also appointed on 23rd July 2021 as the member of the National Legal Services Authority. He is also an honorary professor at the MIT University Noida, honorary adjunct professor of law and distinguished professor of legal practice at Jindal Global Law School of OP Jindal Global University at Sonipat. He is also a visiting professor at NLU Delhi. He is a member of board of Hamdard Institute of Legal Studies and Research, New Delhi, and is also a member of the Governing Council of National Law University, Delhi, and managing trustee of Supreme Court AOR Trust. He was also the president of the Oxford and the Cambridge Society of India from 2020 to 2023, and has instituted 2-part scholarships in his parents' memory for scholars admitted to Oxford University and Cambridge University, named the OCSI KK Luthra and OCSI Nirmal Luthra scholarships. And in fact, if I go to the articles published in books and newspapers, it will take 1 hour to read all these publications, articles. So without any further ado, I'll request Mr. Luthra to kindly come on the dais and share his deliberations with the august audience. Over to you, sir. A huge round of applause for me.
Good evening. I'm the man between your tea so I will make it brief. One of the reasons I accepted this invitation, which I didn't mention to Prajita ji, was that my mother's uncle and my own cousin Mama, they were Mr. S.P. Virmani and Vineet Virmani, had in the past been closely connected with the PhD chambers of commerce. So I remembered that connection, and that's my mother's side, and that's an old fond memories. I've been to that institution as a little kid also, before this place came up on next to the in a house cast. I am also apologetic that I've come straight out of court, so I am in white. I have not yet joined politics, nor do I plan to. I thought I'd add a bit of color. So please don't take it as a significance of any affiliation or lack thereof, but it's only to brighten up the afternoon. I will also apologize for my sore throat, because I've been arguing for 2 hours. And when you reach a certain age, you should realize your limitations. Sometimes I believe I don't. You've called me for a very fascinating topic, and I think this is, it's the era of technology. One of the fundamental things I remember, many years ago, I was having a conversation with the late Arun Jaitley, and we were talking about this and how the IT Act came in 2000. And he said to me that the challenge between technology and law is that law can never keep pace with technology. The other challenge is that the way we look at law, the way we go about law making, which is a parliamentary process, that itself is a time-consuming process. It requires thought. But traditionally, we have had larger laws, that is to say, the law is the framework within which we fit in executive powers. The only exception, and I say this quite often now because I am now a votary for a change in how laws are to be made, thank you, is that, but if you remember the COVID epidemic, in the COVID epidemic, we had a legislation called the Epidemic Diseases Act, if I recall correctly, of 1897. Do you know how many provisions there were in that act? Anybody wants to guess? 3. That was the Disaster Management Act. So there were 3 provisions in the legislation which gave vast executive powers. Unfortunately, post the Constitution, that is not how we examine or test litigation. We test litigation that the litigation is the big box and the small little holes are filled in by the rules and regulations by the executive. In an age of AI, in an age of technology, we have to relook how we examine, frame, and proceed, because in the context of AI, there are 2 things which are going to be crucial. One is ethics. Whose AI is it? Supposing I don't like the gentleman in the blue, I don't like blue striped shirts, my bias will enter into it. It's a different matter, I do like them, so the gentleman won't be in trouble. But the point is, whose bias is it? And how do you control that element of bias? Let us say what is transformed, the parameters that are put in, bring in a certain perspective of the average Caucasian man in New York. A young Caucasian man in New York. And if you test it on those parameters, will it meet the parameters of a aging Indian with a moderate height, balding, and as a colleague on the panel told me, your photograph looks different to you, it's a much older photograph. So these are issues which are of great concern, and to my mind, one of the most fundamental issues that we have to see when we are looking at AI is, while we seek to transform the landscape, and it's not just about law, while we look to look and see how legal services are rendered, how our justice delivery administration, that's another word I want to tell you. I've started using the word administration or regime because it is not as systemic as I would like it to be. The common word is it's called the justice system. How is it going to operate? How are we going to, and then again the question is, AI will pick up what is fed into it. Let me give you an example of a challenge. How much time do I have? 10 minutes. I'm trying to do a matter where we were trying to do some research on the grant of probation. I've taken over as chair professor at NLU Delhi. So the grant of probation, or rather, how many cases get settled out of court or in court, criminal cases. So we are asking for data from various high courts to determine, can we close cases of a certain kind? Can we finish it off before it comes to court? Whether it be commercial fraud, whether it be personal issues. If cases are going to be quashed by the High Court, why should we not bring them in the category of matters which are compoundable, which are settleable at the magistrate's court or at the level of investigation? The High Courts are not able to give us the data. If the data doesn't exist or is not in a form, the High Court say they have the data, but not in the form that we need to do a research study. If that doesn't exist, what output are we going to have? And I can tell you, being in the justice delivery system for longer perhaps than I should be, 3.5 decades, I find that we have been wanting in putting in a lot of stuff to make the system more AI sensitive. Now, the point is, we are using AI today to bring out a shift, but frankly, in the context of the justice delivery system, it's like scratching the surface. What you can do in finance, what you can do is predicting market movement, what you can do in predicting health parameters, what you can do it in advertising and productivity. We've just not been able to reach that because the input data is still sluggish, to put it simply. There is, of course, a change. The Supreme Court, which is not the administrative head, but it is the peak of the pyramid, is trying to reform systems. And there is an attempt to try and use technology to make us more efficient. But on a lighter note, let me tell you, has any of you been to court? You'll find there is a cause list, yes? So 6 years ago, one of the registrars of the Supreme Court told me, he says, look, this would be 2019-20, yeah, 6 years ago. So one of the registrars, who's now a judge in Himachal Pradesh back, told me, he said, sir, we bring out a cause list for the Supreme Court. This is the simplest of things, the use of technology. And yet the judges in the morning say they have a different priority. If only they told me evening before, I'd just change the priority. Which shows that we need a lot more change. If the tools exist, and the tools do exist, we really need to upgrade our thought process. You would be aware that the Supreme Court has established a National Judicial Museum and an archive with AI lawyer, wearing an advocate's band and seeking to answer complex legal questions. We're using very fundamental tools to transcribe oral arguments, which is, you really can't call that very complex technology. You can get the data once transcribed, but the point is, we need to take this 1,000 steps further. This is not a marathon. This is a 100-meter sprint, or at the most 400 meters, but not more than that. Now, when we look at consumer rights, we must also understand that we brought in AI into global digital markets, and there is a complete transformation of how businesses operate and also how consumers engage. Both elements are now being considered very crucial and are most crucial. And as I said, whether finance, healthcare, entertainment, everything under the sun is touched by the shadow of AI. And it's a fast shifting shadow. We've enhanced speed, we've improved accuracy, but at the same time, informed consent in signing up is not just a checkbox. I remember many years ago, I was representing WhatsApp and Facebook. The matter is still pending. Is before the Constitution bench on the change in privacy policy of WhatsApp. We succeeded in the High Court. Matters pending in the Supreme Court still, which doesn't say much about how long matters pend. But in a world of algorithms, informed consent or consent to sign up is not just a checkbox, because the fine print eludes us all most often than not. While we will get benefits, the question is, what are we giving up in return? Are we giving up our privacy? Are we giving up thought control? Are we giving up an influence on the kind of choices we make? And are we getting more or less than we bargained for? There are certain risks. Consumer choices, as I said, counterfeiting, misrepresentation of products, deep fakes, privacy, of course, lack of transparency in dealing with AI, leading to discrimination, anti-competitive behavior, the ability to capture a market. And all of this is just scratching the surface. It is not truly the subject for a keynote address, because a key and a keyhole is very small. It's like a vast expanse that we have to, a canvas that we have to paint. And when we paint this canvas, we have to see and primarily the ethical aspects of AI, and based on that, bring in a regulatory, a technical, and organizational measures to curb risks, challenges that occur as a use of AI. AI does not need to be regimented, but needs to be regulated, and governance, conscious governance, is the way forward. Some level of control is essential. Self-control does not work. It may work in certain societies, it's not worked in ours. And in this field, especially when there are competing market forces, self-control is not going to be the answer. Therefore, I will leave you with a few pointers. Firstly, governments will have to come out with specific regulations, AI-specific regulations. The law has to be overhauled, perhaps a new way of legislation. Have experts. Many years ago, there was one Mr. Rai, who used to be head of CERTIN, and he and I was sitting on a panel in Habitat Center, and he told me the difference is, you guys don't understand technology, but we guys don't understand law either. We need to merge the two. I may be from a pre-technology generation, I've tried to catch up. But for the younger generation, that ability to merge the two is more and more crucial. It's a different matter when I deal with a lot of clients from startups. They are often find the law to be an unnecessary hindrance, which stands in the way of a perfectly legitimate way, perfectly logical way of doing business, not necessarily legitimate. Algorithmic audits, mandatory and algorithmic audits. Consequences for breach. SEBI realized a long time ago criminal prosecutions don't work. They found penalty imposition was a better way and more effective way of ensuring regulation. AI system we must be able to get explanations of why decisions are taken. It's not that a decision is taken, especially when they are high-tech things, for example, life and death, large financial stakes, business propositions, environmental issues. Clear disclosures, minimal data collection, third-party certification, independent audits, and lastly, a comprehensive logical redressal and complaint systems. These are the fundamentals we will need to ensure that we take the best out of this technology. Today it is AI. I wonder if within 5 years we'll even be talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very, very insightful address, and you touched upon very important points in terms of the intersection between law and technology. And normally, technology is far ahead of law, it's far ahead of regulators, and that's why we need to catch this bus so that, there is a proper marriage of law and technology, and that's only we will be able to, probably change the topic of such conferences in the near future. So thank you very much, and with this, our session comes to close. I'll request Nisha to kindly come on the dais and announce the next step. Thank you.
Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on the stage. Thank you for sharing your insights and knowledge with the audience. I request Dr. Jitendra Singh to please present mementos to our speakers who have come here and shared their knowledge with the audience. I request you to present a memento to Mr. Siddharth Luthra, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. A memento for Ms. Parul Tuli of NSAF Law Group. A memento for Surbhi Chabra. A memento for Ms. Nilambara Sandeepan. And a memento for Ms. Ravi Birbal. I request all of you to gather in front of the tables for a group photograph. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on the stage. Thank you all. Request you to take your places off the stage. With this, we conclude the conference on harnessing AI to combat frauds and counterfeits in retail and e-commerce. It's been an enriching day, and we express our heartfelt gratitude to all our dignitaries, our speakers, and the participants for joining us today. We would like to thank the Department of Consumer. I request all of you to please join us for tea. Sorry for the confusion.